There are two things I love in this world. The first is that rush of adrenaline you get when you're on the back of your motorcycle and driving with purpose. The world soars past you and the wind howls in your ears. Your heart races and it leaves you with such a feeling of excitement. For a moment, it's like you're untouchable. As I sped through the streets, I felt almost drunk on the adrenaline. Glendale Park was just a few minutes away, so I had time to savor this. No matter what, I would be early, and I'd be able to help the other members of the Protectors set up. This would be our most ambitious operation of the year, and I didn't want to let my team down. Yet, in the moment, as I weaved through cars on my way to the park, all I cared about was the adrenaline rushing through my veins. It was a little joy that I got to savor. As I pulled up to the parking lot, I slowed myself to a stop, only briefly to show an attendant my pass. He nodded at me and directed me to a spot where I could park my bike. Once it was stowed away, I dropped the kickstand and removed my helmet. I checked the side view mirror to make sure my hair looked decent before I tied it back into a ponytail. I dusted off my leather jacket and I donned my white domino mask. In an instant, the mild-mannered Andrea Andrews vanished and was replaced by someone else entirely. The second thing I love is justice. And with that mask on, that was exactly what I stood for. When people cry out in need, their call will always be answered by me, for I am a champion of justice. I am the one who will reach out to those who need it. I am the beacon, and I am a superhero. Every year, the Palmer Foundation holds their annual War on Hunger in Glendale Park. It's a wonderful event, hosted by a wonderful charity. Most people might not know the Palmer Foundation. They're more local to Toronto and aren't quite as big as the United Way or some of the other nonprofits that combat homelessness, but they've made quite an impact. They run shelters, soup kitchens, and numerous food and clothes drives, but the War on Hunger was their biggest outing. They set up a space in the park with a few carnival rides, food trucks, vendors, and live music. The cost of admission was a donation to the food drive, plus the ticket sales for the rides went towards buying food and supplies for those in need. It always drew in plenty of kids, and that was where me and the Protectors came in. "Beacon!" a voice called out to me as soon as I had arrived, and I spotted a tall man dressed like an 80s action movie hero. That was Captain Man. His real name was Brian Richardson, and he was the founder of the Protectors. Brian and I went back a long time. He was a good man, and one that I was proud to call a friend. "Brian, you're early," I said as I approached him. He'd set up our tent from the looks of it. Maybe I was too late to help with that after all. "Yeah, well, me and James were up, so we figured we'd get started," Brian said a bit sheepishly. "Randall just got here. Not sure where he went, but he's around here somewhere." He looked around, but the only other superhero we saw was a man in red spandex with a bright yellow cape, over by one of the food trucks. That was James, or Super Dad. Just your average, formally, single father, trying to set a good example for his son. I could tell Brian was checking out his ass, but given the fact that they'd been married last year, I figured James wouldn't mind. To be fair, the spandex really did flatter him. James was kinda hot. "Any sign of Casey?" I asked. "No, not yet. It's still early, though, and she said she's coming. By the way, I got you something." Brian pulled something out of his belt, a small envelope. "Happy 40th. Welcome to the club." "I said no gifts," I scolded, but I still took the card with a grin. It had a little dog with a tail that wagged back and forth on it, and it was absolutely adorable. Inside, there was $40. "Just in case you felt up to taking any road trips," Brian said. "You know, take a break, have a vacation, get away from it all for a little while." "Is that a hint?" I asked. "A little bit, yeah," he replied. "Come on, you could take some time off work, we could go riding like we used to. James and I were thinking of doing a cross-country this August. I thought maybe you might want to join. It'd be like it used to be when we were kids." Maybe," I said thoughtfully. I stared at the money before pocketing it. Then I gave Brian a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you for trying to rescue me from my workday, Captain Man," I said in a gruff, teasing voice that brought a smile to his face. He nudged me playfully. All right, smartass, just think about it, okay? Okay, I'll think about it. James was coming over to us with some freshly purchased food truck lunch. I noticed he'd gotten something for me as well. We had about an hour before the war on hunger officially opened. Plenty of time to eat. When I was a kid, I loved superheroes. Captain America, Batman, Spider-Man, and even Sailor Moon. I'd read the comics. I'd watched the cartoons. I was obsessed, even into my teenage years. It was always something of a power fantasy, I guess. Beyond the endless muscular men in spandex and the voluptuous, scantily clad women, there was the idea that anyone could be a hero. The best superheroes were always those who knew what it was like to be the other guy. The ones who had been meek and helpless before they were gifted with their powers. They chose to be heroes when they could have been selfish or greedy. They made the conscious choice to do the right thing, even if it wasn't easy. At the end of the day, many of them were just good people struggling to do the right thing, just because they could, and that was what always stuck with me. That was why, when Brian told me he was forming a little band of real-life superheroes to combat homelessness in our area, I was immediately on board. Maybe what we were trying to do wasn't as epic or incredible as what they did in the comics, but I always believed that even ordinary people can make a difference if they tried. Even if all we did was run some community food and clothing drives, help out at soup kitchens, and support larger events like the War on Hunger, that was enough for me. As the War on Hunger opened up, Brian and I stayed in the tent, handing out pamphlets. James and Randall went around posing for photographs with the children. Their eyes always lit up whenever they saw a real-life superhero. I even got a few photographs in myself. Still, I couldn't focus my full attention on the music or the people coming by. There were 5 members of the Protectors, and an hour into the War on Hunger, it wasn't lost on me that only 4 of us had shown up. Brian was right beside me. I could see James in his red spandex posing for photographs with a couple of children. Randall, or the Owl, was over at another tent. He wore a heavy brown trench coat with a ski mask and welding goggles, so he wasn't exactly easy to miss. It seemed like we weren't the only superheroes there. I recognized the women in the tent as a group called Aphrodite's Handmaidens, and I wasn't surprised to see them. Like us, they were a regular attendee to the War on Hunger, and I was happy to see them back. There were 6 of them, all named after Greek goddesses, although Aphrodite was the only one I could pick out of a crowd. She was a tall, beautiful blonde with long, flowing hair. She didn't wear a mask, but I didn't know her real name. Our paths never really crossed, so we didn't exactly know each other socially, but I knew that they generally worked to raise awareness of domestic violence. I respected that, and I respected them. Anyone backing that cause is all right in my book. Seeing Randall talking to them wasn't exactly suspicious either. I did notice them looking over towards our tent, and Aphrodite had a look of concern written across her face, before she and Randall turned to leave together. Casey was nowhere to be seen, though. We called her Shelter. Like James, she wore a brightly colored spandex outfit with a flowing cape. She was the newest member of our group, but we'd known her from before then. It wasn't that long ago, when she'd been one of the people in need of our help. Her life had changed for the better in the past 2 years, though. She'd kicked her drug habit, found a steady job, and a place to live and raise her daughter, Annabelle. I'd sent Casey a text, asking if everything was okay, but she hadn't replied. As far as I could tell, she hadn't even read it, and that didn't sit right with me. I knew Casey. We'd become good friends ever since she'd joined the Protectors, and I knew that this wasn't like her. Our cause meant more to her than it did to anyone else. She would never have blown us off like that. Brian looked over at me, checking my phone for the umpteenth time, and frowned. "Still nothing?" he asked. He hadn't said much about Casey's absence, but I knew it still weighed on him. I'd caught him checking his own phone. He must have sent her his own text. "No," I replied. I stood up. "I'm going to try calling her." "Let me know if you reach her," Brian said. He watched me as I went out behind the tent and walked a bit further into the park to get away from the music as I dialed Casey's number. The phone didn't even ring. All I got was a message. "We're sorry. You have reached a number that is being disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you are receiving this message in error, please check the number and try your call again." I looked down at my phone. The number was right. It had always been right. I frowned before sending another text message. My last ones had gone through. This one should have too. It didn't. An uneasy feeling had entered my chest. I looked back towards our tent before returning to it. "Brian, try calling Casey." He looked up at me, silently inquiring. "Just do it," I said as I checked my emails. Nothing from Casey. Brian made the phone call, and I saw his expression sour as he put the phone to his ear. His eyes darted over to me. "Out of service," he said. "Did you see any emails from her?" I asked. "No, I already checked. Shit, do you think everything's all right?" "I don't know, but I'm going to find out." I turned to leave, and Brian got up to follow me. "Wait, do you want me to come with, or?" "No, someone needs to watch the tent," I said. "It's fine. I'll just check in on her and make sure everything's all right. I'll be right back, I promise." Brian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. Text me if you need anything." "I will." With that, I headed back to my motorcycle, trying to ignore the nervous fluttering of my heart and the sinking feeling in my stomach. I double-timed it over to Casey's apartment. Sometimes I'd watch Annabelle when Casey had to work weird hours, so I had everything I needed to get myself inside. The building itself was old and run down, but I knew that the rent was cheap and the neighborhood was safe enough. There were no elevators, so I took the stairs two at a time until I found Casey's door. I knocked on it. "Casey?" I called. No answer. I knocked again, but there was nothing on the other side of the door. This was a Saturday. Annabelle wouldn't have been at school, so she should have at least been home. I couldn't think of where else they could have gone. I hesitated for a moment before I reached for my key. I didn't want to go inside unless I had to. The idea of invading their privacy didn't exactly sit well with me, but I didn't see much of a choice otherwise. I knocked one last time. Silence. "I'm coming in," I called before I slid the key into the lock. At least I warned them. The door swung open and I stepped inside. Casey's apartment was usually very neat, almost obsessively so. If she'd seen what I saw when I'd walked through that door, she would have lost her crap. The apartment was in violent disarray. A table was broken. The sofa was pushed to the side. Broken glass crunched under my boot as I stepped inside. I looked down to see flecks of blood on the carpet, and it most certainly was not mine. My heart began to race. Something was very, very wrong here. "Casey," I called. The heavy silence that filled the apartment was, in itself, an answer. I tore through the apartment, heading down the hall, terrified of what I'd see. I paused in front of Annabelle's bedroom. It was empty, but it didn't look like the struggle had spread to there. Casey's bedroom was next, and I threw open her door to see an empty bed. No sign of her. No sign of anyone. I stood there for a few moments in her bedroom, trying to think of what to do before I felt my phone buzz. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly tore it out of my pocket, only to find a message from Brian. "Did you find her?" I didn't reply. I just stared dumbly down at the messages before looking up at the bed. Finally, I turned around, opening up the dial pad of my phone and doing the only thing I could. I called 911. The police took my statement and sent me on my way, but they did nothing to set my mind at ease. I texted Brian about what I'd found, and as I left the police station, I wasn't exactly surprised to find him out front, waiting for me. He was still dressed in his costume, although he had washed the face paint off. "Andrea," he hurried over to me. "Did you hear anything new? Do they know where she went?" "No," I replied tonelessly. "She's just gone. As far as I can tell, they don't know any more than we do. They asked about her drug habit. I think they figure that has something to do with it." "Casey wasn't backsliding, was she?" Brian asked. "Casey was clean. My voice was a little sharper than I'd intended it to be, and Brian shrank back suddenly. She was sober. She had it together. Whatever's going on, it's not because she started using again. She knew better. Okay, I believe you, Brian said. Let's just hope they find her and Annabelle safely. I nodded. Yeah, let's hope. I rubbed at my temples and sighed. I think I'm going to call it a day. I'm sorry, I know there's the... It's fine, Brian interrupted. I'm going back to the war on hunger. I'll talk to James and Randall, let them know what's going on. You go home and get some rest. I'll come check on you tonight, okay? I nodded again, and Brian patted me on the shoulder, his effort to reassure me. Yeah, that sounds nice. I'll see you later. I pulled away and headed for my bike. My feet felt heavy. There was an unfamiliar weight in my stomach that almost made me feel sick. I knew it wouldn't go away anytime soon. I didn't hear anything about Casey after that. Come Monday, I was back at work and back in my same old routine. Being a real-life superhero is fulfilling, but it doesn't pay the bills. No, just like everyone else, I've got a 9-to-5 gig. I do like my job, I really do. I'm a graphic designer, although I mostly make ads. I suppose I'm not as successful as I could be, but I get paid well. My company takes care of me. I work with good people, and I have carved out a life for myself. I'm as happy as I can be. At least, I was. Casey and Annabelle hadn't strayed far from my mind. I was more than just worried about them. I was scared. I'd never had a friend just vanish like that before, and judging by the state the apartment had been in, I was sure they hadn't left willingly. No, it was obvious that something had happened to Casey, and I had no idea just what it was or how I could help her. All through the day, a dark cloud of worry hung over me. That pit in my stomach hadn't faded. I hated that feeling, that lingering sense of helplessness, the idea that someone I cared about could be injured or dead and I couldn't help them. I usually stayed late at work. I didn't on that day. I felt more exhausted than usual, so I left right at 5. All I wanted to do was go home and sleep. Maybe I could stop worrying, just for a moment, if I did. I didn't bother saying goodbye to anyone. I just packed up my laptop and took the elevator down to the main floor. My car was parked in the parking structure out back. I headed straight for it, and as I did, I saw a figure standing in front of it. I paused, watching as they looked up at me. A cigarette hung from their fingers, and they exhaled smoke. Outside of his costume, I barely recognized him. He had a thin mustache and plastic-rimmed glasses. His jawline was chiseled, and his eyes were wide and studious. "Randall?" "Hey, Andrea," he said. He took a drag on his cigarette. "I heard about Casey. I know you two are close, so I wanted to check in on you." "You could have called," I said. I felt some of the anxious tension draining from my shoulders. I hadn't realized I'd been so on edge. "Not sure I'd trust a phone call right about now," Randall replied. He leaned against my car. "I was wondering if I should try to catch you at home, but I don't know. I don't know where's safe, where isn't, or how screwed we all are." "Excuse me?" I looked up at him. Up close, Randall looked off. There were dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept in a while. "You were in Casey's apartment, right?" he asked. "Brian told me you said it looked like there'd been a struggle. Is that true?" "Yeah. Nobody struggles when they're leaving their apartment voluntarily," Randall said. His eyes met mine, and mine were narrowing. "What do you know?" I asked. Randall paused. He chose his words carefully before at last he spoke in a trembling voice. "More than I should, I think." He glanced around as if making sure we were alone. "Casey found something the other day, something weird, and now she's missing, and, damn it. I think I'm next." "Wait, why?" I asked. "What did she find?" Randall hesitated. I saw him draw back a step as if he wasn't sure how to continue. I grabbed him by the shoulder to stop him. He looked up at me with wide, panicked eyes. He looked scared. I'd never seen him scared like this before. Randall, obviously you're asking for help, and if I can help you, you know that I will. But I need to know what's going on. What did Casey find? It was a woman, Randall said quietly. About a week ago, she asked me to watch Annabelle while she picked up a late shift. I guess you were working late or something because she doesn't usually ask me. I figured my boys would be happy to see her, and I didn't think much of it. Then Casey comes back that evening, and she's got this woman with her. Damn it, Andrea. That girl. He took another drag on his cigarette. His hands were shaking. She was alive, but she wasn't normal. God, I can't explain it. Something was wrong with her. The way she spoke, the way she acted. Casey said she found her wandering around naked. She was all scratched up like she'd been beaten or something. I didn't know what to do, so I reached out to Aphrodite, the handmaidens and all that. I figured she might know a place where we could take her. The girl obviously wasn't well, so it made sense. And then what happened? I asked. Well, Aphrodite showed up. We took her to a shelter and they called the police. The cops asked us a few questions, although there wasn't much any of us could tell them. That was it. Did you tell Brian? I asked. Randall slowly shook his head. No, I didn't really think to. I didn't even think about the protectors. I don't know if Casey said anything. I don't think she did. But I'm sure as hell not telling Brian now. He and James have a kid. If I'm right and Casey disappeared because of what she found. I don't want to drag someone's kid into this. What makes you think the girl had anything to do with her disappearance? I asked. You didn't see the girl, Andrea, Randall said. She wasn't some homeless kid. She was an escapee from something. The marks on her back. She looked like she'd been whipped. She was wearing a damn dog collar. She always sat on the floor. She flinched every time I so much as looked at her. I don't know who or what the hell she ran away from, but it was not something any of us want to screw with. I don't think it's coincidence that Casey vanished a week after finding her, and neither does Aphrodite. She asked me about Casey at the War on Hunger, and she sounded friggin' scared. Do you think she knows more? I asked. Maybe. She wouldn't tell me on Saturday, but we're meeting tonight. She's coming over to my place, Randall said. What about the police? I asked. Did you go to them? Of course I went to the police. They said that there wasn't any evidence to justify my paranoia. They didn't take me seriously. Doesn't that sound a little suspicious to you? Look, I don't know how deep this goes, but if it's half as bad as I think it is, I think we'll need help, and I don't know who else to trust. I barely know Aphrodite and her friends, but I know you. I trust you. Casey was your friend, and I know you cared about Annabelle. I paused, taking in all that he'd said. What time are you meeting Aphrodite? I finally asked. 9, after my boys go to bed. You'll come? Yeah, I said. I'll come. If Aphrodite knows something, maybe we should hear it. If it's big enough, we can take it to the police. Maybe we can find Casey and Annabelle. Yeah, Randall nodded. Yeah, I hope so. I arrived at Randall's place at 9 that evening. I'd taken my bike and parked it at the curb by his house. I spotted a cop car just a short ways down the street, and in the pale street lights, I could see 2 figures sitting inside. I wondered if maybe they'd taken Randall's fears seriously after all. I hoped they did. I took off my helmet and made my way up his walkway. I could see lights on in his house, and I thought I caught a shadow moving past one of the downstairs windows, near where the living room was. Somebody was obviously home. I knocked on the door as I got close, and it swung open, a little bit, as soon as my fist touched it. I could hear the TV on inside. "Randall?" I asked. I pushed the door all the way open and stepped inside. There was no reply. A sickening sensation of déjà vu struck me. That familiar weight in my stomach returned. "Randall!" I followed the sounds of the TV into the living room, and there I found Randall. He sat in an armchair on the far side of the room. His head was slumped to one side, and his eyes stared lifelessly at me from behind his glasses. I could see the wound in his torso and the dark blood surrounding it. I know I cried out his name as I ran to him, hoping like hell that somehow he was still alive. I pressed my fingers against his neck, looking for a pulse, and I could tell from the coldness of his skin that it was useless. He'd been dead long before I got there. From behind me I heard a sound, a shuffle of movement followed by a low metallic ring. From the corner of my eye I saw something coming towards me and I moved. Just a split second later, a steel blade sliced through the air where I'd been mere moments ago. I stumbled backwards, eyes darting to catch a glimpse of my new assailant. I was greeted by a sight I'd never thought I'd see. A dark figure stood before Randall's body, and they whipped around to face me. They wore a tightly bundled black trench coat, and in one hand they held a sword. Their face was obscured by a realistic white goat's head mask. The expressionless eyes of it stared lifelessly into my own, as the other person and I surveyed each other. The goat man raised the sword, pointing it directly at me, and they didn't need to speak to make the meaning of the gesture clear. They were there to kill me, just like they'd killed Randall. Of all the ways I envisioned dying, being murdered by a sword-wielding goat man in Randall's living room had never once crossed my mind. I stood there like a deer in the headlights, unsure how to react, until they charged. The blade swung from my neck, and I scrambled out of the way in a blind panic. I spotted a lamp close to me, and I hurled it towards the goat man. It shattered against their coat, but didn't seem to do much else. The goat man stood, sword in hand, and eyeing me carefully, watching to see what my next move would be. There was no way I could have made it to the front door, not without getting too close to comfort to that sword. The kitchen was closer, and I darted towards that. The goat man followed. On the stove I could see a frying pan, and I grabbed it. I swung it wildly and felt it connect with the head of my assailant. I heard a muffled grunt of pain from beneath that mask, and I saw them flinch. It left me with an opening. I kicked one leg out from under them, forcing the goat man down on a knee. They tried to turn their head to look at me, but I gave them another whack with the pan. Before I dropped it, they made a grab for the handle of their sword. I could hear a frustrated growl coming from beneath that mask. It was skewed, denying the person inside their vision, but they kept a death grip on that sword. They rose, slamming me into the counter as I tried to wrench it from their grasp. They tried to bring the blade up to tear it away from me, and I forced the blade forward. It pierced the wall behind the counter and stuck fast. The goat man's fist came up to punch me in the jaw. My grip on the sword loosened, and they pushed me aside. I stumbled backwards into the kitchen table as the goat man tried to pull their sword out of the wall. I charged them, grabbing them by the midsection and slamming them into the counter behind them. The goat man slammed their head into mine. The mask didn't soften the blow much. They kneed me in the stomach before pushing me off of them. I stumbled back a few steps, winded and struggling to catch my breath. On the counter beside me, I spotted the knife block and snatched one out of it. The goat man adjusted their mask before studying me. I wasn't sure if they were hesitating or just thinking. Part of me genuinely hoped they'd turn and run. My heart was racing. My hands were trembling with my own fear, and I could see the knife quaking with me. Only a few seconds passed before they came for me with a confident, purposeful strut. I didn't have a choice. I didn't let myself think. I moved to drive the knife into their stomach. I felt one of their hands on my wrist, gripping it tight, and stopping me from bringing the knife any further. They forced my arm up towards them, twisting it and weakening my grip before they took the knife for themselves and drove it into my shoulder. That white-hot pain was worse than anything else I'd ever felt. I know I screamed in the instant before I lost my breath, as they kneed me in the stomach and threw me to the ground in a heap. I clutched at my shoulder, feeling my own hot blood leaking out of my new wound. The hilt still jutted out of me, and I frantically tried to crawl away. I looked back, just in time to see the goat man tearing their sword out of the wall. They turned, and the vacant eyes of their mask fixated on me again. There was no way I could fight back. I was actually going to die here. I saw movement behind them, and something struck the goat man in the head. They stumbled back before whirling around to see who had attacked them. I recognized the blonde who stood in the kitchen with us, even though she was out of costume. Though I had never formally met Aphrodite before, this was a hell of a first introduction. She leered at the goat man intensely, a tire iron held up at the ready to strike them again. Through the doorway to the kitchen, I saw 2 other women had joined us, each with their own makeshift weapon. One of them ran to my side, standing between me and the goat man. They looked around, and even through their stoic expression of their mask, I could sense their rage. They took a step back, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and Aphrodite. One of their hands dipped into a pocket. "You won't hurt anyone else," Aphrodite growled. "There's 6 of us and 1 of you." From behind that mask, I heard a low, muffled chuckle. The goat man lifted their hand out of their pocket. They held a small canister, and before anyone could stop them, they hurled it to the ground. It rolled towards Aphrodite's feet, and I saw her eyes widen. The canister exploded. There was a sudden flash of light and a deafening sound. For a moment I thought I was dead. My ears were ringing. The pain in my shoulder felt worse, but I could still feel. I felt myself being lifted up and carried away, and I heard a distant voice saying, "Get her out, leave 'em, let's go." As my vision returned, I recognized Randall's living room. I felt dizzy and disoriented. My eyes were still ringing, and I was carried by 2 women to a van waiting out front of Randall's house. I saw Aphrodite cut ahead of the girls, who had me slung over their shoulders. She looked back at the house and swore under her breath. She looked over in the direction that the police car had been a few moments ago and swore again. "Ah, damn pig bastards. Let's go, ladies. Now! Move, move, move!" The side door of the van was opened, and I was sat down in a seat. "Don't worry," said a woman. She had nice blue eyes. "I'll get you patched up." I could see other girls moving into the van behind her and getting buckled in. "Afro, I'm gonna need first aid," the girl said. "Yeah, I've got it." I recognized that voice as Aphrodite's. She closed the van door behind her, and it pulled out onto the street. I thought about my bike before deciding that there was no way I was going to ride it in my current condition anyways. "This is going to hurt," the woman said. "Whatever, just do it," I replied. She was right. It did hurt like a son of a bitch when she removed the knife. But at least the stitches after that weren't so bad. "You hanging in there all right?" Aphrodite asked. "Well, considering I just got friggin' stabbed, yeah, I'm doing all right," I replied through gritted teeth. "What the hell happened back there? Who the hell was that?" "Wish I knew," Aphrodite said. I cried out as the girl beside me did my stitches. "Beth, go easy on her," she ordered. "I can go easy or I can do it right," Beth replied. "It's harder to do this while in a moving vehicle, you know." "It's fine. I can handle it," I said. "That bastard killed Randall. We need to go to the cops." "I don't know if you noticed the cops sitting out front of his house who didn't do jack, but I sure did," Aphrodite said. "Funny how they took off after we arrived. If you ask me, the cops can't be trusted." "They're the damn cops. That's literally their job." "Most of them, maybe. Obviously, somebody has enough friends on the force to keep them out of any serious trouble, though, and we don't know who to trust. We're not going to the cops," Aphrodite said. "Whatever the hell we stumbled into, we're in a world of crap now, my friend. We're off the reservation." As Beth finished stitching my wounds, I looked over at Aphrodite, and I saw the look of grave concern on her face. She was right. We were in some very deep shit. The sign out front read Anders Auto Repair. I was sure I'd seen it before. I knew this part of town, although I'd never actually stopped inside. The van pulled into the parking lot, and I saw one of the service bay doors open to let it inside. Aphrodite opened the door of the van before getting out, and I stepped out behind her. My shoulder still stung from my recent injury, but Beth had done a decent enough job patching it up, and I did everything I could to try and ignore the pain. "What are we doing here?" I asked, looking around. The service bays were all empty, save for the van. The place looked more or less abandoned. "Laying low," Aphrodite responded. "Emma's brother owns this place. We've been hiding out here for a few days now. It's not exactly the Ritz, but it's safe enough." "Hiding?" I almost asked. From what? But I knew better. "That person in the goat mask, have you met them before?" "2 nights ago," Aphrodite said. "Right after the war on hunger. They were waiting for me in my house. I guess they thought I'd be there alone, but I was lucky. I had Emma and Rachel with me. Our friend doesn't do so good against numbers." She gestured to 2 women nearby. The first one, Emma, was a somewhat grouchy-looking brunette. She'd been the one driving the van earlier. Rachel was a shorter, plumper girl with short, curly brown hair. Emma gave us a quick nod before Aphrodite continued. "Speaking of which, Rachel, can you and Nadine keep an eye on the outside? Give us a shout if anyone shows up." "Yes, ma'am," Rachel said quietly. She looked over at who I assume was Nadine. Before they both took off outside, they closed the doors of the service bay behind them. Aphrodite watched them go before her attention turned back to me. "It's Andrea, right?" she asked. "The Beacon. I don't think we've ever been formally introduced." "We haven't," I replied. She offered me a hand to shake, and I shook it. "Aphrodite Diamandis. My mother had a thing for Greek mythology, so I played into it." She gestured to Beth, who'd gotten out of the van behind me. "You know Beth. She's a nurse." Beth raised a hand to wave before she took off deeper into the garage. "Then there's Ariel, Emma." She gestured to the other 2. Ariel was a somewhat scrawny-looking blonde. "Nadine and Rachel are the ones keeping watch outside." I gave those who were present a quick wave before Aphrodite gestured towards an office in the back corner of the garage. I followed her over. The office clearly wasn't hers, but she'd appropriated it. I spotted a few bottles of alcohol along with some clean glasses. Beside her makeshift bar, there were a few walkie-talkies on chargers. Up close, Aphrodite seemed a lot different than I had imagined her. I'd only ever seen her from a distance, and I'd never noticed just how muscular she was. She was clearly something of a gym rat. I could also see a faint scar running down across her cheek, just below her eye. "I assume you weren't at Randall's for a social call," Aphrodite said as she stepped into the office. "How much did he tell you?" "As much as he knew, I think," I replied. "Casey found a woman. You 3 took her to a shelter, and he thought that was why she'd been taken." Aphrodite picked up a bottle of vodka off the desk and opened it. She poured herself a glass before looking at me, silently offering me one. I nodded and let her pour it. "Yeah, that just about covers it." She downed her glass in one go. She paused, staring down at it for a moment before shaking her head. "Damn, I should have tried to get Randall yesterday. I thought he'd be safe. A suburban street with a wife and kids. I didn't think they'd go after him there." "You had no way of knowing," I said softly. The memory of Randall's body flashed through my mind's eye for a moment. I felt a chill go through my bones. I'd never seen a corpse before. Now, with a moment to breathe, I felt the weight of his death, although I didn't know how to express it. Randall had hardly been my best friend, but he had been my friend, and his loss left this hole in my heart that I didn't know how to handle. I found a seat and slumped down before tossing back the vodka. "I knew they'd come," Aphrodite said. "I just didn't know when. There were cops outside his damn house. Cops!" She turned to look at me, as if looking for confirmation. "Randall said he wasn't sure if we could trust them," I replied. "Obviously we can't," Aphrodite scoffed. "No kidding." She sank down into the office chair behind the desk. then refilled her glass. She topped me off as well before reaching for one of the walkie-talkies. "Rachel, Nadine, how's it looking out there?" "Nothing out of the ordinary," came a voice on the other end. "I'll check in 10. "Thanks. Stay safe." Aphrodite set the walkie-talkie down on her desk before rubbing her temples. She chuckled humorlessly. "God, I must look like a complete lunatic to you, don't I?" she asked. "Hiding in a garage with a damn perimeter guard?" "Well, I'm not in the mood to judge you too harshly, given the night I've had," I replied. I took a sip of the vodka before I spoke again. "Randall thought you knew more about what was going on. Tell me he was right." "I know more. I can't say it's much," Aphrodite said. "I did some digging, though, and I've got a theory. How much did Randall tell you about the girl?" "Not much. He said she'd been through some crap, maybe sex trafficking or something. At least that's the vibe I got from what he told me." "Not far off the mark," Aphrodite sighed. Again, she rubbed at her temples. After a moment, her blue eyes met mine. "You know, I've spent most of my life working with abuse victims. See this?" She gestured to the scar on her cheek. "That's from my dad. He was a hell of a mean drunk, and I just couldn't wait to get away from him. So, first chance I got, I joined the army. Things were all right. Then one day I get a call. My mom's in the hospital. Turns out that after I left, she became Dad's new punching bag. Now I see red. I wanted to beat the crap out of the man. Lord knows how I kept enough restraint to stop myself, but instead I focused on helping my mom get the hell away from him. My dad's in prison now, where he belongs, and I've spent as much of my life as I could trying to help people in crappy situations. I've seen just about everything. Child abuse, domestic abuse, human trafficking, but I've never seen anything like this. That girl, she was barely human anymore. She sat on the floor. She didn't speak. She wouldn't even walk. She tried to crawl on the ground like a dog. I don't know what the hell a person has to go through to be reduced to that, and I don't want to know. That girl was broken. She was scared, and I'll be honest with you, with the stuff going on right now, I'm scared too, because whoever is after us right now did that to someone." "Oh my goodness," I said under my breath. Aphrodite nodded. She turned on the computer on the desk and brought something up while she continued to speak. "Yeah, the somewhat good news is, at least I knew what to look for in other victims, if there were any," she said. "I found this." She turned the screen towards me. It was an old news report on the arrest of a drug runner in Nevada. I asked a few friends and someone directed me to this. The article didn't say much on the girl, but take a look. I read some text that Aphrodite had highlighted. An unidentified woman, later determined to be Ashley Harrison, 28 years old, was found to be living in the house. Harrison had been listed as a missing person in Milton, Ontario since 2011. I got in touch with Harrison's family. "Do you know what they told me?" Aphrodite asked. She didn't wait for an answer. "They told me that she was basically catatonic when she came home. Didn't speak. Acted abnormally. Do you want to know how they described her?" "Dog-like," I said under my breath. Aphrodite nodded. "That drug runner was keeping her as a damn sex slave. Currently, she's a long-term inpatient at a care facility in Kitchener. According to her family, she doesn't have the physical or mental ability to care for herself or function on her own. She's not the only one of her kind either. I found 6 different cases of girls who'd gone missing in or around the GTA, suddenly turning up years later. They'd be found in the care of a drug lord or a dictator or something, always in a state where they could no longer function. 4 of those girls are dead now. One I couldn't find, but all of them had a history of homelessness. So here's my theory. Whoever is doing this, they're here. They're in the city." That familiar sick feeling in my stomach had returned. I stared down at the empty glass of vodka, then looked back up at Aphrodite. Behind her stern blue eyes, I could see a quiet anxiety. Damn it. It was all I could think to say. Everything she'd said. It sounded almost too messed up to be true. Almost. Yeah, Aphrodite stood up, getting more vodka. I imagine it might also explain the complete ineffectiveness of the police. I'm sure there's good money in trained sex slaves, enough to pay off some pretty handsome bribes at least. That makes it difficult to know who to trust. Do you trust me? I asked. If I didn't trust you, we wouldn't be having this conversation, Aphrodite replied. She topped herself off with more vodka. I've got a few sources I'm poking around with. Maybe I'll find something that will give me an idea of who might be behind this. I'd also settle on finding a decent cop who isn't on the bastard's payroll, although I don't even know where to begin looking. As soon as I figured out something was going on, I called all my girls in and took us all to ground. I was the only one who had anything to do with helping that girl, but I don't know if they'll stop at me. Those girls, they aren't cops. They aren't soldiers. They're just good people trying to help. I didn't want anything to happen to them. I don't want anything to happen to the rest of your group either. She looked over at me again. Are you the only one that Randall told? As far as I know, if there's even a slight chance that Brian and David are in danger, though we need to tell them immediately. I stood up, reaching into my pocket for my cell phone, but Aphrodite reached out to put a hand on my shoulder. I agree. We need to tell them. But it's better that we do it in person. We know the police can't be trusted, and we don't know what kind of resources this person has. That means that our phones could be bugged. I paused, knowing that she was right. Aphrodite picked up the walkie-talkie. If they're in danger, I wouldn't forgive myself if we waited until tomorrow. We can pick them up now and make sure they're safe and with us. She pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. Rachel, Nadine, are you there? She paused, waiting for a response. None came. I saw Aphrodite's brow furrow. Rachel, Nadine, are you there? The walkie-talkie was silent, and I could see the color slowly draining from Aphrodite's face. No. Static crackled over the walkie-talkie, and through it, I heard a voice. The static muffled it, as did something else, yet the sound of it chilled me to the bone. Bah. The imitation of a goat bleating was almost perfect. I could hear the speaker almost laughing as they made the noise. Aphrodite dropped the walkie-talkie and tore past me, heading out into the garage. Damn it, they're here. Emma, Ariel, Beth? I saw Emma in the service bay holding a gas can up to refuel the van. Her head darted over to look at us. Across the service bay, I saw Beth and Ariel talking to each other. Both of them came running as soon as they saw Aphrodite and me. What's wrong? Where's Rachel? Emma demanded. I don't know, but we've got company. Lock the doors. Grab something to use as a weapon. If that guy comes inside, I want them dead. Aphrodite snapped. As soon as the words left her mouth, the lights went dead and shrouded us in darkness. A few smaller lights appeared from cell phone flashlights, and I reached into my pocket to grab my own. Are you kidding me? Emma asked. They're just trying to spook us. Get something to defend yourselves. Move, now, Aphrodite said. They're going to get inside. As soon as she'd said this, I heard the sound of glass shattering. I was already on my way to a nearby workbench when I heard it. I tore a drawer open and searched for anything that might be sharp enough to stab with, or heavy enough to swing. All I found was a socket wrench. Assuming the goat man still had their sword, I didn't like my odds. Screw this. Let's just go, I heard someone say. I didn't recognize the voice, so I assumed it was Ariel. No, Nadine and Rachel might still be out there. We don't leave people behind, Emma snarled. There's 5 of us, 1 of them. We can handle it. Lights danced around the darkened service bay as we checked the doors. Beside me, I could hear Aphrodite swearing under her breath. Where are you, you son of a bitch? My blood rushed to my ears. The only sound I heard was the anxious whispering between Aphrodite's remaining friends. The woman herself stood beside me, constantly moving her light, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever our assailant was. Time moved slowly. Every moment felt like an hour as we waited for the goatman to come. There was a sudden, loud pop and a flash from one corner of the room. I heard a scream of pain followed by someone yelling, "Beth! Get down!" Aphrodite yelled, and as she did, a second gunshot sounded. The workbench I'd taken my wrench from didn't offer much cover, but I still ducked behind it, hoping I'd stay out of range. I fumbled with my phone to shut off the flashlight. Every other light in the dark room was snuffed out as well, save for one. In the light of Beth's dropped phone, I could see the shape of her body on the ground, and I could see her chest frantically rising and falling. I saw movement in the darkness from the corner of my eye and pressed myself against the wall. My heart raced as I heard slow footsteps crossing the silent service bay. The goatman approached Beth slowly, watching as she tried to move. I heard a wet gurgle escape her. I saw her raising a hand, silently begging for her life. But the goatman did not care. They raised the gun to her head and fired again. Her body jerked suddenly, then went still. From behind that damn goat mask, I could hear a muffled chuckle. The goatman stood over Beth's body. I could see them looking around, watching and listening for any sign of us. They hesitated for a moment. A tense silence hung over us. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. We were helpless. The goatman had us cornered. There was nowhere to run, and the only weapon I had was a damn socket wrench. There was a mechanical groan as the bay door opened. New light flooded into the garage, and I heard the door to the van slamming. The goatman spun around, looking for the source of the sound. Their back was to me, and I saw my opening. It was either try and take them down while I had the chance, or die huddled in a corner. I lunged for them, swinging the socket wrench for the back of their head. And as I did, I watched as the goatman's hand came up and caught the wrench before it could hit them. Their head turned and I could see a pair of eyes gleaming behind the mask. I could see the sadistic glee in them as they raised the gun to kill me. However, before they could pull the trigger, they glanced to the side. I could see Aphrodite charging at them, and they caught the goatman by the wrist before they could fire. She jerked her hand upwards. The gun went off. The van's engine roared to life, and I caught a glimpse of Emma behind the wheel. I know that Aphrodite saw it too. She pulled the goatman towards her, lining them up with the front of the van as Emma hit the gas, ramming the goatman. Their grip on me slipped as they were tossed across the service bay. The gun clattered out of their hand. Aphrodite glared at them before her eyes settled on the gun. She made a dash for it. I guess she thought the goatman would be down for longer. They weren't. As soon as they'd hit the ground, they were on their feet again, and they were much faster than Aphrodite. As she reached for the gun, the goatman cut in front of them. They moved with a surprising grace, landing a square kick to her stomach and snatching up the gun with one graceful movement. The gun was trained on Aphrodite as they prepared to take a shot. I sprinted towards the goatman, grabbing them by the arm and pushing it aside as the gun went off, forcing them to miss. They threw me off of them. Behind me, I heard the tires of the van squealing as Emma tried to maneuver it so she could ram the goatman again. Aphrodite scrambled out of the way, and the goatman glared into the headlights as Emma hit the gas again. For a moment, I was sure she'd crush them against the wall. My breath caught in my throat as the van shot towards our assailant. Instead, I watched as they charged towards the van in turn. Like a cat, they leapt up onto the hood. They fired a shot through the windshield as they ran over it and up onto the roof. The van crashed into the wall, and through the side window, I saw Emma slump over. The goatman stood atop the van like a conquered foe, the gun resting at their side as they surveyed Aphrodite and myself. I could see the horror on her face as she realized what I already knew. We were in over our heads. From inside the van, I could hear Ariel screaming in terror. Aphrodite glanced towards the van, then back at the goat man who silently dared her to move. "Run," Aphrodite said, her voice cracking with fear. She'd made up her mind. "No," I replied. All I had was the wrench in my hand, but I wasn't going to leave her to die. The goat man raised the gun, aiming for Aphrodite first. As they did, I hurled the socket wrench at their head. They caught it because of course they friggin' did, but it was enough of a distraction for Aphrodite to get into the back of the van. The goat man glanced down at where she'd been, then back towards me. They tried to aim at me, but I was already forcing myself under the van and out of their reach. I saw him as body hit the ground beside the driver's seat. Her eyes were still wide open and rolled back into her skull. A small, red hole sat between them. The sight of her made me jump, and I felt a stab of sorrow. Even if I'd only just met Emma, she didn't deserve to die that way. There was no time to mourn her, though. Not in that moment. The van roared to life before it jerked backwards. I heard a grunt of pain as the goat man lost their footing and tumbled off of it. I saw them crash gracelessly to the ground a few feet away. As soon as the van was no longer on top of me, I scrambled to my feet. It veered away, and I saw one of the doors open. Ariel held it for me, eyes wide and full of tears as she beckoned me inside. "Come on!" I didn't waste my time. I sprinted towards the doors and leapt in. The van was speeding out of the service bay before we could even close the door. I only took one glance back, enough to see the goat man on their feet again and firing at the van. I felt the vehicle swerve violently, and for a moment, I thought they'd blown out one of our tires. If they had, Aphrodite didn't seem to give a damn. We swerved out onto the highway and she hit the gas, speeding away from the garage. I could hear her hyperventilating as she drove. Her grip on the steering wheel was white-knuckled and anxious. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Her voice was shaking as she spoke. The windshield was cracked from where the bullet had gone through, and she had to crane her neck to look around it, but I didn't think she cared. I looked back out through the rear windows. There was nothing but empty road behind us. We'd escaped, for the moment. "Emma," I heard Ariel say. She was looking out through the rear windows too. Her voice was small and weak. I couldn't imagine she'd ever seen someone die before, much less a friend. Neither had I. I put a hand on her shoulder, and she quickly buried her head into my arms. With the immediate danger gone, all she could do was cry, and I didn't blame her for that. Not one bit. "We need a new place to lay low," Aphrodite said. Her voice was hoarse, and I could still hear it trembling. We'd been driving for almost half an hour by then, although I can't say if we had any direction or not. "No kidding," I replied. I left Ariel in the back seat and was climbing up to claim the passenger seat. The wound in my arm stung now that the adrenaline was wearing off. "Any ideas?" "No," Aphrodite said. She sniffled and wiped her nose. "No, I don't know where the hell we're going right now." "Damn it. Maybe we'll just leave the freaking country. Start again somewhere else." I looked at her. In the streetlights, I could see the tears streaming down her cheeks. "Aphrodite." I reached out to put a hand on her shoulder. She flinched and glared at me. No, you saw what I just saw, didn't you? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. She was starting to hyperventilate. She wasn't even looking at the road. "Breathe," I said. "Just breathe. Don't tell me to breathe. My friends are dead. They're all dead. I've got Emma's brains on the headrest behind me." Her voice had cracked. Thick tears rolled down her cheeks as the car slowed to a stop in the middle of the road, and Aphrodite broke down. All that panic, grief, and fear she'd kept bottled up suddenly broke free as she descended into terrified hysterics. Rachel, Beth, Nadine, Emma, damn it, damn it. She pounded on the horn with her fists before slumping down onto it. And if we try to run, they're just going to find us again, I said. Aphrodite sniffed as she looked at me, teeth gritted in a mix of rage and sorrow that I understood all too well. You said it yourself. We're off the reservation. Whatever the hell we stumbled into, we're in a world of crap. I don't think there's any running from that. You said the girls this guy sold were found outside of Canada. That means he has influence, and there might not be a single rock on this planet that we can hide under where this guy can't find us. Is that how you want to live? Looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life? Aphrodite wiped her tears away. She was silent for a moment, processing what I'd said. It took her a few moments before she finally gave a slow nod. You're right, she murmured. She exhaled, still trembling with rage, but at least able to pretend that she was calmer. I need to check on my friends, I said. If they're in danger too, I need to get them to safety. There is no damn safety, Aphrodite replied. There's us in the van. That's it. It's better than nothing, I said. Please, let me find them, and I'll bring them to you. Maybe together, we'll figure something out. Aphrodite scoffed but didn't argue. Fine. Just do what you've got to do. I'll give you my phone number. Check in with me so I know you're still alive. I will, I promised. Aphrodite studied me carefully for a moment, as if she was looking for some sign that I was lying. When she knew that I wasn't, she sighed and took out her phone. Don't die on me, Andrea. Please. I promised her that I wouldn't. Aphrodite dropped me off just down the street from Brian and James's apartment. It was early morning and the sun hadn't risen yet. I was exhausted in every sense of the word. My muscles ached more than they had in a very long time, but I still made my way towards the door. Part of me was terrified of what I'd see when I made it to their apartment. I didn't have a key like I did for Casey's, so I needed to be buzzed in. As I stood in the doorway of their building, waiting for them to answer, my heart was racing. I didn't know what idea scared me more, silence or the voice of the goat man bleating at me over the intercom. Instead, I was greeted by James's voice. He sounded like I'd just woke him up. Hello? James, I cried. It's Andrea. I trailed off. How would I even begin to explain what had happened over the past few hours? It's urgent, I finally said. Can it wait? It's 2 a.m. No, I need to talk to you and Brian now. He paused. He must have heard the urgency in my voice. I'll buzz you in, he said. The door unlocked, and I threw it open and headed for the elevator. Andrea, what the hell is going on? Brian asked as he answered the door. I pushed past him to get inside and forced the door closed before locking it, then leaning against it for support. Damn it, Andrea, what the hell? I looked back at Brian. I could see James in the kitchen behind him. They stared expectantly at me, angry that I'd woken them up. Randall's dead, I said quietly. They both just stared at me, not fully comprehending what I was saying. Brian spoke first. What? How? What happened? Murdered. I don't know what happened to his wife or his kids. The same person just killed most of Aphrodite's handmaidens too. Get your things. We're not staying. What? Like hell we aren't? What the hell is going on? Did you call the police? The police won't help. They were right outside the door when Randall died, and they didn't do jack to help. I swore before trying to calm myself and forced myself to start at the beginning. As I told Brian what I knew, he listened with slack-jawed horror. James stood in the kitchen, silent. I saw his hand creeping towards his mouth, covering his own expression. Oh my God, Brian murmured as I finished. Andrea, what did you get yourself into? I didn't have a hell of a lot of choice, I replied. Aphrodite's got the van. She's finding a place to hide out. I'll call her in a minute to check in, make sure everything's fine, but we shouldn't stay here. We're not safe. No kidding, James murmured. He paused, staring at me before adding, Andrea, you're bleeding. I looked down at my shoulder. I could see my own blood trickling out through the hole in my jacket. I swore under my breath and removed it. What the hell happened to your arm? Brian asked. The guy in the goat mask nicked me with a knife, I said. I'm fine. I'd bled through my bandages, although it didn't look like it had been recent. Most of the blood was already dried. Do you guys have fresh wrappings? I need to dress this. You call that getting nicked? Brian asked. He examined my shoulder, then looked at me, his brow furrowed. I'm fine. One of Aphrodite's girls dressed it. Beth. I trailed off. A vivid memory of the way Beth's body jolted suddenly as the goat man had murdered her flashed through my mind. Beth? Brian asked. Beth Michaels? I didn't catch your last name, I murmured. Did she make it out with Aphrodite? I looked him in the eye. His expression darkened. Oh, God. Brian pulled back and James came forward to guide me to the couch. I'll get you some fresh bandages. Just stay put, he said. I watched as Brian leaned against the wall and buried his head in his hands. No, 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 no. You knew her? I asked softly. Brian managed a half nod. He didn't speak. I don't know if he could have managed it right then and there. Sinking into his couch, my exhaustion almost completely overtook me. James returned with bandages while Brian turned to fix himself a drink from the kitchen. I saw James giving him a disapproving glance, but I was too tired to care. The couch was soft and comfortable, and that day had taken everything I had. I don't remember falling asleep. I only remember closing my eyes to rest them for just a moment. Then nothing. Andrea. I started awake and was greeted by the sight of Brian standing over me. I could see sunlight filtering in through the window behind him. My entire body ached in the worst way. Sitting up took effort. I could feel a blanket over me. How long was I out? I fumbled through my pocket for my phone, only to see that Brian was holding it up. Aphrodite called. Don't worry, I answered it. Everything's fine, Brian said. She said she found a place to lay low and told me to let you rest. James and I have been awake and keeping an eye out. Chris is in his room. He's not going to school today. Behind Brian, I saw James in the kitchen making coffee. I glanced over at my shoulder and saw my wound had new bandages on it. You tore your stitches. James redid them for you. I doubt it's half as good as what Beth did, but it should hold. Here, I got you some coffee and some ibuprofen. He offered me the pills first. I chased them down with the coffee. What time is it? I asked. About 7. You were only out for a few hours. It's better than not sleeping at all, I guess. Brian sank down onto the couch beside me. James and I packed some things. We'll eat. Then we'll go out and look for Aphrodite. I nodded. It sounded like a good enough plan to me. Chris joined us for breakfast. He was a good kid of about 15. I'd only ever really spoken to him a few times, but the way Brian and James gushed about him, I figured I knew enough to know they'd done a good job of raising him. Breakfast was a quiet affair. I was too sore and so much of what had happened the night before was still hitting me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw a corpse. Randall sitting in his chair, Beth's body jerking as the goat man shot her, or Emma's body hitting the ground as Aphrodite pushed it out of the van. I rubbed at my temples, trying to make the images go away. I didn't have much of an appetite. I kept remembering the look in their eyes, distant and far away. Their bodies were there, but they were gone. Everything they were, everything they could have been, taken away from them in an instant. You all right? Brian asked. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, I lied. I set my fork down. I felt sick to my stomach. I checked my phone. I had a quick call with Aphrodite after I woke up. She told me she'd headed up towards Kitchener, following the only real lead that we had, Ashley Harrison. According to Aphrodite, she'd been the only person we could track down who'd had any contact with the person behind this. I didn't know what we expected to get out of her, but we had nothing else to go off of. When I heard the knock on the door, I felt a sudden jolt of panic. All of our heads spun towards the door, eyes wide and suspicious. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, James stood up. I'd seen the gun in his hand before he kept it close to his side as he approached the door slowly. Brian got up to follow him, as James leaned in to look through the peephole. When he looked back at us, his brow was furrowed in confusion. "Who is it?" Brian asked. I don't think any of us expected his answer. "I don't know. Some woman." I stood up, making my way over to the door. I nudged James out of the way to look through the peephole. She wasn't anyone I recognized. She was of Asian descent with jet black hair and a bob cut and messy bangs. She seemed incredibly pale, and I spotted a small gift basket in her hands. "Go," I said, gesturing for James to leave. "Stay close to Chris. Be ready to run." James frowned and hesitated for a moment before he handed me the gun. I hid it behind my back before I unlocked the door and pulled it open. I put on a fake smile to greet the woman on the other end. She spoke first before I could say a word. "Good morning. My name is Haruka Anno. I'm here on behalf of the Palmer Foundation," the woman said. Her voice was quiet with an even tone. She wore a warm smile that looked just as fake as mine was. "The Palmer Foundation?" I asked. I stared at the gift basket in her hand. It was filled with chocolates. Obviously nothing one can pick up at a store on the way over, although it did look quite fancy. "Yes, our chairman, Mr. Palmer, wanted to thank you for your contributions to our annual War on Hunger this past weekend, and to offer his condolences and support after the disappearance of your associate," Haruka said. Her eyes darted down towards my bandaged shoulder. "I'm sorry. Is this a bad time?" "Now is fine," I replied. I glanced back towards James and stepped out of his way, letting him take the gift basket from Haruka. "Thank you," he said quietly, before he disappeared back into the apartment. "Mr. Palmer has asked me to inform you that if there is anything he can do to assist in this difficult time, you are more than welcome to reach out to him," Haruka said. Her eyes burned into mine. Something about her made my skin crawl. "We're all fine for now. Is that all?" I asked. "It is. Please have a wonderful day." "You too." I closed the door in her face and locked it again afterwards. "A chocolate basket from the Palmer Foundation?" Brian asked. "I didn't think Geoffrey Palmer even knew we existed." "He might not," I warned. "Leave the chocolate. Get your things. It's time to go." I looked through the peephole again. Haruka was gone, although I could almost hear her voice in the hall, as if she was talking to someone. It faded before I could hear what she was saying. A few moments passed. There was no further sound. "I'll get the car keys," Brian said. "Did Aphrodite tell you where she was located?" "Yeah, she and Ariel have a room at a small motel just outside of Kitchener," I replied. I checked my phone again. Still nothing, but no news was good news. I figured I could tell her about Haruka later. The drive to Kitchener was fairly uneventful. Brian drove, James sat in the passenger seat, and I sat in the back with Chris. I tried to get some sleep, although I didn't have much success. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw another corpse. Emma, Randall, Beth, Brian, Casey, James, and even myself. I could envision my own dead, vacant eyes, the blank expression on my face. "Andrea." Brian's voice tore me away from my own thoughts, and I looked up. Ahead of us, I could see a motel parking lot. I recognized it as the one Aphrodite told me she'd gone to lay low in. I suppose she had been there at one point. I doubt she was anymore. Out front of one of the rooms, I saw a blackened, smoldering ruin that had once been a van. I saw ambulances out front of the motel, and as Brian pulled over to get a better look, I saw a figure on a stretcher being wheeled towards the ambulance. I couldn't see their face. It was covered by a cloth. Maybe that was a mercy. Whoever it was, I didn't want to see them. My heart was pounding in my chest again as I stared out the window. In silence, along with Brian and James, none of us spoke. None of us needed to. After a few moments, Brian pulled back onto the street and kept driving. It was the only thing that we could really do. Mayfair Lodge looked like any other retirement home I'd seen. There was an air of peace there. The almost empty parking lot was off the beaten path and obscured from the main road by trees. The building itself was a 4-story chateau with a weathered exterior. It wasn't run down, but it clearly had seen better days. As Brian pulled his SUV into the parking lot, I stared quietly up at the building. "So, do you have a plan at all?" Brian asked as he killed the engine. "Not exactly, but I don't have any better ideas," I replied. "Ashley's the only person we know of who's seen the inside of this operation. If we can get anything out of her, maybe it can help." "If," Brian murmured. "The way you explained it, it kind of sounded like Aphrodite didn't like her chances." I winced at the mention of her name and remembered the burnt-out van. I remembered the covered body being brought out of the motel. Aphrodite was probably dead now. "Well, we don't know unless we try," I replied as I opened the door. "Let's see what's inside." I honestly was a bit relieved that James and Chris were no longer with us. Brian and James had a friend in the area, and Brian had been adamant that James and Chris stay with them. I'd been reluctant to allow it, but he hadn't given me much of a say in the matter. "Clearly, we're in danger, and if we go looking for this Ashley Harrison girl, we'll just be putting them in more risk. It's a closed apartment building with plenty of other people around. It's safe," he'd said. I don't think he wanted to believe that there was no such thing as safe. I'd watched as he kissed James goodbye and given Chris a parting hug. "Just be safe," James had told us before he disappeared into their friend's apartment building. "You know I will be," Brian replied. "Keep Chris close. I love you." The lobby of Mayfair Lodge seemed to fit the exterior. It was quiet and clean, but clearly old. I spotted a young woman behind the front desk, and she looked up at me and Brian as we approached her. "Good afternoon, and welcome to Mayfair Lodge. How can I help you?" "We're looking for Ashley Harrison," I replied. A strange look crossed the receptionist's face, recognition along with surprise. "Harrison? Are you family?" "Not exactly," I replied. "Just an old friend. I wanted to check in on her. It's been difficult since she was found." The receptionist nodded. "I understand. Ashley's condition isn't the best. She should be in her room right now. Can I get a name for the guest book?" I almost gave her my real name, but found myself hesitating instead. If someone tried to follow us, I wanted to at least try and throw them off the scent. "It's Karen Rogers," I said. I watched as the receptionist wrote it down before giving me a warm smile. "Excellent, thank you. Would you like me to show you to her room?" "Yes, please," I said. I glanced over at Brian, and we followed the receptionist deeper into the building. I could hear televisions in distant rooms and the muffled voices of elderly people as we followed behind the receptionist. Brian stayed close behind me, looking around warily. The room the receptionist led us to was near the back of the building, not quite in some forgotten corner, but it almost felt like it. At the end of the hall, out of the way of everything else. She knocked twice on the door, and when there was no response, she opened it. "Ashley? Karen Rogers is here to see you." There was no response, and for a moment I was afraid that no one was in the room, or worse, that Ashley was already dead. I looked past the receptionist, and I could see an empty bed that looked like it hadn't been touched. It was a few moments before I saw a few blankets lying on the ground, nearby, with a woman curled into the fetal position on top. Her head raised to look at us. Her eyes seemed sunken into her skull and hollow. She seemed bony, and her clothes seemed loose around her. Just the sight of her made me pause. "I'll be outside," Brian said softly, as the receptionist turned to leave. In a moment, I was alone with this shell of a woman, and I found myself unable to speak. To say she stood up would be inaccurate. She rose up, onto all fours like a child, and crawled towards me, her neck craned upwards to look at me. She didn't speak. All she did was stare. "Ashley?" I asked softly. No response. She just leaned forwards and sniffed at my hand, like a curious animal. Then she sank back onto her knees, looking expectantly up at me. I looked down at her hands, and my stomach churned. Both of her hands seemed misshapen and clenched into loose fists. She could barely move her fingers. "Ashley?" I asked again. I crouched down in front of her. She didn't move. She only stared at me. "Can you speak?" I asked. "Yes, ma'am." Her voice was weak, yet enthusiastic. Uncomfortably so. She smiled at me, although the smile didn't reach her eyes. That look in her eyes reminded me of the look I saw in Emma's eyes after she'd been killed. Far away and absent. Dead. "What do you want me to do, ma'am? Are we going to play? Nobody plays with me anymore. I want to play." What? "Play," Ashley repeated. Her voice trembled softly. "Play, play, play, play." I watched as tears welled up in her eyes, but her smile never faded. Her voice shook as she said that word over and over again. "Play, play." Her malformed hands reached up, trying to remove her shirt. I reached out, grabbing her by the wrists, to stop her once I realized that she meant to undress herself and offer herself to me. "No." Ashley paused. Her eyes met mine. She went silent. "No, I'm not here for that," I said. I paused for a moment before I asked, "Do you remember your family?" She didn't react at first. I wasn't sure if what I saw was hesitation or a genuine struggle to remember. "Mama," Ashley murmured. "Dad. Brother." A small ghost of a smile crossed her lips. "I remember." "Do you remember what life was like before this? With them?" I asked. More silence, although I could see Ashley's brow furrowing. "Before," she murmured. "Mama, eviction. Cold. Not cold anymore. Not cold. Warm." She looked into my eyes again. "Master was there," she said. "Master?" I asked. "Who is your master?" "In the desert. The bright lights. So much noise. Master helped people. Makes you feel good. Master isn't here. I don't know. Where's the desert?" Desert? Aphrodite had said she'd been found in Nevada. Maybe that was what she was talking about. I couldn't be sure. She seemed to have trouble stringing her thoughts together. "How did you meet your master?" I asked. "Master?" she asked, and then trailed off. "In the pretty rooms, Master came. Sir said he was Master. Sir, in the pretty rooms. Sir, let me out." "Sir?" I asked. "What do you remember about Sir?" Her expression darkened. Her fake smile faded, and I could see the color draining from her. She slumped forwards, resting her head on my shoulder. "No," she whispered. "Don't talk about Sir. Don't. Sir. Hurts. I'm a good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yes." I could feel her trembling against me. Her breathing had changed. I pulled away from her. "Ashley, I need to know who Sir is," I asked. "Please, what do you remember about Sir? Did he have a name?" "Sir," she repeated, then shook her head. No, no, let's just play. Let's play, okay? I don't want to talk. I want to play. Ashley, please, I need you to focus. No, no, I'll play. I'll be a good girl. No, sir, play with me. I felt her hands on my cheeks. I could see the tears streaming down her face as she leaned in to kiss me. Her lips trembled against mine, and when I pulled away from her, she stayed on her knees. She reached up, beckoning me to come back to her. I'll be a good girl. Let me be a good girl. I just stared at her, unsure of what I possibly could say. There was nothing I could get out of Ashley. Just the mere mention of whoever this sir was had left her terrified, and whatever was left of her was too far gone to give me much else. I'm sorry, I whispered. Ashley just continued to look up at me, the tears still falling from her eyes. Slowly I turned away and stepped out of the room. I still had the bitter taste of her lips in my mouth. Brian stood in the hall, just a short distance away from the door. He looked up at me as I stepped out. Any luck? He asked. No, I replied. I looked back towards the door. She's too far gone. Brian jammed his hands into his pockets. So, what now? He asked. I don't know, I replied. We could follow up on what Aphrodite was doing. Try looking into other cases, see if we could find anyone like her. We could, or you could look at this. Brian gestured for me to follow him. He led me down the hall towards a small common room. Natural afternoon sunlight streamed in, and I spotted a couple of old men at a table nearby playing checkers, as well as an old woman in her wheelchair watching TV. None of that was what interested Brian, though. Instead, he gestured towards a small set of plaques that hung on the far wall. Donations, Brian said. Take a look at the high-tier ones. He pointed towards it. There were several plaques side by side, but I was only interested in the last two. One listed those who had donated $10,000 to Mayfair Lodge. There were several names I didn't recognize. Most of them certainly belonged to charities. On the plaque beside it, though, there was only one name listed. The donation amount was $1 million. Not a small amount of money to spend on an old retirement home, and in bronze beneath that kingly sum was the name. Geoffrey Palmer. Palmer, I murmured, before looking back towards Brian. This is a little out of the way for the Palmer Foundation, isn't it? I asked. See, that's what I thought, Brian replied. I asked a nurse about it. From what I gathered, the Palmer Foundation runs this place, so I took a look on their website. They've got a list of all the services they fund: shelters, soup kitchens, clothing drives, and a very generous mention of the war on hunger. No mention of this place. Interesting. I glanced back towards Ashley's room. If you're in the business of kidnapping homeless women, what's the best way to do it without being noticed? Open a shelter, Brian replied. Let them come to you. Exactly. I turned to leave and Brian followed. So what exactly is our play here? I don't know, but if Geoffrey Palmer is the one behind this, then we need hard evidence and someone to trust, I replied. First, what we need to find is someplace safe, somewhere the goat man can't get to us. Right. I'll let you know if I have any ideas. I think we should stay away from James and Chris. I don't want them getting dragged into this any more than they already have been. Neither do I. We'll find something, I said as we stepped out into the parking lot. I stopped dead in my tracks as I did. My heart skipped a beat. Looking at Brian's SUV, I saw two shapes sitting on the hood. From a distance, I couldn't make out their faces, but I could see enough. Between them stood a figure clad in all black, save for the white goat mask they wore. A bloodied sword sat comfortably in their hand as they stared us down. I felt Brian tensing up beside me. I could hear the sudden inhale as he saw what sat on the hood of his car. Cruelly presented by the goat man as a reminder of our helplessness. On the hood of his car were the heads of Brian's husband and son. The goat man stood silently in front of the car, between the severed heads of James and Chris Richardson. They stared us down, and though they were silent, I could almost hear their cruel laughter. Beside me, a strangled scream escaped Brian. He shuffled forwards a few steps, eyes wide and tears streaming down his cheeks. I saw his teeth grit in a rage as the goat man started towards us. They held the sword tightly, ready to finish what they'd started. "Brian," I warned, "don't!" There was no stopping him, though. "You son of a bitch," he hissed through clenched teeth. Blinded by his rage, he charged for the goat man. "Brian!" I knew what was about to happen. I knew he was going to die, and I refused to let him. The goat man stood, waiting for him to come. As Brian sprinted towards them, I went after him and caught him by the shoulder just a few feet away and jerked him back. It was enough of a distance for the goat man to lunge for him. Their sword sliced through the air beside where Brian had been, and behind their mask, I could see their eyes fixated on me. Brian pulled away, splitting off from me to try and catch the goat man from behind. They took a step back, trying to keep their eyes on both of us before deciding that Brian was the bigger threat. They made a move towards him. Their sword moved to slash at him, yet as it did, I caught the goat man from behind, my arms wrapped around their body, restraining them and keeping them away from Brian. The back of their head smashed into my face. I felt an elbow dig into my ribs before the goat man tore out of my embrace. Through my blurred vision, I could see Brian coming in from the side. His first punch skewed their mask. I saw the goat man stagger back a step, and before they could regain their footing, Brian had delivered a second punch to their stomach. I seized them from behind again, not in a bear hug this time. I kicked one of their legs out from under them as Brian threw his weight down onto the goat man, sending them both to the ground. The sword slipped from their hands and I saw their hand reach out of it. My boot came down on the blade as they tried to lift it. Brian seized the goat man by the throat and drove his fist into their face, over and over again, screaming in grief and rage as he did. The mask sagged from the abuse. The goat man went limp. "Bastard!" Brian growled. "You damn bastard!" He punched them one last time, before reaching down and grabbing hold of their mask. It crumpled in his fist as he tore it away to reveal their face. It was a face I'd seen earlier that day, the face of the woman who'd stopped by Brian's apartment to deliver chocolates. Haruka Anno coughed and gasped for breath. Her nose was broken, her hair was disheveled, and her dark eyes held a burning fury in them. "You!" Brian rasped. His voice was shaking with rage as his hands gripped their throat, squeezing the life out of her. I didn't do a thing to stop him. "You killed him," Brian growled. "You killed everyone." A twisted smile crossed Haruka's lips as Brian strangled her. "Not yet." Her voice came out in a strangled hiss. I felt her pull at the sword beneath my boot and heard the snap of metal. The next thing I knew, the broken hilt of her sword was jutting out of his neck, and his blood was gushing out of his throat. Brian sucked in a surprised gasp, his hand pressed against the new wound in his throat. She pushed him off of her, and Brian collapsed onto the pavement, trying to apply pressure to his new wound, as he slipped away. In an instant, Haruka was on her feet, eyes settled on me. She stood between me and Brian, daring me to try and save him. As the pool of blood gushing from his throat grew, though, I knew I couldn't. "One to go," Haruka said in a playful voice. Her lips curled into a knowing grin. I stared down at Brian, then back up at her. I felt like a deer in the headlights, unsure of what to do or how to fight back. I was alone against the person who'd killed every single one of my friends. I took a step back, and as I did, I heard police sirens. Both Haruka and I looked over towards the entrance of the parking lot as 3 police cars pulled in and sped towards us, stopping just a few feet away. In an instant, several officers had their guns trained on us. Haruka's eyes scanned the surrounding cops before she cracked a coy grin. "Police, get down. Put your hands behind your head," an officer said. Haruka just chuckled, but her hands slowly went behind her head and she sank down to her knees. "You too, get down," an officer said, and it took me a few moments to realize that he was talking to me. I did as I was told, putting my hands behind my head and getting on my knees. I looked over at Brian, who had gone still. My heart was racing in my chest. Who had called the police? How had they gotten there so fast? Haruka just smiled at me as both of us were handcuffed. The police didn't read either of us any rights, nor did they so much as look at Brian's body or the severed heads on the car. They just led Haruka and I to separate cars and took us away. The officers didn't speak as they drove me away from Mayfair Lodge. I didn't recognize the roads that we took, but it didn't take me long to figure out that we weren't headed to a police station. We weren't headed for anywhere I'd ever been before. The trees on either side of the road were thick, and though the road was paved, it was narrow. The car turned onto an unmarked road with no name and continued up it. Looking out the window, I saw that the road had grown wider, and I thought I could glimpse something through the trees. It was a mansion, one of the biggest that I'd ever seen. It was a 3-story tall French-style mansion that looked like a work of art. I could see bars on the windows and a 10-foot tall black iron fence around the perimeter. The road curved as it led up the long driveway. As we exited the trees, I saw an immaculately trimmed lawn that seemed to stretch for acres. On one side of the house, I spotted a full-on landing pad complete with a black helicopter. The police car stopped in front of a large iron gate. Slowly, the gate swung open before the cars proceeded through it and pulled up towards the front door of the mansion. I saw Haruka getting out of the car ahead of me, uncuffed and looking no worse for wear. She'd had a strip applied to her nose and most of the blood cleaned off of her. The officers killed the engine, and one of them escorted me out of the car. No one spoke as I was led to the front door. "I'll take her from here," Haruka said, as we stood outside the doorway. "I will be in touch with your payment." "Of course. Pleasure working with you again, ma'am," the officer said. He handed the keys to my handcuffs over to Haruka before she put her hand on my shoulder and guided me into the house. I spotted the butt of a gun sticking out of her pocket. The entrance hall was massive, with a marble floor and a grand staircase leading up to the second and third floors. "Move," Haruka said. She nudged me past the staircase. "Master's waiting for you in his study." Slowly, I made my way in that direction that Haruka had indicated. I could see a glowing firelight through a door ahead. Haruka escorted me through it. Geoffrey Palmer's study had a warm and cozy feel to it. I could see a large wooden desk, an antique fireplace, and several bookshelves. I spotted a man himself sitting calmly behind the desk, tapping away at a laptop. He only briefly looked up at me as I came in. He was clean-shaven with boyish features and brown hair and eyes. Some of his features seemed a little too small for his face. He wore a cream-colored suit and sat back in his chair as Haruka brought me towards him. He closed his laptop and cracked a warm, friendly smile. "Ah, just in time. Sit her down, will you, Haruka?" "Yes, master." Obediently, she pushed me into a chair across from him, then hurried over to Palmer's side. There she stood at attention, like a butler or a faithful hound. "Andrea Andrews," Palmer said. "You and your friends have been quite a thorn in my side. What a nasty little mess this has turned into." "Caused by an even more disgusting person," I replied. He just chuckled. "Ah, I can't imagine you must think highly of me. I suppose we've caused each other a fair bit of trouble over the past few days. Well, no matter. That's behind us now. If you're going to kill me, just get it over with, I said. But sooner or later, someone is going to catch on to what you're doing, and they will stop you. You even sound like a real superhero, Palmer said wryly. Don't think the irony is lost on me that your little group of all people is the latest adversary I've had to face. Real-life superheroes, I honestly always thought you were just a cute gimmick for the kids. Look at you now. We were trying to help people, I said. We were trying to make the community a better place for the people who needed it. We were doing what your damn foundation was supposed to be doing. The Palmer Foundation does everything it says it does, Palmer said. Everything is perfectly legitimate, and if girls go missing from time to time, the Palmer Foundation officially had nothing to do with it. What I do on the side is my business and mine alone. You're still just using it as a front, I replied. An easy access way to find girls you can sell. It's an unfortunate truth that we live in a capitalist society, Palmer said. I'd go so far as to say that capitalism is indeed a global way of life, and there is one commodity that is valued above all others: human bodies. Now, most people rent themselves out. That's what you do, isn't it, Andrea? Your 9-to-5 grind for a modest salary is nothing more than renting yourself out for the benefit of a company. But there are always people who need a little bit more, aren't there? There's providers who offer that to various levels. Some of my closest friends deal in the trafficking of human capital for labor or sex. It's quite commonplace, and I really don't see the harm in it. However, that still isn't enough for some people. See, a human is valuable, but do you know what is even more valuable than just a body to use? He paused as if waiting for an answer. I had none to give. What makes you valuable to your company, Andrea? Is it just the fact that you sit in a chair and do your job, or is it your training? Palmer asked. This time he didn't wait for an answer. It's the training. That's the key to it. A trained human being is, well, invaluable, and that is exactly what some people want. They want full obedience and undying loyalty, not unlike what you'd find from a humble dog. There is, of course, a reason why the dog is considered man's best friend. They are obedient, and they are loyal. People aren't pets, I said. You can't just break people down until they're subservient to others. I already have, Palmer said. You'd be surprised how ideal a pet human being can be. Take my dear Haruka here. He gestured to the woman at his side. I've trained her since she was 8 years old, and look at her now, loyal, efficient, and perfect in every way. My gaze drifted over to Haruka, who stood as tall as if she was proud to be addressed like a pet. My gaze drifted over to Haruka, who stood tall as if she was proud to be addressed like a pet. You're insane, was all I could think to say to him. Palmer's brow furrowed just a little bit. I'm a capitalist, he replied. And you, my dear girl, are a recently disappeared graphic designer that no one is going to miss. He stood up and circled around his desk. But that's all right. You don't need to worry about your old life anymore. That's all in the past now. He crept behind me and I felt his hands on my shoulders. When I'm done with you, you won't have any worries. You won't have any cares. You'll just be happy for the chance to serve. You're a little old to sell, but that's all right. Maybe I'll keep you for myself, just because I can. He leaned down to whisper in my ear. I'm going to break you, Andrea. I'm going to hurt you more than you've ever been hurt before. I'm going to torture you, and when I've broken you down and remade you just the way I want you and made you mine, then I will choke the life out of you, because that's what I want to do. Because that is what excites me. I felt his lips pressing against the nape of my neck. I tried to pull away from him, but I could feel his arms wrapped around me. His hands ran down my body, over my breasts, and down onto my thighs. He exhaled before pulling back slowly. Haruka, take her upstairs. We'll start her training in the morning. Haruka pushed me into the room. my hands still cuffed behind my back. I hit the ground hard and only barely had time to look up at her as she stood in the doorway, her head tilted slightly to the side, and that twisted smile on her lips. "Enjoy your stay," she said in a cruel sing-song voice. The door slammed shut, leaving me alone. The room was more akin to a large closet. Like the rest of the house, it had a lavish feel to it. The tan carpet from the hallway had extended into the room, but the carpet was all that there was. No bed, no bathroom, nothing at all. I'd seen pictures of solitary confinement in prison cells, and this reminded me of a slightly prettier version of those. There was a small window with no curtains and a series of bars on it. The glass was scratched and cracked. The door looked heavy and seemed to seal the room completely. I didn't think there was any way I could get it open without a key. There was a slot under the door where the meals could be pushed through. With my hands cuffed behind my back, it took me a few moments to make myself stand. I could hear a low hissing noise and looked around to see a vent in one of the corners of the room, slowly leaking gas. My heart skipped a beat. I'd never been drugged before, but I knew it was coming. I moved into the far corner of the room and held my breath, hoping that maybe that would be enough to keep me from passing out. All it did was delay the inevitable. Behind the door, I could hear Haruka's mad chuckling. It was the last thing I heard before I slipped entirely into unconsciousness. I woke up in the middle of that empty room. I don't know how much time had passed, but it had definitely been a few hours. The sky outside my window was pitch black. I could feel the rough carpet against my skin and realized that I was as naked as the day I'd been born. The thought of Palmer watching as Haruka stripped me flashed through my mind and made me physically ill. I was pretty damn sure that nothing had happened besides simply being stripped, though. It was a small comfort. If Palmer was going to do anything to me, he probably wanted me to be awake to see it. A tray had been pushed through the slot in the door. On it were two bowls. The first was a plain white one filled with water. The second was pink and had my name lovingly printed on the side. Andrea. It was filled with a chunky brownish sludge that stank like rotten meat. It didn't take me long to figure out what it was. It was dog food. This had to be a damn joke. Of course I didn't actually eat the dog food. If anything, I spent my first few hours in that room looking for a way out. The door had no inside knob, and I couldn't get the food slot open from my end. Kicking it didn't do much good either. After that, I tried the window. The glass wouldn't break, no matter how hard I hit it. Even if I could break it, I'd need to get past the bars on the outside. But at least breaking the window would have been progress. Hell, if it came down to it, I could have used the glass shards to kill myself and deny Palmer the pleasure of doing it. The vent that had the gas come through was bolted to the wall. There was no way I could get it off. The ceiling was a solid mass. The carpets wouldn't come off, and it felt like the floors beneath them were solid concrete. The walls would not break or budge when I tried to break the drywall. With everything I tried, my efforts grew more and more frantic. I cycled through escape points, trying to find something that worked, and when that failed, I'd retry something else until I got so tired that I fell asleep on the rough carpet. I spent days like that, desperately searching for a way out, and every day my panic grew worse and worse. It was the second or third day that I started to cry. I pounded on the door, screaming so that someone on the other end might hear me. "Let me out!" There was no response. No sound from the other side of the door. If someone was listening, they didn't bother giving me any reaction. The only human interaction I had was during my feedings. Those came once per day. Someone would open the slot and casually nudge a tray through with their foot. It was always the same pink bowl with the same mushy dog food. They never spoke. I never saw any part of them, aside from a pair of black boots. I imagined that it was probably Haruka, but I really couldn't be sure. I drink the water, but what goes in has to eventually go out. It was on the first day that I picked out the corner of the room I'd need to use to take care of my own bodily functions. The room wasn't large enough to escape the smell, but after a while, I hate to say that I got used to it. I still refused to eat the food. I figured that Palmer's plan was to keep me in that room until I'd lost my mind completely. Then, when I was at my lowest, he'd move me into the next phase of his operation. If escape wasn't an option, then maybe death was. It wouldn't have been preferable to anything else, so I planned on starving myself. Every day, the food and water bowls would be pushed in. I'd drink the water but leave the food. When I eventually fell asleep, I'd wake up to find the bowls and tray missing. I figured they were gassing me while I slept, to keep me sedated, then collecting their things. They didn't do anything else to clean the room up. They just let me live in my own filth. Later in the day, the bowl would be pushed through the slot in the door again. The water would be refilled. The food sat there unchanged. They hadn't even swapped it out. It sat in the bowl, congealed and disgusting. But there was nothing else to eat, and my hunger was getting to the point that it was physically painful. After seeing it come back the first 2 times, I took the bowl and emptied it into the corner I used to piss and crap. Might as well cut out the middleman, right? On the 3rd day, I woke up to see my corner empty, and I knew what was coming. I felt my heart sinking into my chest and dreaded the coming mealtime. When the slot beneath the door opened and the tray was pushed in, I wasn't surprised a bit by what I saw. That same disgusting food, scraped off the carpet, along with my own feces. They stopped removing the bowl after that, and it was around 2 more days before I was too hungry to care anymore. Days blended together and passed in a haze. There was nothing to break up the monotony. No way out. No one to talk to. No way to die. I read about solitary confinement once, 23 hours alone in a cell, and 1 hour alone in a yard. I used to think that was some of the worst torture you could inflict on a person, but this was worse. There really was no one. I was alone. I wasn't sure if I was talking to myself or hearing my own voice in my head. Sometimes the panic would strike me so hard that I'd start screaming. I'd claw at the doors around feeding time, begging someone to talk to me, to show me that I wasn't alone. There was nothing. I would have even welcomed Haruka's cold chuckle. Most of the time I'd lay on the ground trying to sleep, since that was the only escape I got. Even that was tainted. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faces of the people I'd lost. Friends, strangers. All of them haunted me. Casey Banks and her daughter, a good woman trying to do the right thing and punished for it. I wondered if they were dead, or perhaps they were both in the same situation I was. James, Brian, and their son Chris, murdered by Haruka because I'd gotten them involved. Maybe if I'd left them alone, things would have turned out differently. Randall Smithers, whatever happened to his wife and son? Were they dead, just like he was? Just like Aphrodite's crew? Hell, Aphrodite herself was probably dead too. Everyone was dead. It was only me. Me alone in a damn room, slowly losing my mind. Day after day after day. The sky grew bright. The sky went dark. The food was pushed through a slot under the door, and sometimes I'd beg like a dog for the person on the other side to acknowledge me, but they never did. I'd sit there, crying and screaming, until my voice went hoarse. Then I'd drink the water from the bowl and scoop the dog food into my mouth with my bare hands. Everything stopped mattering. The corner I used as a bathroom stopped being just a corner. The room stank. I was a mess, but I didn't care anymore. I was losing my damn mind. What was it that Palmer had said? He was going to break me? Maybe he was going to do it after all. He'd done it to others, hadn't he? He'd done it to Ashley. What was going to stop him from doing that to me too? Oh God. Ashley. I remember the way she'd moved, the way she'd talked. Had she gone through this too? How long had she stayed in isolation? What else had Palmer done to her? I remembered the sight of her mutilated hands, and it sent me into another spiral of raw panic. Just the thought of there being more to this hell was too much for me. Before I knew it, I was screaming again. Tears were streaming down my cheeks. Oh God, no. No, no, no. No more. No more of any of this. No more. How much time had I been in that room? More than days? Weeks? Months? I couldn't tell. I truly could not tell, and it just wouldn't end. No matter what I did, it just wouldn't end. I slammed my head against the door. I kicked at the walls. I clawed at the carpet trying to find some way out, but there was nothing. Oh God. This was what it felt like to go insane. I don't remember the gas being used on me, or much of anything predating waking up outside of the room for the first time. The bars around me were so much closer and so much thinner. The metal floor was cold against my skin, and it took me a few moments to realize that I was no longer in my room. Golden twilight shone through a large window into an open kitchen. I spotted a chrome stove and a white tile floor. I was still wet from being washed and felt the weight of a collar around my neck and heard someone whimpering beside me. I looked over to see a face I only barely recognized. Casey's eyes were sunken in, and she looked half-starved. She was naked, and I could see her ribs against her skin. She hugged herself tight. I could see a collar around her neck, hot pink and made of leather. She'd noticed me, but she hadn't said a word. "Casey?" I said. My own voice was hoarse from my screaming. I pushed myself against the cage. For the first time in a very long time, I felt relief. She was alive. Palmer hadn't killed her. Casey didn't even look at me, and as I tried to speak again, my voice came out as an agonized scream. All of my muscles felt like they were spasming. My heart seemed to stop in my chest. I collapsed, panting heavily as the sudden shock had passed, and as I did, I heard a familiar cold chuckle. From the corner of my eye, I saw HeyyyCoconut coming into view. "Good doggies. Don't speak unless spoken to," she crooned. In her hand, I saw a small remote. "Then maybe you should shut the hell up," I growled. I got shocked again, but it was worth it. Now, I thought that time alone might have straightened you out," Palmer said. I could hear his footsteps as he approached HeyyyCoconut. "Perhaps you need another month in there?" I could see him grinning, and I hesitated before going silent. "I thought so." Palmer took the remote from HeyyyCoconut before giving her a playful pat on the rear. "Go and let Dove out of her cage." HeyyyCoconut glanced back at him, a sweet smile on her lips, before she sauntered over towards Casey's cage. I watched her bend down and produce a key from her pocket. She unlocked the heavy padlock that kept Casey's crate shut, then coaxed her out. I watched as my friend crawled out on all fours, still shaking and trying not to sob as she did. I saw the scratches and bruises on her body from where she'd been beaten. I could see them on her back, on her thighs, and even on her throat, beneath the collar. I looked at her in horror, and I couldn't look away. Every mark told a story of some unspeakable abuse committed by Palmer. Every mark made me want to kill him just a little bit more. "Good pup," Palmer said. "Sit up so our new guest can see you." Casey did as told. "Look at her. This is the start of domestication," Palmer continued. "You see, it's surprisingly easy to break down a person. All of us think that we're above it, but we're really not. Then there's the fear, a healthy dose of it to keep a pup in line so she won't resist, no matter what you do to her." His hand rested on Casey's head. He gently pulled it closer to him until her head was inches from his groin. "Would you like a demonstration from our little Dove here?" "Her name is Casey, you sick moron," I snarled. My voice was cut off by another electric shock that left me screaming. I lost control of my bladder and collapsed against the cage, gasping for breath and still shaking from the pain. I could see the sparks coming from it from the corner of my eye. "The collar is to help you teach obedience," Palmer said. "It's not unlike a cattle prod. It's a custom job. I paid good money for it. It won't kill you, not unless you're submerged. But from what I've seen, it doesn't feel pleasant either." "Why don't you try one on yourself?" I growled. He just giggled in response. "You're so defiant, even after a month in isolation? You'll be a tough nut to crack, just like your friend Aphrodite. But I'll break you both in time, just like I broke your friend here, just like I've broken everyone else." He tousled Casey's hair. "And then the fun will begin." "Get your damn hand off her, you freak," I snarled. Again, I was pressed up against the wall of the cage, eyes locked onto Palmer's. "Oh?" He approached my cage slowly and crouched down in front of it. His face was just outside the bars. "Perhaps you'd like to express your loyalty in person." I spit at him, and it landed on his cheek. Palmer shot backwards as if he'd been struck. His hand went to where my saliva had hit him. The collar shocked me again, but I wasn't done yet. As the pain subsided, I screamed at Palmer. My voice was shaking from rage and pain. "Touch her again, you miserable incel, and I swear I'll kill you and burn this damn place to the ground." Palmer's smile faded for a moment. "You're a freak, forcing his depraved fetishes onto people because no one else on the planet would give you the time of day, and I promise you that when I'm out of here, when I've killed you, no one is going to give a shit except for your worthless psycho whore. And you had to train her for half her life to even get that out of her." Palmer glared at me. HeyyyCoconut held the remote up, but hesitated to shock me again. The flash of anger in his eyes brought me more satisfaction than I could say. I couldn't beat the crap out of him, but I'd still struck a nerve. Casey was looking up at me with wide eyes, silently begging me not to say anything more. "Well," Palmer said softly. I could hear the barely concealed rage in his voice. "Perhaps solitary did less to curb your undesirable traits than I had hoped. I can see there's only one way to get through to you." He glanced over at HeyyyCoconut. "Go to my study, please. Bring me a sword. Try not to break this one." "Yes, sir," HeyyyCoconut said before she took off. Palmer took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped off his face. "Do you know why I like swords, Andrea? I like them because they're dramatic. They send a very clear message, one that cannot be misinterpreted." Casey was shaking. Her eyes were locked onto mine. I could see the tears streaming down her cheeks. It's a pity. This one was quite nice. I thoroughly enjoyed her company, and I had thought I might make some decent money off of her. But she has admittedly been far more trouble than she's worth. HeyyyCoconut returned, a sheathed sword in hand. I watched as she helped Palmer fix it to his belt. He drew it slowly, reverently. Casey had her chance to run. She didn't. She knelt before him, too afraid to fight her fate, even when we both realized what Palmer was going to do. "No!" Again, I was pressed up against the cage. "Stop it! Stop it! Leave her the hell alone! Leave—" I was cut off as HeyyyCoconut shocked me again. This time the pain didn't fade. Palmer's smile returned as he watched me writhe and squirm in my cage. Casey only continued to stare blankly at me. She did that right up until Palmer brought the blade down on her neck. I don't know what I was screaming at then. The electricity coursing through my body, or the sight of Casey's beheading. The first chop at her head forced her down to the floor. Palmer's second must have killed her. Her head only seemed to be barely hanging on. Her body was twitching. Her eyes were still wide, still alive. Blood and urine spread from her body as she died. His third and fourth chops finished the job. and at last her head rolled away from her twitching corpse. Haruka picked it up and set it in front of my cage. I was still trembling from the electricity that had shot through my body, but my eyes were fixated on Palmer. My teeth still clenched in rage. Not even an attempt at protest, Palmer crooned. He gave Casey's twitching corpse a kick. A shame. She really was making such great progress. Bastard, I said through gritted teeth. Palmer just glared at me. You made me kill her, he said and offered the blade to Haruka, who quietly wiped it off for him. I can see you'll need a few more months in solitary. After that, we'll try this again. In the meantime, you've wasted my time, so I'll waste yours. Enjoy the view from your new living space while I'm gone. The sword was sheathed into his belt again, and he gestured for Haruka to leave with him. I was alone again, staring at Casey's corpse as I sat in the cage, trembling with rage and fresh grief. The light in her eyes had faded. Now she too was gone. All of this pain, the hell I'd gone through, the people I'd lost. I'd done it all just to try and save her, and now she was dead too. Yet above all my anger, I saw the opportunity I'd been handed. It was a while ago when I'd seen the video of the dog's escape. Someone had passed it around the office because it was cute. The video had featured a dog in a crate. As soon as the owner stepped out, the dog began to pull at the bottom of the cage, where the bars met the floor. It took him a few tries, but he was able to bend the metal and create an opening at the bottom that he could squeeze through and escape. Alone in that cage, I looked at the metal bars around me and tried to squeeze them together. The metal was cheap. I couldn't imagine Palmer had had many escapes before, not with the state of fear he'd induced in his victims. I was afraid too, but my anger was stronger than my fear. As the sky grew dark, I realized that Palmer meant to leave me with Casey's corpse all night. I'm sure in his mind he thought he'd come back to find me a sobbing, frantic mess. He was so sure he'd break me. Maybe he had. As the sky went dark and the silence set in, I slipped my fingers under the bars of the cage and set about pulling upwards. It took a while, but the metal did bend. It wasn't easy to make an exit big enough for me to crawl through, but I still did it. I pulled myself out of that cage and onto the kitchen floor, into the pool of drying blood beside Casey's corpse. I tried not to look at her or touch her body. I tried not to think about what he'd done to her, or worse, what he'd do to me. My heart was racing as I searched for footsteps coming to investigate what I was doing, and nobody came. I was well enough alone. Slowly I got to my feet. Palmer had mentioned Aphrodite. She was still alive, and she probably was in just about as bad a shape as I was. But if she was in solitary, then maybe she wasn't as broken as Casey had been. I almost made a rush to head upstairs, but I paused first. My eyes settled on the nearby stove, and I had an idea. There was no quiet way to pull out a stove, but Palmer and Haruka were clearly occupied elsewhere, so nobody seemed to notice the noise. I only needed to pull it out far enough to reach the gas line anyways. I used a kitchen knife I stole to cut through the rubber hose, and it wasn't long before I could smell natural gas. I remembered the sparks I'd seen when Haruka had shocked me and reached up to the collar on my neck. There was no easy way to remove it, but I still had a knife, and I had time. Once I had the collar off, I dropped it behind the stove and pushed it back into place. I took one final look over at Casey's body before I turned to leave the kitchen entirely, the knife still in my hand. I crept through the house. Considering that Palmer hadn't exactly left me with clothes, I'm sure I wasn't easy to miss, but there didn't seem to be anyone around. Outside the windows, I could see a few flashlights from patrolling guards, but no one inside. I saw firelight from Palmer's study and figured he was inside. I gave him a wide berth, and instead went for the upstairs. up to the solitary rooms. There were countless identical doors with slots at the bottom. I could see small consoles beside them, no doubt to control when the people inside were gassed. A cart sat in the middle of the hall, and I knew what it was there for. I heard a door open and descended the stairs a bit to keep out of sight. I poked my head out to see who was coming. I saw HeyyyCoconut stepping out of one of the rooms, a gas mask covering her face. She carried a tray with a bowl in it. She clearly hadn't seen me. I had half a mind to try and sneak up on her, but the memory of my previous encounters with her was enough to convince me not to try it. Instead, all I did was watch as she put her tray on the cart, then headed down the room to the next hall. I watched her carefully. She scanned a key each time she entered a room. I watched her set it down on the cart before going inside, no doubt to minimize the risk of someone inside one of the rooms ambushing her and stealing it. I watched HeyyyCoconut until she began coming down the other side of the hallway, towards me. After that, I spent less time peeking out to look at her, and more time listening, waiting for the opportune moment to catch her off guard. Time slowly ticked by, as her cart got closer and closer to me and the stairs. I peeked out and checked its position whenever I was sure she wasn't in the hall. She was only a few doors down, one more room, then I'd have the drop on her. I heard her footsteps as she stepped into the hall again. I heard the wheels of the cart rolling forwards. There was a beep as the key card was read. The click of an unlocked door, then HeyyyCoconut went inside. I moved. I could see a nude woman, unconscious inside the room, and HeyyyCoconut standing over her as she bent down to recover the bowl. She didn't even seem to notice when I grabbed the door and closed it on her. I only saw her head turn in the moment before it closed. Then came the frantic pounding on the door. "Enjoy your stay," I said under my breath, before I turned to spot the keycard on her cart. I snatched it up. Taped to the cart, I saw a piece of paper with a list of names and room numbers. Aphrodite was on there. So was I. And so was Casey. Casey. My heart skipped a beat. Don't think about Casey. I looked at the number beside Aphrodite's name. Room 36. I glanced at the console by the door I'd trapped HeyyyCoconut behind, confirmed that it was room 51. I took off down the hall looking for 36. The hallways were almost labyrinthian. How many people had Palmer taken? How many people were trapped in these rooms? I only stopped my search once, when I saw an open room that looked like a laundry. I paused, staring inside before taking a closer look. There were clothes of all sorts there, tossed into a few different bins. I glanced at the note on the wall. Collection every 3 months. Anything that cannot be donated is to be burned. Donated. These must have been the clothes of the people Palmer had taken, which meant my clothes were probably in there. I glanced back out into the hall. HeyyyCoconut wasn't getting free anytime soon. I had a moment. Putting on actual clothes made me feel almost human again. I even found my own leather jacket, although I couldn't find anything else that was absolutely mine. I had to guess on what clothes Aphrodite would fit into. It was better than nothing, though. Fully dressed, I stepped back out into the hall and resumed my search for her room. It didn't take me much longer to find it. I used the keycard to open the door, and I was greeted by the sight of a figure sitting in the corner. Even in her sorry state, I still recognized Aphrodite, and her head shot up to look at me almost immediately. She sounded groggy, like she'd just woken up. "Andrea?" she murmured. "The one and only," I replied. I tossed the clothes to her. "Put these on." I thought he took you. He said..." "He did," I replied. "His mistake. Come on, I locked HeyyyCoconut in her room, and I don't know how much longer she's going to stay in there. We're short on time." Aphrodite stood slowly, then began to dress herself. "Oh my God, you're a sight for sore eyes," she murmured. She kept glancing up at me, as if she was confirming that I was real. What's our play? I tossed the keycard to her. She didn't catch it. I've got a knife. You've got the key, and I caused a gas leak in the kitchen, so if HeyyyCoconut tries to use that shock collar on me again, she's in for a very nasty surprise, I said. Okay, but do you have a plan? Aphrodite asked. Get everyone out of the building. I spotted a small perimeter guard, but I think they'll be more interested in the house when it goes up. Nobody's going to miss this place going up. It'll draw some attention, and maybe some help. A beacon, Aphrodite said, as she picked up the keycard. God, you have really lost it, haven't you? Just get everyone that you can out, I said, and from down the hall I heard a voice. I recognized one of them as HeyyyCoconut's. Go, I'll keep her busy. Aphrodite stepped outside of her room before she took off, stopping at each door to open it. I headed towards the sound of HeyyyCoconut's voice, and I hid behind a corner. She's not far, I heard HeyyyCoconut say. She's probably going for the girl in 36. I saw a man step around the corner. He didn't see me at first, not until I jumped him and drove my knife into his throat. I'd never killed anyone before, and maybe once I would have hesitated. Not anymore. Not after all I'd seen. It was disturbingly simple, trivial even. As I felt the man's hot blood spill out over my fingers, I held him between myself and HeyyyCoconut. I saw the gun in her hands, aimed at me, but she couldn't get a shot. You think you're clever? She hissed. Smarter than you, I replied. Her eyes narrowed before her twisted grin returned. I saw her hand dip into her pocket. The gun remained trained on me, but I saw the remote to my shock collar in her hand. We'll see. Part of me wanted to say something. But honestly, I was happy to just enjoy what happened next. The explosion violently rocked the entire building. Several feet behind HeyyyCoconut, the floor erupted with a massive fireball. HeyyyCoconut was thrown forwards, looking back with wide, frightened eyes, trying to shield her face. Master! She tried to stand. Her attention momentarily diverted from me, and I took my chance. As the hallway around us began to burn, I thrust the dead man towards her, slamming him into her as I tore the knife from his throat and tried to plunge it into hers. Her gun was pushed aside. The weight of the corpse crashed down on her, and she frantically tried to push it off. Before I slammed her into the wall, my knife was up against her throat, and with my other hand, I'd grabbed her by the wrist. In the firelight, her eyes reflected nothing but pure rage. She slammed her head into mine. I saw stars, but I didn't let up. I pushed the knife closer and closer to her throat, pressing it into her skin, before she pushed me back. She tried to level the gun at my head. The knife in my hand shot out, piercing her arm. With all my strength, I forced her arm back against the wall, pinning it with the knife. HeyyyCoconut let out a pained cry. The gun slipped from her hand, and I kicked it away from her. She kicked me hard in the stomach, forcing me off of her, and with a cry of pain, she ripped the knife from her arm. No, you won't stop me. You won't keep me from Master. You won't destroy his work. I'll kill you first. I'll cut your pretty little throat. She slammed into me, the knife clutched in her hand. Her teeth were gritted in rage. I held her by the wrist, and it took all of my strength to keep her from driving that knife into my throat. HeyyyCoconut giggled, her eyes wild with fury as she went in for the kill. Then I heard it, the sudden gunshot. Blood gushed from HeyyyCoconut's throat, her hand pressed against her neck. She sucked in a wet, strangled gasp. Her eyes went wide as both of us looked over to see who had intervened. Aphrodite stood in the hall, the gun in her hands and her eyes fixated on HeyyyCoconut. Gurk. Blood trickled past HeyyyCoconut's lips. She stumbled away from me, just a step. The knife was still clenched tightly in her hand. She stared at HeyyyCoconut and tried to make one more step forward. She tried to raise the knife, but all she did was fall to her knees. Not so funny now, is it, bitch? Aphrodite growled, and as if on cue, HeyyyCoconut fell forwards. Her legs were still twitching. The blood pooled around her head as she tried to suck in her final, raspy breaths. Then she too was gone. Aphrodite glared down at Haruka's corpse, then back up to me. Palmer, she said as she stepped over her body. She offered me the gun. The helicopter outside is spinning up. I think he's making a run for it. You'll have an easier time with this. I took the gun and nodded at her. Thanks. Get the girls and get out. This place is coming down. No shit, Aphrodite replied. She turned and vanished down the hall once more, and I followed her. I could see several scared, catatonic people, mostly women, but a few men standing in the hallways. A few had taken the initiative to try and escape. Aphrodite had focused her attention on opening the remaining doors, but I had my own quarry. Around me, Palmer's mansion burned. The heat on my face and the gun in my hand reminded me of my purpose. I saw the door to his study hanging wide open, and I knew that he wasn't inside. I spotted a hallway leading past the stairs and through a parlor that was starting to burn. Beyond it, I saw an open door leading to a helipad and Palmer's cream-colored suit making a run for it. I broke into a sprint, trying to close the distance between us. I'd never fired a gun before, so my shots weren't exactly accurate, but they got the bastard's attention. He froze and ducked, but there was nowhere to hide. I could see the sword still clipped to his belt. His eyes fixated on me as I stepped out of the house. I told you I'd kill you, I said coldly. I kept the gun trained on him. Palmer's posture slowly relaxed. Kill me? He asked. His wry tone hid his rage. I didn't think that was how superheroes operated. Isn't it all about the pursuit of justice? You've killed everyone I love, I replied. You took my life away from me. Now I'm going to take yours. That is justice. He laughed, a laugh of both mad defiance and genuine humor. Take my life away, please. You're nothing but a little girl playing make-believe. All you've caused me is a minor setback. I'll rebuild within the week. I'll find new girls. You haven't stopped a damn thing. You have no idea who you're dealing with. No, the only thing you've taken away from me is the satisfaction of feeling your crotch around my dick as I choke the life out of you. And right now, I don't much care how you die anymore. The gun appeared in his hand before I could react, and he fired off 3 shots in quick succession. All of them missed, but I still scrambled to get out of the way. Take off, now, I heard Palmer yell. I saw him leaping up onto the helicopter and fired off a quick shot at him. I heard a cry of pain and saw him clutch at his shoulder. The helicopter started to rise and I sprinted towards it. I leapt and grabbed at the edge of it, forcing myself to climb up into it. I had to drop the gun to maintain my grip, but in that moment, I really didn't care. There was no logic in my actions, only pure adrenaline and hate. Palmer spun around, panic in his eyes, and a bloody rose blossoming on the shoulder of his suit. Just die already, he snarled. He tried to aim the gun at me, but I grabbed at his wrist, forcing it away from my face. Palmer didn't have the same strength that Haruka did. He couldn't overpower me as easily. The gun went off, and from the corner of my eye, I saw blood splatter the window of the cockpit. The pilot slumped over, and as he did, I felt the helicopter begin to spin. Palmer lost his footing. The gun slipped out of his grasp. He crashed against one of the seats and braced himself for support. I punched him square in the jaw while he was open. He caught me with a backhand, then shoved me into the chair across from him. The helicopter began to spin faster, losing all control. The world passed by in a blur as Palmer threw his weight at me. His hands closed around my throat, trying to choke the life from me. I forced my legs in between us and pushed him off of me. Palmer lost his footing and stumbled, just a little bit. The handle of the sword jutted out of his belt, the same sword he'd used to kill Casey. He tried to regain his footing, and I brought my knee into his face before I pushed him back into a chair. Blood spurted from Palmer's nose, and his hands instinctively went to his wound. The sword on his belt was unguarded. I grabbed it and pulled it from its sheath. I saw Palmer's eyes widen as I did. He tried to move. He tried to fight back or escape, but I was faster. With all my rage, I drove the blade into his stomach. It passed clean through him and pinned him to the seat. The world spun past us, faster and faster. The wind screamed in my ears, but all I saw was Palmer. All I saw was the horror in his eyes. "You want justice?" I snarled. "Well, here it is." From the corner of my eye, I saw the mansion, engulfed in flames, spinning past us as we spiraled towards it. I could still see the dark grass on the ground. Palmer was trapped, but I wasn't. All it took was a step back before the ground fell out beneath me. I crashed into the grass hard enough to leave me seeing stars. My body ached, but I was alive. I watched as Palmer's helicopter spun wildly in the air. I could hear his terrified screams as it careened into his burning mansion. The brick exterior caved as the helicopter crashed into it, burying itself deep in the mansion. Flames shot up, engulfing their new fuel, and I saw portions of the house collapsing around the house, burying Palmer alive within a tomb of his own greed. Even as the house collapsed, I could still hear him screaming. Even as the fires consumed him, he screamed, and it seemed like an eternity before they faded entirely. I'm sure it felt even longer for him. The inferno rose up into the sky like a beacon, and inevitably it drew rescue. I found Aphrodite out front of the ruins of the house, along with dozens of scared, mostly nude people, and a few corpses of guards who'd gotten in her way. I remember the tired look in her eyes when she saw me, before she finally sank down into the grass. The worst of our ordeal was over, but there was so much more to get through. It took months before life seemed to return to something resembling normalcy, and even then, it was never truly the same. Details of Palmer's operation were kept out of the press. Aphrodite was pissed, but I wasn't surprised. She'd said it herself. The man had influence, and I'm sure he had enough to keep his good name intact. It hardly mattered to me. I took solace in knowing that Palmer burned for everything that he did. I saw to that myself. I don't sleep well. Too often I have nightmares about the things I've seen, the people I've lost, and the horrors I've endured. So many people are gone, but I'm still alive. Randall's family and Annabelle Baker were among the people recovered from the mansion. I applied to adopt the latter. She doesn't have anyone else, and I suppose I feel responsible for her. At least Palmer didn't hurt her beyond solitary, but I know how bad that can be by itself. In the meantime, I've managed to get my stability back. I've returned to work, and I've retrieved my bike. Things may never be the same, but perhaps that's for the better. I see just how ugly the world can be, and now I know that I can make a difference. My friends and I, we were superheroes. Now it's just me, and I can't do it alone. I've asked Aphrodite to join me, and I hope she'll say yes. I have a few people in mind I might want to recruit for something of a team. I know how that sounds, but given the trouble I had with Palmer, a few new friends might not be a bad idea, especially if I want to track down his friends, because the world needs a beacon. Someone to stand up for what's right. Someone to answer when people call out in need. Someone to lead by example. My name is Andrea Andrews. I am the beacon, and I am a superhero. No, Josh. I'm sick and tired of this. We're through, my girlfriend Christina said to me. I would have been a fool not to have seen this coming. Yet here I was, stunned that she had actually pulled the trigger. Our relationship had been rocky, to say the least, full of fights, arguments, heartbreak, and hate. Not hate for each other. No, we loved each other. Hate that we couldn't make this work. A typical Friday night consisted of us screaming at each other over the most insignificant things, getting into a fight over something the average couple wouldn't have blinked an eye about. Yet I still loved her and would give anything for her. Oh, what do you mean we're through? I eventually managed to mutter out, feeling hot tears already forming in my eyes. I mean, I can't want to be with you any longer, Josh. I'm breaking up with you, she said as she took off her ring and laid it in my hand. The rest of the night was a blur. I managed to somehow drive back to my place through teary eyes and found myself sitting on the edge of my bed, my mind in agony and my hands running over the metal apparatus I held. Normally, I was a very rational guy, being a straight-A student at one of the most prestigious universities in my state. Yet, as I sat there, staring at the 9mm pistol, I rolled back and forth through my hands. All I wanted to do was make her sorry. I sent my parents a goodbye text, one they wouldn't read until they woke up in the morning, walked outside to my car, stepped inside, turned on the ignition one last time, and drove to our spot. We had both loved to hike, having first met on a trail that overlooked the vast skyline of our city, when her dog tried taking a bite out of the granola bar I had stopped to eat. 2 years later, I had asked her to marry me on the same rock I climbed, trying to evade what I thought was a vicious German shepherd trying to attack me. She said yes. That was a year ago, and all I could think about on my drive was how happy we had been then. I parked the car and brandished the gun my father had given me on my 22nd birthday. He had done this so I would have a means of self-protection, as I was moving across the state to attend college. I realized how ironic this was when I stepped out of my car and made my way up the trails to the peak where I had met the girl I thought I would be spending the rest of my life with. I let out a pain-stricken chuckle as I realized I was technically right. When I reached our spot, I sat on the rock and looked over the city, starting to reconsider what I was about to do. I then reached into my pocket and turned on my phone, intending to check the time. Instead, I was greeted by my lock screen, a picture of Christina kissing my cheek staring back at me. With newly formed tears rolling down my cheeks, I took the single bullet I had brought with me and loaded the gun. As I pulled the hammer back, I couldn't help but notice how beautiful the city's lights were reflecting off the barrel. I put the muzzle to my temple, choked out, "I love you, Christina," through sobs, and pulled the trigger. Everybody expects something different out of death. Some think your life is going to flash before your eyes. Others imagine a reunion with all their deceased family members. Others picture being reincarnated as an animal. I had been an atheist, imagining death similar to falling asleep and never waking up. You can imagine my surprise when I opened my eyes and found myself lying on a bed of red gravel. Thinking I hadn't successfully killed myself, I quickly felt for any sort of wound on my head, but I only felt my own hair and skin. Realizing I wasn't staring at a blood-soaked ground, I slowly pushed myself up to my knees and took in my surroundings. "Hey there, sport." I jumped, quickly turning around to see a tall, thin man in a dark maroon suit, with a face as pale as the moon and dark red hair slicked back to his shoulders. He was standing about 4 feet behind me, hands behind his back, and a look of excitement strewn across his face. Who are you? Where am I?" I managed to stutter, my mind still racing as to where I was and why I was not dead. The man revealed a cane with a polished ruby serving as the handle and exclaimed, "Oh, now, that wouldn't be right of me now, would it? Taking all the fun out of guessing? Look around you and tell me where you think you might be." He stretched his arms out, pointing the cane at the environment around us. I turned my head to look, gazing at the hellish scene before me, as fear started to take hold. I now noticed more than just the lava and people. I noticed dark cracks in the earth below us that seemed to extend into an infinite abyss. Screaming coming from some of the people in the distance. Screaming that should have long ruptured your vocal cords. A look of anguish on the face of every person I saw. How uncomfortably hot the place was. Hell, I muttered, without even knowing, starting to feel an uncontrollable sense of panic overtake me. Bingo! Shouted the man, smiling, revealing pearly white teeth. I'm in hell? I said, standing to face the man. Well, yes and no, started the man. Hell is probably the best word for it, but it's not like the hell you read about in the Bible or whatever book your parents used to read to you to keep you from having sex too young or whatever's taboo nowadays. No, this place is more of a, personal hell. The man put both of his hands on his cane and stared out into the distance. You see, a hell isn't the best word for this place because that would imply that there exists a heaven, which, unfortunately for your kind, there does not. No, this place is more of an afterlife, where every wicked man, woman, and child end up to pay for their, I guess you would call them sins. The man turned to face me, his smile now wider than before. And you, my dear boy, you've got quite a doozy of a sin. The way this place was set up by the master architect himself, I guess you would call him the devil, is that the temperature around you starts to rise until you've carried out a representation of the sin you committed during your life on Earth. Afterwards, you wake up somewhere else, and the heat starts to increase until you do so again. An infinite cycle, if you will, the man said as he walked to the other side of me. A few examples to help you better understand what I mean. A prideful man might have to be trampled under the feet of others. A whore might have to be raped again and again. A glutton might have to stuff himself until his stomach bursts. I could go on, but your face shows that you get the idea. And you decided to perform brain surgery on himself with a bullet. So you get to commit suicide for all eternity. Now, doesn't that sound like fun? I became so nauseous I vomited, refusing to believe that this was real. I looked up at him sputtering. Are you Satan? Satan? No, my name's Zave. I'm just a helper to the devil. A one-man welcome party, if you will. As he was laughing, the temperature seemed to have risen a few degrees, sweat now dripping from my hair. Well, it appears as though it has already started for you. So I'll leave you to it. I rubbed my eyes, trying to get the stinging sweat out of them, and when I looked up, the man was gone. I couldn't believe what he had said. I thought to myself that this had to be a dream, but I was proven wrong when the temperature continued to rise and started singeing the hairs on my skin. Desperately trying to think of a way to end this, I recalled what the man had said, that I needed to kill myself or this God-forbidden place would get hotter and hotter, increasing infinitely and causing an amount of pain that could only exist in hell. Not knowing what else to do, and hoping I would wake up from this nightmare, I ran towards a cliff on the side of the rocky terrain I was on, and hurled myself off, hoping to end the suffering. Not a second after my head struck the surface below, I opened my eyes to find myself in a new area of this tormenting place. The same cycle continued more times than I can remember. I would wake up somewhere else in hell, search around while the temperature was bearable, and find a way to kill myself when the heat became burning. I've killed myself in more ways than I thought possible, as not everywhere I appeared had a readily available cliff to jump from. I've shoved sand down my throat until I choked to death. I've impaled myself on numerous tree branches. I've inhaled sulfur until it scalds my lungs, and I drown on my own fluid. I even ripped out my own throat when I couldn't find any other means. After the heat became so great, my skin started bubbling. While the temperature always rises, the rate at which it rises varies. Some cycles, it seems days before I can even notice it getting hotter. Others, the moment I wake up, I feel like I'm in a furnace. The pain I experience is greater than any language ever known to man or God can describe. In between searching for a way to kill myself, I've come across others dealing with their own personal hell. Sinners, I call them. Some I come across early enough in their cycle that they can speak to me, while others are in too much pain to do anything but scream. From talking to other sinners, I've come to learn that there exists only one way out of this place of torment. I come to know this because, as I was sharpening a branch against a rock to stab myself in the chest with, I was approached by a man. He had clearly gone a while without repeating his cycle, as his skin had turned to leather from the heat. Through tears that immediately evaporated once they touched his cheeks, he pleaded with me to shove the branch I was holding down his throat. Refusing to unless he told me why, he explained that he had made a fortune on Earth through lying, stealing millions from elderly people by saying he would invest it and triple their money. He said a man in the maroon suit had told him that the only way he could repeat his cycle was by having someone shove an object down his throat so he could tell no more lies. Feeling sorry for the man, I stood up to oblige his offer, but before I could do so, another female sinner approached us and started beating on the man, claiming that the man had stolen their money and that had forced the woman to resort to thievery, the sin that landed her in hell. In a hysterical movement, the man screamed out and shoved the woman into a nearby river of lava. As the woman fell into the lava, her body let out a flash of light, and she vanished. Immediately after doing this, the man's eyes rolled back into his head, his arms and legs became rigid, and he fell to the ground, screaming so loud my ears started to bleed. So I hurled myself into the river of lava and woke up in a new place in hell. I came across a few others like the man, sinners with eyes rolled back and rigid bodies that were charcoal black from burning, sinners that could do nothing but scream, and in talking to others, looking for ways to restart their cycles, I came to know that others had witnessed events such as the one I had as well. After talking to a demon, what I now called the men in maroon suits, who talked to me in exchange for me killing myself however he chose, it was confirmed to me that there was only one way out of this place. One must find someone they had known on Earth that was involved in their sin and be killed by them. When this happened, the murdered would never again wake to repeat their cycle, having escaped through something akin to death. There was a catch, however. While the murdered were free of this place, the murderer would lose any ability to think, only retaining their ability to feel. Because of this, they would never again be able to restart their cycle, only experiencing an ever-increasing pain for all of eternity. After sharing this knowledge, the demon told me to kill myself by repeatedly smashing my head into a nearby boulder. I obliged, not wanting to know what the demon could do to me otherwise. Years after that day, I came across someone I hoped I would never see again. As I was walking alongside a river of lava, the heat not yet high enough to cause me a great deal of pain, I saw a demon talking in between fits of laughter, and a woman on her knees sobbing next to him. Both of them in the same place I had first woken up at. My memory from Earth had all but faded during my years in hell, but something about her seemed familiar. Then I noticed a ring on her finger. It was my Christina. A wave of emotions flooded over me, emotions I had not experienced in years. My fiancée, the girl I had loved, was in hell. Before I could cry out to her, she solemnly nodded her head at the demon and jumped off the cliff they were atop, plummeting to the ground. When she hit the ground, a loud pop rang out as her neck broke. Her lifeless body lay there for a few seconds before a hole appeared in the ground and swallowed her body. I ran over to the demon, asking who the woman was. Oh, her? Just some broad who killed herself over a lover. I fell to my knees, my mind blank. As I sat there, a thought creeped into my mind. Christina was my ticket out of here. If I could trick her into killing me, I would be free of this place. I just had to find her again. Because the heat was starting to become unbearable, I threw myself off the same cliff Christina had. Every time I awoke from restarting the cycle, I searched for Christina. I would search until the pain made every movement an agonizing ordeal, then search some more. The minutes turned into days, and the months turned into years. I found her twice in those years, but each time I was right at the moment of her demise. After all but giving up, I woke up after hanging myself with the entrails of another sinner, to find that I was at the base of the same rocky hill I had first awoken on, and had first seen Christina on. I turned my head, and 20 feet from me lay Christina. I cried out, thinking that she had just killed herself, and I had failed again. Then she started to move. She raised her head, a look of depression strewn across her face, and looked around to lock eyes with me. Christina's eyes opened wide, astonished. "Josh!" she yelled out as she sprinted towards me. She threw herself into my arms, and we embraced each other. I couldn't believe I had finally found her. I had finally found my Christina. Now that I had, though, my emotions were in ruins. Finding her and tricking her into killing me had just been a dream, a thought to keep me going. But now that she was here, could I go through with it? Could I sentence Christina to a life of unending torture? As these thoughts raced around in my mind, I felt the air around us getting hotter. I realized I had to. Even if it meant her being here forever with no reprieve, I had to trick Christina. I had to save myself. "Josh, I'm so glad to see you. Wait. No. She became frantic as she realized her seeing me meant I was in hell too. "Christina, I love you, but I need you to calm down. I know how to escape this place, and we both can now that we're together, but you need to listen to me. We don't have much time." I told her that the only way we could leave hell was by her pushing me off the cliff on the rocky hill, waiting until I hit the ground and was dead, then immediately jumping and landing in the same spot I did. When she asked why she had to push me instead of me jumping, I made up a story and told her it was because I had died first. Thankfully, she bought it. As we made our way up to the top of the cliff, she explained that she had spiraled into a deep depression after the police told her they had found my body. They told her what had happened and gave her the ring they found in my pocket, the same ring I had given to her when I asked her hand in marriage, and the same ring she gave back to me on the night we broke up. She went through years of therapy, but it was to no avail. 3 years to the day after we broke up and I killed myself, she swallowed a bottle of pills, downed a handle of whiskey, and fell asleep clutching the ring I had given her. She faced me, tears streaming down her cheeks, and said, "I love you, Josh. I never stopped loving you. Thanks," I said as I turned my face towards the ground. We had finally reached the top of the cliff, the heat starting to rise once again. Christina then embraced me one last time and walked to the edge of the cliff. I followed, looking out over the hellscape. "Are you ready?" Christina asked, motioning for me to stand closer. Yeah, I am." I stood on the edge of the cliff, only my toes keeping me from dropping. Christina stood on the other side of me, turned her head up to face me, gave me a kiss, and put her hands on my chest. Right before she extended her arms, I grabbed her wrists. "What are you doing?" she said, puzzled. I stepped behind her, and through tears I told her, "I love you, my Christina." I slid the ring off her finger, and I pushed Christina to her death. As she struck the ground and her body started to disappear in a flash of light, I smiled, and then I waited. I waited for my eyes to roll into the back of my head, for my mind to go blank, full of only suffering, to start experiencing an unimaginable pain that I could not lessen. Yet none of this happened. "Bravo, my boy!" I heard behind me. I quickly turned my head, finding myself face to face with a demon I knew from years earlier, the tall, thin man in the maroon suit. "Zave?" I managed to say, still confused. "Oh my goodness, would you look at that? He even remembered my name," shouted the man, now twirling the cane in his left hand. What do you want?" I said through chattering teeth, still fully expecting to lose my mind and become one of the lost sinners. Yet as I stood there, I noticed a distinct lack of heat. If anything, the air around me was now chilly, a sensation I had long forgotten. "Why, my boy, I want to congratulate you. I've been welcoming people for as long as I can remember. Millennia. But you are my first sinner to ever release their cycle." The man could not contain himself and was now dancing around me. "What do you—" I said before Zave cut me off. "Let me explain. All that stuff I said to you in the beginning, a lot of that was a lie. Lying in hell? Devilish, I know. Actually, that was a lie as well. No, boy, you're not in hell." The man turned to face me with a grin that sent chills down my spine. "You thought this was bad? Please. This is a vacation in the Caribbean that just so happens to be a little bit warmer compared to what that place holds." The man shuddered. This is more of a purgatory, where every sinner goes for a chance at redemption. See, you could have tricked Christina into pushing you off the cliff. You could have been selfish and sentenced her to eternal damnation to save yourself. But you didn't. You chose to sacrifice yourself for her, and in doing so, you broke your cycle. I didn't know what to say. After years of torture, experiencing pain beyond belief, killing myself in ways too numerous to remember, was it all going to finally be over? "What about Christina?" I found myself saying. "Christina? Oh, you mean that broad that you pushed off the cliff? Yeah, she gets a second chance too. See, Christina knew that if she murdered you, she would be stuck here forever. My dear boy, you weren't tricking that girl one bit. She knew the rules of the game before you did." The man in the maroon suit turned away from me and chuckled. "She knew you were trying to sacrifice her and save yourself, but she went along with it, all so you could escape." I was dumbfounded. Christina was willing to stay here forever? Being tortured every second of every day for all of eternity? For me? Even after she thought I was sentencing her to damnation to save myself? I fell to my knees and wept. "Whoa, now, slow down there, boy. There's no need to cry. You passed the test, and so did she." The man ran his fingers across his suit with a smug expression on his face. I wiped my eyes and looked at the man, who was now standing inches away from me. "What now?" I asked timidly. The man squatted down in front of me, put his hand underneath my chin, lifted my face up and said, "Now, my dear boy, she gets another chance, and so do you." With that, the man stood up, stepped back, raised his cane above my head, gave me a wink, and slammed the ruby on the ground. I awoke on that trail overlooking the city, the lights illuminating the clouds above me, and a 9mm pistol sitting in my hand. To make a long story short, Christina and I made things work. After waking up, I immediately drove as fast as I could back to her place, unlocking the door with the key I had forgot to give back to her, rushed inside to find her sitting on the floor crying, knelt down beside her, and held her. She was astonished to see me, but to my surprise, she had no recollection whatsoever of the place we had both previously suffered in. I guess because that maroon-suited demon took time back to before she had killed herself as well. After talking for hours that night, we decided we were going to make this work, whatever the cost. I'm writing this 7 years later from my laptop, sitting in bed next to Christina, now my wife, and our 5-year-old daughter watching Moana on Disney+. Things have been great since those days. I now have a house, a well-respected career, a family, a shiny new car, a pool in the backyard, and I'm fully expecting a promotion within the next week. I have everything a man could dream of. I'm happy. I'm happy except for the nights when I wake up drenched in sweat from my bed, having had a nightmare that I was right back in that cursed place. Or when I step into a shower that's a tad too hot and start having flashbacks of the years when I would drench myself in lava to restart a cycle. Or when I hear somebody in a movie scream and think back to that poor man who is still lying on that brimstone ground crying out for reprieve that is never going to arrive. I escaped, but that doesn't mean you will. Let this serve as a warning to everybody who thinks their actions have no consequences. They do. And please, trust me, you don't want to find out what your own personal hell is going to be. I had made a pretty obvious horror film mistake of moving into a house that everyone said was haunted. In my defense, it was the only place my parents would let me move into. One of the owners had been my babysitter back when I was a kid. The place was called Lion's Grove, and it doesn't seem much like a haunted house. It's a lovely big building on a hill overlooking the beach with a huge garden full of flowers and fruit trees. It's owned by two sisters, Madigan, my old babysitter, and Margaret, Blackwood, who was a little younger than me. I didn't see much of Madigan nowadays and communicated mainly with Margaret, a cheerful woman with spiky, green-tipped blonde hair who was in a local punk band called the Clots. The Blackwoods had made their fortune making jam. It came in a glass jar with lion embellishments, with a black lion head on the label that read Blackwood Jam. I was to stay on the first floor, leaving the ground floor alone, because that was Madigan's space, and she didn't like company. I shared the bathroom, little kitchenette, and living area with Margaret, who spent most of her time either performing or working in the garden, so we didn't get in each other's way. The sisters had a good system going, Margaret tending to the fruit trees, Madigan making the jam and jarring it, then Margaret sending it off. It was honestly an awesome place to work. I could stroll down the beach or curl up on the garden bench with a book. Free jam that normally I could never afford, as it was the fancy stuff that cost too much. Margaret had a floor, to wall, to ceiling, bookshelf full of records, books, and VHS tapes of cult horror films that she let me browse. The whole place was old-fashioned, but in a very interesting way. It was all mahogany, Persian carpets, Tiffany lamps, oil paintings, and stained glass windows with arched doorways and huge, sweeping ceilings. Of course, there were lion motifs everywhere, a brass door knocker, all the handles in the house, statues, and in the paintings and carpets. On a day off, I tried to count every lion I could find on the first floor and gardens, and gave up because there were just too many. For a young dweeb who had just barely managed to escape the clutches of their overprotective parents, I felt like I'd hit the jackpot. There had been barely any interest in the room because of Lion's Grove's sordid history. Lion's Grove was the home of the infamous New Year's Day murders. Madigan and Margaret's mother, Elspeth, had murdered the rest of the family. I remember as a kid finding it hard to keep track of the family, because they all tended to have similar-sounding names. Elspeth killed her husband, Madden Lamb, her husband's siblings, Jameson and Georgette Lamb, her niece Simone, and her own son, Madigan's twin, Jermaine. Afterwards, she'd drowned herself in the sea. Her two daughters had been the only ones spared. Margaret had just been a baby, and Madigan a teenager. Madigan, who had spent the Christmas period getting drunk downtown with her friends, had walked in on New Year's Day to discover the remains of her family. There were a lot of rumors of exactly how Elspeth had killed them, each more gruesome than the last, but no one knew the truth. The only ghost that haunted the place was Madigan. She worked on cooking and jarring the jam all night, and then slept the whole day away. She was a frail-looking woman with huge, empty eyes and long blonde hair. I barely ever saw her. She had her own bathroom and kitchen down on the ground floor. Sometimes if I was in the garden, I'd look over and see her sitting in her window seat, just staring off into the distance. Obviously, she'd babysat me before the murders had happened. I remembered she'd been pretty fun, letting me get away with everything my parents would overprotect me from. We'd go to the beach, in the park, watch PG-rated TV shows, and make pancakes. She'd also tell me spooky bedtime stories, which gave me a love of horror even to this day. I cried for days when I learned she would no longer babysit me. One of the bedtime stories she told me has become scarier in hindsight. I remember I was tucked under my blankets, hugging my Wags the dog toy under my chin, watching wide-eyed as Madigan spoke. Her face was different too when she told me stories of zombies and witches. There was sadness in her eyes as she smoked a cigarette, blowing the smoke out of my cracked open window so my parents wouldn't notice the smell. Once upon a time, there was a castle in the mountains that had been ruled by the king and queen for hundreds of years. They were happy and content, and everyone danced in the corridors and sung songs from their windowsills and had plenty to eat and drink. But hidden in the shadowy crevices of the mountains were another, jealous family who wanted the castle and all its riches for their own. I watched spellbound as she paused to take another puff of smoke. The family was sneaky. They knew if they attacked the castle, they would be defeated, so they decided to infiltrate it instead. "What does infiltrate mean?" I asked at once. Said Madigan, blinking at my interruption. "It means to get inside somewhere in a sneaky way, like ants crawling inside a crack in the wall." Happy with that explanation, I allowed her to get on with the story. So the cunning family went for the weak spot, the king and queen's daughter. The princess was naive and childish, an only child who longed for a handsome prince to sweep her off her feet. The family sent their oldest child, all dressed in fancy clothes and jewelry, to sing for her underneath her bedroom window. She was charmed by his fake mask and quickly fell in love. I clutched my stuffed animal close to my chest as Madigan stared out the window with a pinched frown on her face. The king and queen did not trust him. They had heard of the family hiding in the shadows of the mountain, but the princess was head over heels in love with the trickster. She snuck out to meet him at night and danced with him under the moonlight, told him all her secrets. He told her lies about the loyal house staff that cooked and cleaned for them, slowly convincing her that they weren't to be trusted. One night she said too much. She told him of a secret entry into the castle, through the basement. I felt the shivers of fright growing stronger in my chest, but Madigan didn't notice that I was shaking under my blankets. She kept on talking. One night, the princess awoke to find her mother and father poisoned in their beds. She immediately suspected the house staff and told the police about her concerns. Outraged at the false accusations, they all quit, leaving the princess alone in the castle. Immediately, the trickster proposed so he could look after her. But when he moved in after their honeymoon, he didn't move in alone. He brought his family with him. Madigan sighed, and I was impressed by how much she was getting into her story, how she looked genuinely upset. She realized too late the mistake she had made, Madigan went on. As soon as they were in the house, the kind and charming mask of the trickster disappeared. Soon he was cruel and demanding, putting the princess to work, doing all the chores in the house. The family took her money and humiliated her at every opportunity. The castle was no longer full of happiness and light, but filth and darkness. Madigan's face was a blank and motionless slate as she came to the end of her story. The princess was overcome with misery and despair at the mistakes she had made. She disappeared into the night, not telling anyone of her whereabouts. They looked up and down for her, finally finding her in the mountains. She had become one with the stone, fused into the rock, the sadness having finally destroyed her. Around the top of her face was a ring of stone, like a crown. She would forever be the queen of the mountain. Then Madigan flicked the cigarette out the window, told me good night, and left. I remembered being a bit let down by the story. It wasn't as gruesome and exciting as other stories she'd told me. No guts and blood or anything. I quickly forgot about it and went to sleep. It wasn't long after that Madigan stopped coming around. I didn't know then, but this was the last time she'd babysit me before the murders happened. When it was nearing the end of the year, Margaret, who noticed I was pretty antsy when it came to my parents, and clearly didn't want to visit them, invited me to share Christmas with her and Madigan. My family had never made a big deal over holidays, and didn't mind that I was staying home. Margaret went full hog. She decorated the whole place in wreaths and fairy lights, brought down a white Christmas tree from the attic that was so tall it touched the living room ceiling. She made a gingerbread house and cooked mulled wine, even though we lived in Australia, and it was the middle of summer. She even made me a stocking to go along with hers and Madigan's to hang on the mantel. It threw me for a bit of a spin. Christmas had always been nothing to me. Now she was putting all this effort in. Did that mean I had to get her a thoughtful present? How do you go about getting someone a thoughtful present? I ended up buying a bunch of different flowers and fruit seeds. On Christmas Eve, it had been a scorching day and a muggy evening. I was surprised to find that Madigan had left the ground floor and was sitting on the couch next to Margaret, still looking as shell-shocked as ever. They were watching Christmas movies, one after the other. We were sharing spiked hot chocolate with marshmallows, even though it really wasn't the weather for it. Madigan was drinking the most, on her third cup, when we were still nursing the first. After the credits of Love Actually rolled, she got up out of her seat. She climbed the stepladder for the highest shelf, where 2 tapes and plain white cases sat. She grabbed one and walked over. Margaret looked uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. Getting a better look at the case, I saw scrawled on the front, Christmas dinner. I immediately wanted to leave, but felt rooted to the couch. No one said anything as Madigan got the tape ready. On the screen was a Persian carpet. I heard muttering as someone fumbled with the camera. In the corner of the screen was the date, 25/12/1994. Then it turned upright, and a woman's face filled the screen. She was downstairs in the dining room where I wasn't allowed. I could hear chattering in the background. The woman had lank blonde hair and was wearing an old-fashioned red velvet dress and a gawping expression, mouth hanging open and eyes boggling behind her glasses. I recognized her from the old news reports and the pictures online. It was Elspeth. "Now you'll understand why," she said, and then wandered out of the frame. A teenager walked in and started setting the table, putting down knives and forks, wine glasses and cups. She was the Madigan of my childhood. Elspeth wandered in, putting down platters of food, mashed potatoes, cauliflower with cheese sauce, tomato and onion pie, ham, beef, turkey and lamb, peas and carrots, and a huge gravy boat. Then she uncorked some bottles of wine and opened up soft drink bottles. As she began to pile food onto plates and pour drinks, footsteps clattered behind her. Her shoulders stiffened, and Madigan looked at her, fear in her eyes. The rest of the family began to trickle inside, taking their seats, still chatting. As the brother-in-law, Jameson Lamb, a big, balding, sweating-looking guy, walked in, I saw him reach over and grope Elspeth's arse, like it was the most normal thing to do in the world. His dainty-looking sister, Georgette Lamb, saw and giggled, smacking her brother on the arm. Elspeth's face kept its gawping expression as she put baby Margaret in her high chair. When Georgette sat down, she sent Elspeth a narrow look of loathing. "Have another glass, Germain," said the patriarch of the family, Madden, to his son. Madden looked a lot like Jameson, except Madden had nicer clothes, was clean-shaven, and was trying to convince the world he wasn't balding with a bad comb-over. Germain, Madigan's twin, was a blonde kid who looked to me like a cross between Bart Simpson and Beavis. Madigan tried to take a seat on the other side of the table, and there was a loud protesting sound. Her cousin, Simone, petite and dark-haired like her mother, Georgette, sent Madigan a withering look. "What the hell are you doing?" she said loudly. "Are you retarded? That's my seat." All the adults but Elspeth laughed like Simon had just told the wittiest of jokes. Madigan looked like she was swallowing razors as she reluctantly took a seat next to her twin brother. He grinned at her in a wolfish way that made my skin crawl. I wished they'd shut the tape off. I felt nauseated. I didn't dare look at the adult Madigan beside me. "Where are the Christmas crackers?" said Madden. Elspeth immediately leapt to her feet, running off. "God, just when you thought you couldn't get more brain dead," he said after her in a cheerful voice, as Jameson and Georgette burst into laughter. "Can't do anything right, our Elspeth." Madden went on and then dragged his fork through his food. "Look at this slop, my God. Not much difference to the contents of a toilet bowl." "Oh, she's been working over this all morning, sweating and panting," Jameson said, grinning with nicotine-stained teeth, when Elspeth said nothing. Silently placing the crackers on the table, Madden rolled his eyes. "It's just a joke," he said. "Don't chuck a fit." Simone was playing with her food, flicking peas into her glass of soft drink, smearing her mashed potatoes onto the tablecloth next to her plate. When Elspeth stared at her, she glowered back. "What?" she demanded. Georgette patted her daughter's hand. Simone turned to glare at her mother. "She's freaking staring at me," she said. Then she pushed her plate onto the floor, gravy, meat, and vegetables flying. The adults all laughed again, as though this was great entertainment. "Shouldn't have stared then, eh?" said Madden, as Elspeth silently got to her hands and knees to clean up the mess. Georgette sent her daughter a glance and made the slightest motion at her cup of soft drink. I saw Simone frown in confusion. Georgette mouthed, "Go on." A look of glee crossed the girl's face. Picking up the glass, she slowly poured it over her aunt's back and hair. The whole table, but Madigan, burst into hysterical laughter. Jameson grabbed Elspeth's head and shoved it towards his crotch as Elspeth wrenched away. Baby Margaret had started to cry in her high chair. Jermaine knocked over his glass as he jumped to his feet. "I'll take her to bed," he said eagerly, the wine stain spreading across the tablecloth. Elspeth looked up from the floor, an expression of pure panic on her face. "No," she whispered, struggling to her feet. "Are you forgetting the mess you made?" Madden said to her, raising an eyebrow. Jermaine was already lifting baby Margaret from the high chair, holding her close to himself. "Please," said Elspeth, reaching out for her daughter. "Goddamn lazy bones over here," Madden exclaimed with a grin, shaking his head. "Unbelievable." "Anyways, shouldn't you be working on dessert, love?" said Jameson, his voice dripping with sleaze. "I'm not sure how it can be any worse than this at dinner," said Madden, even though I'd noticed he'd eaten nearly all of his plate. "But all right. Go. And get dessert sorted and clean up later. Jermaine, take the baby to bed." His son nearly raced from the room with excitement. Elspeth was frozen in place. The gawping look on her face was back, all staring eyes and hanging mouth. "Are you deaf?" Madden said loudly. Elspeth slowly drifted from the room like seaweed through water. The puddle of gravy and soft drink was leaking towards Simone's feet. "Ew, it's gross," she screamed. "My new shoes! Mom!" "We'll just get you more tomorrow, sweetheart," Georgette said soothingly. "Your aunt will drive us down to the shops." Simone was settled by this, falling quiet. Madigan got to her feet and ran from the room. There was a sound of the front door opening and then slamming as she left the house. None of the family noticed. "What do you think, then?" Jameson said to his brother. "The whole basement is going to waste. We move Elspeth and her jam shit out of there, do it up, it'll be perfect. I tell you, Porn's going online. The heyday of dirty magazines is coming to an end. I'll be obsolete in a few years. I need to move to film or I'll be left behind." I felt a chill go through me. I didn't even realize the house had a basement. I just assumed Madigan made all the jam in jars in her kitchen. "But why do we have to do it in my house?" Madden replied, exasperated like they'd had this conversation before. "What's wrong with your office in town? You've been taking the damn photos there all these years." "You can't swing a cat in that office," Jameson said. "I need space." "And new filming equipment," Madden said with a sigh. "I need to stock up on my Mary Kay as well," Georgette cut in. Madden stared up at the ceiling like he was pleading with God. "You haven't even gotten rid of the last lot yet," he said desperately to his sister. "It's spilling out into the hallway." Georgette tensed up, and she looked over at Jameson. "I need my Mary Kay," she said, sounding eerily like her daughter. "All right," said Madden to his siblings. "All right, I guess we'll just have to dip into the inheritance money like we always do." Everyone paused and then looked up suddenly. There was a scream from above them. "Mom! Mom, stop! Mommy!" Then the scream was muffled. Madden's cheerful look disappeared, changing into one of anger. He rose from his seat. Then he stopped mid-step at the sound of clattering footsteps on the stairs. Everyone was staring, looking completely baffled, over at a point beyond the camera. There was silence, except for harsh snuffling breath over where they were looking. "Mom," said Simone, her voice high. "What's she doing? She's scaring me." "Is this some kind of joke?" Madden snapped. "Have you lost your mind? What the hell do you think you're—" Then they all cowered on the spot, and the camera shook madly before smashing to the ground. There were a few moments of the camera staring at the carpet, as there were panicked screams, running footsteps, crashing glass. Then thumping noises and grunts like someone had fallen down a flight of stairs. Baby Margaret was crying in the distance. When the camera was picked up again, I shrunk back in my seat. Elspeth was standing in her red velvet dress, and a massive lion head made of velvet, wall-eyed, and a disheveled blonde mane. She just stared into the camera for a few moments, and then fumbled to turn it off. Margaret was still crying. The tape ended. The adult Margaret looked at me, with an apologetic look on her face. The adult Madigan slowly got to her feet and went over to eject the tape, sliding it back into its case. In the reflection of the television screen, I could see that I had nearly shrunk all the way into the sofa, pale and shaking. I noticed as Madigan returned the tape to the shelf, the second tape in plain white case beside it. Then she silently went to fill up her cup with more spiked hot chocolate. Margaret and I got up to do the same. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of the lion head staring into the camera, the white case of the second mysterious tape, all of it was flashing in my mind. Sitting up, I felt my head swirl with drink. Maybe if I was sober, I wouldn't have been stupid enough to do what I did next. Moving clumsily through the dark corridor, I used the light from my phone to go into the lounge room. I got the stepladder and reached for the second tape. It had nothing written on the front. Maybe it was blank, but I had a feeling it wasn't. Climbing back down to the floor, I went to the television, and when I turned it on, I quickly put the volume all the way down. You may cringe at this, but I'd never used a VHS player before, Margaret having always put the tapes on whenever I asked. In my defiance, my smothering parents thought I'd electrocute myself using any basic household appliances. I'd only used a toaster for the first time last year. I stared blankly at the buttons, confused over why the tape wouldn't slide in, and finally realized I was pushing it in upside down. It took me about 5 minutes to get it playing. The TV flickered, and then the screen filled up with the crackling image of the blue peaceful sea, the sun shining down on the water. I realized this was the view from the garden over the ocean. The date in the corner of the screen read 27/12/1994. In the background were faint screams. A rowboat swam into the frame. Elspeth was rowing the boat, and she was as naked as the day she was born. The rowboat moved through the water, disappearing from view. There was silence, the film playing for a good few minutes. Then there was a sound of footsteps across the sand that suddenly paused, and then picked up into a frantic run. I saw the back of a blonde head racing into frame, staring wildly to and fro. Then the camera was grabbed and turned off. The tape ran out. I heard something shift behind me, and my insides turned to water. Whipping around, clutching at my heart, and exhaling harshly, I saw Madigan standing in the doorway. She looked more like a ghost than ever, the light from my phone washing her in white light. I'm so sorry, I sputtered out at once. Madigan didn't say anything. She went over, ejected the tape, and put it back in its case. She didn't return it to the bookcase. Silently, she grabbed my arm and pulled me from the room. Without thinking, I let her even though I was strong enough to pull away. Again, I blamed the booze, but also shame. I felt like a naughty kid being dragged to time out. We walked down the stairs together on the ground floor foyer. I'd never lingered here before, quickly running up to my room every time. Madigan opened up a door that I'd always thought was just a linen cupboard. Stone stairs led downwards into darkness. We went down, my phone lighting the way. The first thing when I saw in the basement made me slam my hand over my mouth to muffle a scream. Hanging from the wall was the velvet dress and massive lion head. Madigan let go of my arm, staring at the costume silently. The basement was stone and concrete, with glass-blowing equipment on one side for the jam jars. The other side of the basement holding an industrial food grinder, no doubt for the fruit. "It's all in here," Madigan said, turning the second tape in her hands. It was the first time I'd heard her speak since I was a kid. "You need to rewind it to the start, to watch what happened to them." I was frozen. "Jermaine was still alive when I found him," she said. "Strapped to a chair, penis, eyes, tongue, lips, hands cut off, the wounds cauterized. The body parts were all ground up in a jam jar next to him. He didn't last very long." She pointed to a corner of the basement. "Right there," she said. "That's where he was." Then she walked over and opened up a door that led to a space underneath the stairs. "Simone," she lowered her feet first into the grinder. "Georgette and Jameson woke up, locked in this room with a fruit peeler, a plate of meat, and the tape of Simone being processed so they knew what the meat was. We found them, arms flayed wrist to elbow with their own skin in their stomachs. They died of the blood loss. The plate of meat hadn't been touched." She kept on staring, blank-faced into the empty room. Mom was really angry, because when she pushed Madden down the stairs, he'd cracked his head open and died in a few minutes. She said she had something really good planned for him, and it had all gone to waste. She did film him spasming on the floor, though, choking on his own blood. I remembered the video we'd watched, hearing the lump of something falling down the stairs. "She put him in the grinder and spread the gore all over the basement floor," said Madigan. "In the video, she was whispering, like jam, the whole time she did it." She turned back to me, looking down at the videotape in her hands. "I managed to make a copy of this before the original was seized by the police," she said, and then raised an eyebrow. "Do you really want to watch it?" I slowly shook my head. "Why did you copy it?" I asked. "Why do you keep it?" Madigan just shrugged. "I like watching them die," she replied. "I was wrong, though. She didn't become Queen of the Mountain. She became Queen of the Sea. I never thought she'd have the guts to bring the whole bastard lot of them with her. I'm glad." I slowly realized, like the drunken idiot I was, The situation I was in. Why had she taken me down here? Was she about to follow in her mother's footsteps and violently murder me for prying into her family history? Madigan was looking at me with a strange look in her eye. "I used to call you Sticky Beak," she said. "You'd always get into my bag and dump my cigarettes and tampons all over the floor. I don't know how many times I caught you with your hand in the biscuit jar." I realized what the look in her eye was. It was fondness. Madigan didn't put the lion head on and push me into the grinder. She just stared at her mother's bizarre costume for a few more moments, and then opened up the door, wandering up the stairs. I raced to follow her, not wanting to be left here in the basement alone. I watched as Madigan went down the corridor into her room, still carrying the tape. She shut the door behind her, not saying another word. I just stood, slack-jawed and dazed, not knowing what the hell to do. Why had she told me? Was it a warning? Behave yourself or you're next? It was only when I was in bed that I remembered the film. The reports always said Madigan had been boozing around town with her friends until she came back home on New Year's Day. But the tape said she'd come back on the 27th. And what about Margaret? That's when I realized all at once, the cold ice running through me. Madigan had taken care of her baby sister, ignoring the screams down in the basement until they were gone. Then on New Year's, she'd rung the police to report them dead. Why hadn't the authorities noticed this gap in time? Why hadn't her friends reported it? Madigan had copied the tape. Maybe the footage the police had gotten had that final sea voyage cut out. Her friends, maybe they were all just too wasted to remember the particular dates. The next day, Margaret woke me early, even though I really hadn't managed to sleep. She'd gotten Madigan out of her room, and we had buttermilk pancakes for breakfast. The whole time, Madigan stared at me out of the corner of her eye. Then we emptied our stockings. Margaret laughed with delight at the present I'd gotten her and gave me a hug. "Sorry, I didn't know what to get you," I muttered sheepishly to Madigan, but she was looking over at Margaret, face lit up with joy, a slight smile on her face. "You didn't have to get anything for Margaret," she said. "You're a good kid." I could only manage a weak nod as I watched her smear her second helping of pancakes, thick with raspberry jam. It's weird, right? Whatever. Might as well check it out. Haven't seen a horror movie that's actually scared me in a while. That was the last text Lacey had sent me before she went missing. I know it's irrational, but I hate myself for not doing something, for not stopping her. But how was I supposed to know? How could I have anticipated anything that was going to happen after? The film, or whatever the hell it is, made its way into our small town like a plague, only a few days ago. 12 people bought tickets for it. 12 people are now missing. Among them was Lacey, my girlfriend of over 2 years. At the risk of sounding like that guy, our future was looking nothing but promising. We have plans. Well, we did. Until Mr. Blank showed up. This is nowhere near a conventional missing persons case, of course. The rabbit hole goes deep here, and honestly, the details simply don't make any sense. From what I managed to dig up, this is a general timeline of what had happened. An option to buy tickets for the film shows up at one of the 3 theaters in our town, which is about a 20-minute walk from my house. Only that one. And it wasn't available online, only at the front counter of the theater itself. It wasn't supposed to be in the regular rotation. Also, none of the employees at the theater were informed about any special screening. They simply came in and saw that it replaced a 5:30 p.m. slot for a pre-existing film. They didn't question it, because why would they? The first and only screening was at 5:30 p.m. on that day. The theater wasn't the busiest, but it wasn't empty either. Of course, most people opted to skip it, given the lack of any information regarding the film. With that being said, the only people who bought tickets were younger, likely curious about the odd title. The film lasted about 1 hour and 10 minutes, with all the previews and credits considered. Pretty short for a feature, huh? At 6:40 p.m., an employee entered the theater for cleanup duty. What he found were rows and rows of empty seats, with the drink cups still in the holders and popcorn littered all over the floors. No blood, no signs of a struggle. Nobody had left or entered the theater after the film had begun, with confirmation from the security cameras. The theaters itself had no cameras inside, so that part remains a mystery. The screen allegedly consisted of nothing but a dark static. That's what we were told, at least. I have a feeling that some details were left out from there, considering the fact that the employee in question is now missing as well, also rumored to have gone into a catatonic state after being questioned. The manager of the theater, who never greeted the employees that morning as he usually did, was found dead in his office, with severe wounds around his neck from a plastic bike lock that was likely used to strangle him. A new employee was hired about 3 weeks prior. The other employees described him as a quiet but nice guy. He was working the day of the incident. You guessed it, he's missing as well. Also, suspect number 1 in the investigation. However, they're really grasping for straws at that one. I wouldn't doubt that this employee had something to do with it, but the logistics behind the whole situation just aren't cohesive enough to make that call for sure. Some additional details. No copy of the film has been found. No progress has been made on the search for the missing people. Hell, it hardly seems like they're even trying. The local cops have been strangely hush about the whole thing, almost like they don't want people asking about it. They literally threatened to arrest me when I kept pressing them for details. There's been a lot of vehicles with tinted windows parked near the theater and surrounding areas, some even in my own community. Well, that's the situation. Can't focus on anything right now. My brain's scattered and my anxiety's been going through the roof. Sue me. What the hell do you expect? Lacey has to be out there somewhere, right? How the hell is somebody just supposed to disappear into thin air? And what the hell kind of film was Mr. Blank? I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. My initial grief has been replaced more so by confusion and anger. I might just start searching for answers myself. I won't be alone, though. Rosa, Lacey's best friend, and Mike, her brother, are just as bent on figuring this out as I am. I'm not going in blind, though. In fact, I have 2 leads. One is more of a shot in the dark, but the other should lead us somewhere concrete. I'll start off with the former. A few weeks ago, I remember my little brother telling me about a strange man he saw carved into a tree. It was allegedly accompanied by messy and frantic repetitions of the word "stop" around it. I didn't think anything about it at the time, but it might be relevant now. Might not. We'll see. The other came up while I was searching for answers online. After feverishly posting about the film on what I considered to be relevant forums, and yielding no answers, somebody finally messaged me about it, claiming that they had information that I might like to know. Luckily, they're only a 3-hour drive from here and willing to meet halfway. Is this a bad idea? Probably. Am I going to like what I find? Probably not. But the thought of Lacey being out there in God knows what kind of messed up situation, I just can't take it. I'm not letting it end like this. And we're off. The person who'd messaged me, online name, ScreenGrabber22, told me to call him Jay, has agreed to meet up at a diner in a town about 1 hour away from us, and 2 away from him. He seemed genuine enough while I was talking to him online, but intentions can be hard to ascertain over text. Still worth a shot, I guess. I'll do anything to figure this out. Mike was all in from the get-go. I suppose I felt safer with him around, given the fact that he stood at 6'2", 200-plus pounds, boasting a 650-pound deadlift, and a borderline obsession with both French kickboxing and long-range shooting. Obviously, he didn't like the idea that something might be happening to his sister. Well, hell, I had to stay on my toes just to stop him from knocking me out when he found out Lacey and I were first dating. He was also pissed as hell at both his parents for being so complacent about the situation. and the cops for not yielding any results. Rose was wary about the situation at first. Couldn't blame her, really. This was weird. But at the end of the day, we all really wanted to find Lacey. Enough so to venture off into what was ostensibly a dangerous unknown. The drive over was uneventful, which I suppose was a good thing. I had a feeling that the humdrum nature of our little trip wasn't going to last, though. "What a seedy-ass place," Mike stated as he stepped out of the vehicle. I couldn't disagree. Flickering fluorescent lights, peeling paint, and a nearly empty parking lot. A place that truly hadn't caught up with the times. Guy was probably bullshitting about knowing anything, Mike continued. If he got us out here to try something, guess I'll blow off some steam by stomping his shit in. I expected nothing less from him. Anything to find Lacey, but don't do anything stupid. I know you're gonna, Rose said, before taking the lead and heading towards the entrance. Hey, wait up, Mike called out, running after her. I took a deep breath before following suit. This was happening. We were taking matters into our own hands. The place was sparsely populated inside, about 6 other people in total. Green hoodie, black hat, I muttered to myself. Jay's outfit of choice, apparently. It didn't take long to spot him. I was relatively relieved upon realizing that he was on the younger side. He looked just slightly older than us, probably early 20s/late teens. Nothing terribly noteworthy about his appearance. A skinny guy with medium-length, dirty blonde hair. Jay? I asked, approaching his table. When he looked up, I realized that there was something off about him. His eyes, they looked a little unhinged. Low-key, though. That's a strong way of describing it, I guess. But there's a reason why that was the first word that popped into my head when my pupils met his. He gave me a slight smile before awkwardly gesturing for us to sit. So, he said, taking a sip of his coffee. His movements were also rather jittery. You want to know about the movie? We all nodded at once. He let out a weird noise, like something halfway between a sneer and a cough. But why? How do you even know about it to begin with? Doesn't matter, Mike spoke up. We just want to know. Don't tell me you're about to waste our time. He tended to get quite dramatic sometimes. I'll tell you what you need to know, Jay said after a few moments of silence. All right, get on with it. You guys, you need to drop it. Stop thinking about it. Damn it, Mike said. What the hell did I just say? I'm not wasting your time, Jay responded. I'm saving your lives. Just as Mike seemed to be reaching his wit's end, which wasn't hard to get to, mind you, Rose chimed in. What do you mean? She said. Look, our friend went missing. We're not leaving without something. Please. Her tone was a lot softer, which seemed to calm Jay down. I'm sorry that happened, he said. But I don't think you're going to find her. Son of a bitch, Mike said, slamming the table. Jay flinched at the action. Look, I've given you the best advice I can. Just leave it alone. If that was the case, you wouldn't have agreed to meet up. There's clearly something that you feel we should know, I said. No, Jay shook his head. If I left it like that, you would have kept digging deeper. I called you here to convince you to let it go. Not gonna happen, Mike said. So either you tell us something, or you say goodbye to your teeth. Ignore him, I chimed in. But you gotta tell us something, like what the hell Mr. Blank is supposed to be. I was getting desperate. My hopes had been spiked, perhaps to an unreasonably high degree. But I still wasn't prepared to just leave it at that. I needed something. I could see Jay's bottom lip quiver just slightly upon hearing the question. He muttered. It looked as if he could hardly muster up an answer. He looked terrified, which in turn terrified me. At one point, it seemed as if he were about to cry, but he took a deep breath, seemingly calming himself down. So you guys gonna let this go? I shook my head. How are we supposed to? He clicked his tongue in a frustrated tone. His previous face of distress had morphed into something more comparable to anger, as if this whole situation was beginning to bother him something great. Okay. I guess you forced my hand. He whispered something under his breath, sounded relatively aggressive. Truth be told, Jay's reservation towards this situation was only spiking my interest even more. What was he so afraid of? He gestured towards the exit. Follow me then. I'll show you something. It was nearly a mutter. Follow you, I thought. All right then. I'm not a total idiot. The red flags were sticking out like sore thumbs. But at the end of the day, I suppose this is exactly what we were asking for. In my pocket, I gripped the stiletto knife from Italy that Lacey had gotten me a few months back, just in case, you know. With all of us on high alert, we walked out of the diner and began following Jay's beat-up Jeep. The subsequent drive wasn't long, probably only around 3 to 4 minutes, an inherent symptom of small towns, I guess. He led us to a small motel, looked kind of dingy, but not terribly so. Nevertheless, it was another cause for concern. He only lived 2 hours away. Why stay the night? He sighed as he exited his vehicle, gesturing us up the stairs. We ascended 3 floors and walked past a door before arriving at his room. Mike and Rose walked in first, and then I followed. Big mistake. So, what did you want to... Before I could even finish my sentence, my vision went black. I'm not sure how long I was knocked out for, but when I came to, I was lying on the couch nursing a splitting headache. Yo, he's awake. Mike's booming voice felt like a hammer to my brain. I looked up and saw him holding Jay in a headlock. There was a baseball bat lying a few feet away from them. Rose was standing at the foot of the couch, looking relieved that I wasn't dead. Oh, thank God, she said. You won't be thanking anybody once he shows up. I'm trying to save you, damn idiots, Jay rasped out, struggling for air. What happened wasn't exactly a mystery. Jay had tried taking my head off with the damn bat. With my brain still reeling, I pulled myself off the couch and approached him, all while he struggled against Mike's python-like arms. So, I said, still wincing, what the hell was that? Jay's face was starting to go beet red, so I gestured for Mike to loosen his grip. He began panting like hell upon being released. Who the hell is Mr. Blank? I asked. I'll ask you one more time. Or do you want to explain to the cops why the hell you just assaulted me? His expression had changed drastically. Not so angry anymore. He looked more defeated. I tried, he said in a hoarse voice. Tried to do what? To save you people. To save myself. So what the hell was your plan? Knock us out? And then what? I don't know, he said nearly in hysterics. I panicked. I didn't know what to do, but I had to get you guys to stop somehow. You forced me to. I get it now, Mike said. You're a crazy guy. We've been talking to a psycho. Good job, guys. Was that it? I thought to myself. Were we just wasting our time talking to a guy who'd clearly gone off the deep end? I wasn't so sure. I'd had encounters with the criminally insane before. My father had worked security at a psychiatric ward, and I'd visited him there a few times before. This guy, he just didn't fit the bill. I suppose his words sounded genuine. Of course, I couldn't know for sure, so I remained cautious. Jay slumped against a wall, tilting his head back against it. I never could escape him, he said. I don't think anybody ever does. Who? I asked, already expecting the answer I was about to receive. He looked over at me directly. Mr. Blank. His voice quivered. It seemed as if merely saying the name caused him a great deal of discomfort. I don't know where he came from, what he even is. We kept quiet as he talked. We were finally getting what we came here for. He's incomprehensible. Imagine the worst, most visceral nightmare you've ever had. That's nothing compared to an encounter with him. You can't outrun him. Can't outrun him. Can't kill him. Can't deal with him in any way. And once he's after you, he won't stop. You just have to pray that you never meet him. A look of absolute grief suddenly washed over his face. But it's too late now. You've pried too hard. He's already on his way. You want to elaborate on that? I asked. He smirked at the question. It was one that unsettled me to my core. The smile wasn't one of joy or relief. Not even close. It was more comparable to a smile that somebody in great pain would make upon learning that their misery would soon be coming to an end. I shouldn't have spoken his name again, but I guess it doesn't matter. This is the end of the line for me. Suddenly, as if he were a man possessed, he drilled his elbow into Mike's ribs and began scrambling away from him. He barreled past me and into the washroom. Before I could try and stop him myself, he'd locked himself in there. Shit, I muttered. I began banging on the bathroom door. What the hell are you doing? I tried talking some sense into you. This is my punishment for failing. What are you talking about, man? Come on, we'll figure it out. I can't deal with what happens next, he said through the wood. My nightmare ends here. I'll pray that your suffering ends up being less than mine. A short silence followed. I'll pray for your friend as well. I suggest you do the same. Come on, don't do anything stupid. Too late. I heard his body slump to the ground moments later. When we finally got the door open, Jay was lying limp on the floor, with an empty, unlabeled pill bottle beside him. Damn it, Mike said, sounding frustrated. Jeez, Rose added, looking understandably horrified. What the hell do we do now? Do we call the cops or something? Hell no, Mike replied. I'm not dealing with that. Let them find the guy themselves. He overdosed. Simple as that. He turned to me. You're not bleeding, are you? I touched the back of my head. Dry. I shook my head. Good. No blood. No suspicion, Mike said. Let's get the hell out of here then. That's not how it works. We also busted the bathroom door down, remember? I said. He seemed to think about it for a moment before coming to his final, profound confusion. Screw it. I had my own reservations about leaving the situation the way it was, but Mike was already out the door before I could say anything else. In the moment, there was nothing I could do but follow him. Call it selfish, but the situation was beyond helping at that point. But if he asked me if I felt somewhat responsible for Jay's death, then I'd have to answer in the affirmative. The feeling in my stomach as we walked to the car was not a good one. The drive back was relatively silent. We'd gotten next to no answers, had a hell of a lot more questions, and had just witnessed a damn suicide. On top of that, there was somebody following us. I don't think Mike or Rosa had noticed it. The driver was doing a good job of being discreet, after all. Suddenly I remember the sketchy vehicles that had been parked around town. I looked back at the vehicle. Yep, tinted windshield. I don't think I'm going to tell them. Nerves are already high, and abrupt panic probably isn't going to help us here. One thing's for sure, though. The situation has gotten a lot more complicated. Is this asshole really following us? Unfortunately, they noticed. Damn it, I muttered. This wasn't good. Nevertheless, both Mike and Rose were being rational about it, although they were both visibly worried. They seemed to understand that freaking out wasn't going to help. Ignore them, I said. If they keep following us once we get into town, then I'll call the cops. Hang on, Rose began. You don't think they saw us leaving the apartment, do you? They probably did. Why? Stupid question on my part. We totally left a dead guy in there. Damn it, Mike shouted, upon realizing it. Maybe it's the cops themselves tailing us. That's so dumb for so many reasons, Rose responded. Why would cops be following us to begin with? Who the hell knows what cops are thinking? They can't pin it on us, right? We didn't do anything. They don't know that. They could argue that we forcibly shoved the pills down his throat and left. Why would we do that? I don't know, Rose. Why the hell does anybody do anything? All right, relax. I raised my voice just a bit. They aren't cops, Mike. That's ridiculous. Okay, cop expert. Then who is it? Mike responded. I didn't have an answer there, but I knew one thing was probably for sure. Whoever was following us was probably worse news than the police. Try and shake them off, Mike told me. Yeah, no way in hell. I'm not a damn stunt driver. As I had hoped, the vehicle trailed off once we got into town. As much as I appreciated the initial relief, this just meant we had another thing to worry about. Another lingering issue. I thought back to the unfamiliar cars with tinted windows that had been parked around town. I didn't think about it too much in the moment, but the vehicle that had been tailing us had also been tinted. Oh no, I thought. This situation was getting a bit too complicated for my liking. Not that this was an enjoyable experience to begin with. We parked at a nearby gas station, not wanting to reveal where any of us lived just yet. I still couldn't quite shake the feeling that we were being followed, after all. Of course, Mike was against this. These guys probably know where we live already, he said. I say let 'em come. My shotguns need some dusting off. Okay, calm down there, Rambo, Rose replied. Before you get yourself killed, let's come up with a plan. An actual plan. We ended up driving over to Mike's apartment after a few uneventful hours. But before we could come up with anything at all, Mike and Rose ended up passing out. I had no idea how they found it in themselves to sleep. After everything that had happened, I simply couldn't. Paranoia was also starting to creep up on me, causing me to constantly check the street to see if anybody was out there waiting for us. But as the night went on, nobody showed up. Either that, or they were doing a hell of a good job at being discreet. But eventually, I succumbed to fatigue myself. I woke up next to the windows, the sun stinging my eyes. Mike was cooking up breakfast sausages and Pop-Tarts in the kitchen. Breakfast of champions, I suppose. Okay, threw a mouthful of pork. Last night was bunk. What now? I suppose it was time for a shot in the dark. The forest. Mike and Rose weren't too enthused at the idea. Could hardly blame them. However, our options were running relatively slim. No other avenues to really investigate. Graffiti in the forest. We're getting desperate, huh? Mike sighed, putting his head down. But he got up after only a few moments, grabbing for his jacket. Desperate it is. I never really liked the forest. The place always spooked me as a kid. Can't say I'm too fond of it, as an adult either. It just feels so claustrophobic, you know? Surrounded by dead trees, but exposed at every conceivable angle. Maybe I'm just weird. I tried to suppress those thoughts when we walked in. Where'd your brother say he found it? Rose asked. Near the creek. Very specific, Mike said. And what the hell are we supposed to do once we find it? I don't know. Maybe we'll find a clue somewhere. The words came out of my mouth with zero confidence. And it was obvious. What the hell kind of clue are we supposed to be looking for? As we continued walking, we passed the time by contemplating what Mr. Blank might be. A serial killer? Perhaps we needed to look at it from a supernatural angle. Some kind of monster or demon, maybe. But what was its connection to the theater? The whole situation was maddening to think about. Nothing made any sense. After about 20 minutes of inspecting each and every tree near the creek, we finally found it. The carvings that my brother was talking about. Huh, Mike commented upon seeing it. Pretty spooky. I couldn't disagree. It was more or less the way that my brother had described it. Very strange indeed. It was difficult to make out any real features of the man depicted in the carving. Well, I guess it was a man. Humanoid at the very least. It appeared to be tall, wearing some kind of long, sweeping coat. There was a strange pattern covering the torso, almost looked like bones. Hard to tell given the nature of what we were looking at. And then there was the head. No facial features. Blank, if you will. And of course, it was accompanied by the words "stop" scribbled all over it. I could only describe the nature of the writing as distressed. Was it just a coincidence? I doubted that. What the hell are we getting into here? I heard Mike mutter under his breath. I looked over at Rose, trying to gauge her reaction as well. She certainly looked frightened, as expected, but not in the same way that Mike was. The fear on her face appeared to stem from a more urgent matter. "Do you guys?" She began shaking. She began asking. "Don't panic, but I'm pretty sure somebody's following us." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I realized something. We'd been careless. Even though we were being tailed last night, we didn't bother carrying that caution over to the morning. Hell, I didn't even look over my shoulder when I'd first walked into the forest. Mike clicked his tongue loudly, looking agitated. "Okay, come out," he shouted. "Damn, Mike," Rose and I said in unison. "I don't want to draw this out." He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a pistol. "Gotta come prepared. Learned that yesterday, didn't we?" The next few moments comprised of a tense silence. Well, maybe not. I'm pretty sure everybody could hear my heart beating out of my chest. "All right." I flinched as a deeper voice called out from an indistinguishable location. "Suppose there's no point in keeping this up? I see you have a gun, kid. I'm coming out, so don't shoot." I could see movement within the maze of trees. Mike clicked the safety off and aimed the weapon right towards the general area it was coming from. "Are you stupid?" he said. "Also, I'm 24. Don't call me a damn kid." Whoever had been following us didn't hesitate, continuing towards us. "It's not like your age makes you less of a kid. I've known 13-year-olds that I would already consider men, given what they've been through." The voice eventually revealed himself. He looked to be in his early 30s, dressed in a windbreaker and well-tailored pants. He was about a head shorter than Mike, with wavy hair, a clean-shaven face, and a world-weary look in his eyes. There was also a substantial scar running down his left cheek, but beyond that, he was probably one of the best-looking guys I've seen in my life. Not an important detail, but whatever. "You're not going to shoot me, kid. So why don't you stop pretending, like you're even considering it?" he said, in just about the most confident tone I'd ever heard in my life. Mike gripped the pistol, the veins bulging in his hands. "Don't push your luck." "I'll introduce myself," he said, ignoring the threat. He reached into his coat pocket, which made Mike flinch, and pulled out a pretty official-looking FBI badge and identification card. His first name was Sven. His thumb was covering up his last. Maybe it was a conscious decision. "I'm not really concerned with whether or not you believe my credentials, but I'm curious. What are you kids doing out here?" "Why the hell should we tell you?" Mike asked, still trying to sound assertive. Sven sighed before looking at Rose. "Darling, could you please ask your friend to put the gun down? He's going to get himself hurt." He looked back at Mike. "Keep it in your hand if it makes you feel safer, though." Rose obliged, nudging Mike. "Come on," she whispered. "That's not going to end well." Mike mumbled something angrily before obliging himself. Sven nodded and smirked. "Now, regarding my question, what's the deal here?" He was certainly pretending like he didn't already know. "The missing people," I said. "I'm sure you're familiar with the rest of the details, probably more so than we are." He nodded before looking down. "Yeah, it's a strange case." Mike scoffed. "Strange? My sister's missing. If you know what the hell's going on, then tell us." He looked back up at us, an inquisitive expression on his face. Maybe that's something I'm trying to figure out myself. And that's when he dropped the bombshell on us. He wasn't actually here on official business. He was essentially after the same thing that we were. This wasn't the first instance of Mr. Blank causing somebody to disappear. His fiancée, Sarah, had gone missing a few years prior, hauntingly similar circumstances. He tried looking into it, but his higher-ups told him to stay away and wouldn't give him any information or leads. Mr. Blank was an utterly classified topic. Ever since then, he'd been chasing after answers, trying to unravel this obscure mystery, but not with much luck. However, there was an opportunity here. This was the first time that Mr. Blank had made an appearance since his fiancée went missing. Without telling any of his fellow agents, and without the discretion of the higher-ups, he'd come here to conduct his own investigations, all while attempting to stay hidden from the agents already posted here. The tinted vehicles, I muttered. That's why they're here? Yeah, he said. They don't want anybody prying. Probably for the best. But for obvious reasons, I can't stay away. Yeah, likewise, I said. So it was you following us last night? He raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. Sounds like you've caught their attention. Damn it. Then why are you following us now? Rose asked. He looked at Mike. You're Mike Carone, right? Mike gave him a slight nod. Lacey Carone was one of the people that went missing. I was aware of the whole thing. I took a shot, assumed you would try to do something about it. When I saw you guys leave town yesterday, I got even more curious. I couldn't have followed without giving myself away, though, so I kept an eye on your apartment, and then you walked into the forest first thing in the morning. Interesting behavior for sure, so proved my intuition right. What do you know? Because I'd love to know as well. His tone had taken an intense turn. It was pretty obvious that he was driven by passion, which I could understand, even if mine was to a far lesser degree than his. Truth be told, we really don't have much, I told him. I felt embarrassed, even considering showing him the tree carving as some kind of evidence. Perhaps my passion really was clouding my judgment. Maybe we really were just grasping at straws here. But then Sven took a look for himself. I expected him to scoff, probably make some sarcastic comment to the effect of, "Good job, guys, you really cracked the case here." But instead of doing that, he began studying the carving rather intently. After a few minutes, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "Look familiar?" he said, showing it to us. After nearly gagging at the initial sight, I had to admit that it was. A tall humanoid, sweeping coat, skeleton torso, blank face. This time it was drawn in blood on a dirty basement wall. There was also a man with his entrails leaking out, kneeling down towards it. "Ah, damn," I muttered, trying to hide how much I was shivering. "You sure you're supposed to be showing us this?" "I'm not supposed to be doing a lot of stuff right now," Sven replied. "But here we are." "What the hell is it? A crime scene?" Sven nodded. 2.5 years ago, about the same time Sarah went missing. Don't know the details, because I wasn't there. Risked everything to get my hands on this. Despite how gruesome it was, the crime scene pretty much confirmed that there was some kind of connection here. But the questions remained. What now? Where do we go from here? "Guys," Rose spoke up. "Check it out." She pointed to another tree up ahead, maybe about 20 feet away. Could it be? I thought, approaching it. It was. A similar carving had been scribbled into it. The same figure. The same word. I began scanning the area once again. There was another tree, a bit further away this time, and then another one, and another. The four of us began following the carvings, like a trail of breadcrumbs, right towards what had to be the culprit behind them. We didn't even hesitate, didn't stop to ask questions. We were driven by sheer impulse at the revelation. But clearly Sven was paying more attention than us. After a few minutes, I felt him put a hand on my shoulder. "Wait," he said. "What? Why? You have a gun, don't you? So does Mike. We'll be fine." "Not that," he said. "Look forwards, but stay calm." And then I saw it. There was something up ahead. A large figure doing a poor job of hiding behind a thin tree. I could see a large, pale, bony hand twitching erratically as it dropped near the ground. A quiet but shrill noise suddenly began filling the air around us, like a combination of a high-pitched radio frequency and some kind of deranged laugh. I suddenly remembered what Jay had told us before he died. He's already on his way. I was frozen, absolutely, unequivocally frozen. I could only describe the fear that gripped me as visceral, like I was drowning in a freezing lake of incomprehensible dread, unprepared to face what was ahead of me in the slightest. I looked at Sven, the most capable one out of us. But even he looked petrified, face drained of any color. I looked back at the trees, watching as the pale, gargantuan creature wrapped its disturbing hand entirely around the tree. The high-pitched radio frequency laugh continued around us, seemingly growing louder and louder by the second. And then, out of nowhere, it stopped. "What are you looking at?" A deep, slimy, penetrating voice assaulted my ears. It nearly sounded like it was coming from my own head. I flinched, taking my eyes off the entity behind the tree for just a moment. It was gone when I looked back up. "Seth?" I heard Rose call my name out. I whipped my head around, nearly passing out in fear upon seeing what was behind me. It was him. Blank face, skeletal torso, giant, bony hands, leering down right at me, only a few inches away. Without even thinking, I began running. I turned back after a few seconds, watching as the creature's body twisted and contorted, turning into a massive spider-human hybrid with tens of pale, veiny limbs crawling towards me. I nearly threw up right there. Sven drew his pistol and began shooting. Due to how erratically it was moving, he missed every shot except for one, which drilled straight through the creature's head, causing a wave of thick, black blood to burst out from the other side of its temple. It went limp immediately, with its limbs crumbling and falling to the ground. For a moment, I suppose I was relieved, but then I realized what kind of monster we were really dealing with. The laughing had come back, louder than ever now. That hurt. I blinked once, and the corpse had disappeared, and then I noticed a hulking shadow looming somewhere next to me. I looked over, watching as the creature, now back in its humanoid skeleton form, wrapped one of its hands around Sven's neck. With the other one, it grabbed one of his wrists, instantaneously crushing it into a bloody pulp. As Sven grunted in agony, the creature turned to look directly at me. The bottom half of its face began distorting. Soon enough, a human mouth emerged from underneath its skin. If I was close to puking before, I couldn't help myself now. I retched, before looking back up to see it smiling at me. Not only that, the smile was familiar. Soft pink lips, glowing white teeth that were just slightly crooked at the bottom. It was Lacey's smile. "What are you doing, Seth? Come find me!" It was her voice, unmistakably identical. I heard myself whimper. I blinked one more time and it disappeared again. Sven dropped to the ground, still grimacing at his gruesome injury. Mike and Rose were in abject shock. I could feel tears begin swelling up in my eyes. "Start running!" Again, the voice came from everywhere, and nowhere at once. I began hearing what sounded like heavy, animalistic movements approaching fast. I turned around, seeing something barreling towards us. It looked comparable in appearance to a gorilla with dark fur, but with about 3 times as many limbs, running at us like an oversized centipede. And of course, a familiar blank face at the front. He wasn't giving me time to grieve. Safe to say we took the advice and bolted like hell the other way. Every time I looked back to see if it finally caught up, the creature always looked like it was moving at an unfathomable pace. Yet, it always remained the same distance behind us. After a while of this, it really felt like I was losing my own grip on reality. As we began reaching the edge of the forest, I remember my vision beginning to blur. I passed out, likely due to a combination of exhaustion, fear, and agony, upon hearing Lacey's voice and seeing her lips on that damn monster. I woke up back in Mike's apartment, clothes dirty, cold sweat running down my forehead, and my joints aching like hell. It had become dark outside. I suppose I'd been out for a while. Mike and Rose were sitting on the other couch, neither saying a word or even looking up. Can't really blame them, I suppose. Not after an experience like that. "Where's Sven?" I finally asked. "He left. Drove off. Said he had to do something urgent," Rose answered after a few moments. "Never even went to the hospital before leaving town. I don't think he's coming back." Guess we aren't getting any more help from him, I thought to myself. I decided to stay at my parents' place for a bit. They were happy to see me, but I wasn't really there emotionally. I hated to admit it, but the whole encounter had taken a lot out of me. As much, I still wanted to somehow save Lacey. I couldn't stand the idea of facing that thing again. I needed time to overcome my fears. Time to recover before looking for any more answers. But Mr. Blank wouldn't even let me do that. For the first few nights, everything was normal. I used some of my vacation days to get off work and spend time watching TV, playing games, trying to motivate myself to stop being so scared and go looking for her again. Wasn't working so well. I was still petrified at the very thought of it. But after a few nights, the tapping started. Sounded like a bony finger rapping on my window during the dead of night. I never bothered looking, of course. When I didn't react to that, Mr. Blank began screwing with me in more severe ways. I'd see a hulking shadow behind my shower curtains seconds after I'd stepped in. A pair of legs sticking out from underneath my bed as I was getting ready to sleep. An unwanted passenger in the back seat of my vehicle at night. Employees following me around grocery stores and staring at me in restaurants. I never could make out any of their facial features. It was all starting to take a heavy toll on my mind. I could feel my sanity slipping away by the hour. I called Mike and Rose. Same story. Rose's voice was monotonous, devoid of any kind of emotion. Mike sounded like he was on the verge of tears. But what made everything infinitely worse was the knowledge that at any point, he or it could kill me in a split second. So that begged the question, why didn't he? What was the point of screwing with me like this? It all came to a boiling point while I was grabbing my mail. As I was getting ready to reach in, a bloody hand poked out of my mailbox and handed my envelopes to me. How generous. It was all starting to become rather bothersome. I freaked out right then and there. "Screw you!" I screamed. "What the hell do you want from me?" I grabbed the door of the mailbox and slammed it into the hand until I heard bones begin to break. For the first time in a while, fear wasn't my dominant emotion. It was anger. After enduring the punishment, the hand eventually retreated. I bent down, staring directly into the now empty slot. "Where the hell is Lacey, asshole?" My screams were beginning to attract the attention of my neighbors. Not that I cared. I could hardly keep my frustrations in at that point. I had to let it out. "Why don't you just kill me, you coward? Guess I'll find you and kill you first." I hardly believed in what I was saying. The words were simply pouring out of my mouth. I slammed the door shut and stormed back into my house. I took some time for self-reflection. The cops had told me to let it go from the start. Hell, even my own parents were telling me that. So why hadn't I? Why couldn't I just let it go? Maybe it's because I hadn't lost hope. For one reason or another, I still believed I could get Lacey back, that I could somehow overcome this horrific, seemingly impossible enemy and come out victorious in the end. After all, if Mr. Blank could imitate Lacey's voice, then it meant she was still alive, right? Perhaps that was a stretch, but I didn't allow myself to believe that. It'd be comparable to admitting defeat right then and there. There was also another thing driving me forward. If I didn't face it head on, this thing was never going to leave me alone. I remember what I'd told myself from the beginning, that I wasn't going to let it end like this. Whenever I'd backed down from a conflict before, my father had always told me to grow a pair of balls and man up. It made me kind of hate him at times, but suddenly, that seemed like rather sound advice. I spent the next few days getting off my ass and preparing to head back into the forest. I was going to keep following the tree carvings, our only real lead, wherever that may lead. It was pretty obvious that physical attacks weren't bringing this thing down. Hell, I wasn't even trying to kill it. I needed information first, like where the hell it was keeping Lacey. However, physical wounds did seem to bother it, in some marginal capacity at the very least. While I was brainstorming, I noticed something else as well. Ever since the mailbox incident, the bastard had left me alone. My first act of defiance against it. There had to be a correlation there. I decided to call Mike and Rose again. They still sounded frightened, defeated. Mr. Blank was still going after them. What did this mean? I only had my theories, of course. Nevertheless, they were theories worth testing. I began putting together my own mini arsenal. My dad's pistol, one of Mike's shotguns that I'd borrowed a few weeks back, a hunting knife, and a baseball bat for good measure. Was I trained in armed or unarmed combat? Hell no. Still had a puncher's chance, though. I decided to head back into the forest, exactly 1 week after I'd first gone in. I'd made my preparations, of course. Wrote a letter for my parents, in case I didn't come back. A letter for Mike, one for Rose. Didn't even bother asking them to come. They sounded like they weren't even ready to leave their rooms when I talked to them last. I wasn't quite sure what to put in the letters. I just felt obligated to write them. An explanation, I suppose. Before heading out of my house, I slugged back 1 swig of whiskey, 2 cups of coffee. I tried to calm my nerves. Didn't really work. Didn't matter. Before I knew it, I was standing back at the edge of the tree line, alone. I took a step. Deep breath. Another step. Oh shit. The nerves had come back. 1 more step. My legs began shaking. It's as if the fear I'd been suppressing began rushing back to me all at once. I looked up and something caught my eye. A large figure obscured by the woods, creeping along my line of vision. A familiar hand wrapped around one of the trees, dangling a severed hand by the pinky. Sven's hand, most likely. It was taunting me. Every fiber of my being was telling me to turn back and run the hell away. And I nearly did just that. I was petrified. But that didn't mean I could stop. This thing wasn't going to stop following me at the forest. It knew where I lived, knew how to push my buttons, how to get under my skin. It knew nearly everything about me. I was too deep into this mess already. Face my fears and deal with it myself, or end up like Jay and leave Lacey trapped in whatever hell she was currently in. With that in mind, I took another deep breath and began walking, right towards it. As I'd expected, it disappeared shortly after, like I'd somehow scared it off. Even though that probably wasn't the case, I smiled to myself, reveling at the idea. From there, I began following the carvings, retracing our steps from a week prior, but I was planning on getting farther this time. As expected, Mr. Blank didn't leave me alone after I'd entered. In fact, I was pretty much on my toes the entire time. About 5 minutes in, I heard something breathing down the back of my neck. I remembered what happened to Sven and immediately pivoted sideways. At that point, it was the closest I'd ever gotten to it. This time it had taken a gargoyle-esque form, wings and all. I pulled out my pistol and fired about 4 shots at it. I never had great aim, so only one bullet even grazed it, but I think my message was sent, because it disappeared with a blink immediately after. It hurled its share of auditory torments toward me as well, screaming horrible things at me in a generic demonic voice. The only time these really affected me was when it was imitating Lacey. God, this thing was really pissing me off. It appeared 2 more times before it finally managed to hurt me. However, the attacks were more awkward. It obviously could have killed me at any point, yet it seemed bent on trying to give me only non-lethal injuries. Nevertheless, it succeeded. Have you ever seen fan art of the Rake? A classic creepypasta. Well, that's what it turned into, only with no face. It managed to slash my thigh. Not a deep cut, but it still hurt like hell. I responded by breaking my bat over its head. Even though doing so caused it to disappear, it was a move I regretted instantly. I lost one of my close quarters weapons. I used to play baseball, but I'd never used a knife or anything beyond chopping onions. I calmed down by telling myself that at the very least, it wasn't going to kill me. Boy, I was wrong there. After about only a minute, it crawled out of the dirt, the form of a familiar machete-wielding zombie wearing a hockey mask, and nearly took my head off. I managed to dodge the swing by a hair, and the tree beside me was sliced clean in half. I guess Mr. Blank was something of a cinephile. I suppose that made sense. That didn't look non-lethal to me, I thought to myself. I scrambled to pull out my shotgun and blew off the wannabe Jason's head. However, it took me both shots to do so, and I wasn't very fast at reloading. Mr. Blank suddenly appeared behind me, now as a hulking, faceless clown, carrying what looked like a lead bowling pin. At that moment, I was defenseless. It swung the pin, breaking the shotgun in half as I attempted to defend myself with it. After that, I started running. What the hell was I thinking? This monster could basically teleport. It suddenly stepped out from a tree in front of me. This time it had turned into one of the nurses from Silent Hill, bolting at me with a rusty knife. "Damn it!" I shouted. It looked like Mr. Blank wasn't pulling any more punches. It caused me to experience a new kind of fear. Not dread or some vague fear of the unknown. It was fear of immediate and certain death. But at the same time, I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I tried convincing myself that I was ready. Knowing that I couldn't run, I pulled out my own knife and tried bracing myself. This is gonna hurt, I thought to myself. As it got within a few feet of me, the crack of a heavy shotgun caused me to flinch. The nurse was subsequently sawed in half at the torso, with stray fragments of a buckshot littering the trees beside me. "What the hell?" I shouted, panting like hell at the same time. "Hey, boy, you best not be taking the Lord's name in vain there." An unfamiliar voice. Heavy southern twang. We weren't anywhere near the south. I looked over, seeing 2 wholly unexpected figures. One was Sven, with heavy bandages wrapped around his wrist. He wasn't the one that fired the shot, though. Standing next to him was a tall, bulky man, with messy blonde hair, wearing what looked like a heavy tactical jacket and camo hunting pants. He was carrying a massive, industrial-looking shotgun. Certainly not anything police-grade. Hell, it didn't even look like something the military would use. "Anyways, it's your lucky day," the man said, slinging the weapon over his shoulder. Sven looked at me and smiled. "I told your friend I was coming back," he said. I don't think she believed me, though. He looked at his shotgun-wielding friend. "So, what do you think? Told you I had something big." The man chuckled, watching as the nurse corpse disappeared into thin air, just as every one of Mr. Blank's forms tended to do. "Well, I'll be," he said, smiling to himself. "It's a strange one for sure, no matter. I'm itching for a good old-fashioned battle." What? What the hell? It was the only thing I could muster out, given how truly bizarre the circumstances had become. Hush up there, the man said, aiming a shotgun at something behind me. Looks like it's itching for the same battle. I turned around, watching as Michael Myers dropped down from a tree. Only he wasn't carrying a kitchen knife. He had a damn chainsaw. Looked like Mr. Blank was getting his films mixed up. Asking any more questions seemed like a lost cause. In any case, I needed to focus on the task at hand, staying alive while searching for Lacey. But it looks like I have so much needed help now. Can't complain about that. Damn, this freak sure is something. The man with the shotgun seemed to be having a little too much fun. He'd killed Mr. Blank 3 more times. However, it was becoming more of a close call with every encounter. Who is this guy? I called out to Sven. Jimmy, an old friend. I hunt weird crap for sport, Jimmy said, in the midst of reloading his shotgun, a furious gaze on his face. But don't boil me down to just that. I like a lot of stuff. What kind of stuff? I thought to myself. Well, I guess it didn't really matter. I came to a realization. Mr. Blank had his hands full with Jimmy, which meant I had a chance. I bolted up and began running. Call it a selfish move. I hardly cared at that point. Shotgun blasts rocked the space around me as I ran, following the obscure tree carvings towards an unknown destination. I couldn't tell you what I was expecting to find. I didn't even know if there was going to be anything waiting for me at all. Nevertheless, I ran, and I never considered stopping. The whole journey took me a lot longer than I thought. I'd gotten deep into the forest before the carvings had disappeared altogether. This is it, I thought, feverishly looking around for something. But what the hell was I looking for? After a while of searching, I finally spotted a clue. Another carving, not on a tree this time. It was on a large rock, right beside what appeared to be a small opening leading to a cave within. Not ominous in the slightest. Geez, am I really going to go in there? I thought to myself. By all accounts, nothing would lead a rational person to enter such a space. Nevertheless, I was far from rational at that point. I'd also stopped hearing the gunshot blasts a while ago. That could only mean that Mr. Blank was about to be on my ass once again. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, into whatever the hell was awaiting me in the darkness. The cave itself, if you want to call it that, it was more comparable to a large hole in a rock, was larger on the inside than it looked on the outside, but not drastically. It was still relatively tight as I traversed into it. For the first few seconds, I could make out nothing but darkness, but it didn't take long to find what I'd unknowingly been searching for this whole time. There was a light ahead, like one derived from a small flame, and it was moving. Somebody or something was holding it up. Making out any details from the angle and distance I was standing at wasn't quite possible. So I was forced to move forward if I wanted any answers. So you've come for me, huh? It wasn't the kind of voice that I'd expected. Not low, guttural, or menacing in the slightest. Whoever was speaking sounded meek, terrified, on the verge of tears. But first impressions can deceive. I stayed on my toes, preparing myself for anything. From anything I'd experienced so far, anything was certainly possible. What do you mean? I asked in a low voice, as to not trigger any sudden aggression. How did you find me? The man asked. Oh, he paused. The carvings led you right to me, I suppose. The man turned, his face partially illuminated by a large candle he was holding dangerously close to his skin. I could hardly make out any distinguishable features. His hair was long and scraggly. Facial hair appeared to be untrimmed. Tired eyes. Things that aren't terribly rare these days. But what I did find interesting was his shirt. Black and maroon. A white name tag. Read Colin. It was all familiar. He had to be an employee for somewhere I'd been before. But where? I guess that's what I wanted, though, he said, his voice getting shaky. To finally pay for what I've done. What are you talking about? What have you... I stopped my question partway through, due to a sudden, jarring realization. That's where I recognized the uniform from. The theater. The one where this crap show had all started. I recalled the details of that investigation. A new employee. Joined not too long ago. Now missing. It was him, wasn't it? You bastard. I could hardly control the words as they came out of my mouth. By all accounts, this guy was the reason Lacey went missing. It took everything out of me to not strangle him right then and there. Those urges were pushed even further when he chuckled. I see, he said. You're not the police, just someone looking for vengeance. That's not so good for me, but I suppose it's what I deserve. He sighed, putting the candle down at his feet, illuminating a pile of empty soda cans and cellophane wrappers behind him. Go ahead, he said. I won't fight back. I took about half a minute to calm myself down. It didn't quite work. I was still seething, my fists shaking like hell. If I were Mike, this guy's face would have been reduced to mush already. Luckily for him, I wasn't Mike. I suppose it was lucky for me as well. Beyond anything, I needed answers. I took a deep breath, unclenching my fists and forcing my emotions to the curb. At least I tried. You're responsible for this, aren't you? You screened that damn film. I could see the man's silhouette nod. I gulped down my anger. What the hell are you doing out here? The man dropped his head. I can't go back into town. I'm not strong enough a man to face what I've done. A moment of silence followed. I could see him shaking ever so slightly. His breathing gradually became rapid and uneven, like he was forcing down tears. A man, I said. Is that what you are? After doing what you did, I'm not so sure. That's the part you don't understand, he finally said. He'll force you to do things you never could have fathomed doing before, all without laying a single finger on you. I scoffed. What? You're scared of monsters under the bed? Yeah, he did that to me as well, but I didn't crack from it. Didn't have to take 12 people down with me either. Monsters, the man muttered. Yeah, turning into monsters is one of his tricks, but nowhere near the worst one. I could feel the anger coming back. Look, if you couldn't handle it, maybe you should have just... I stopped myself from finishing the sentence. It was something I really didn't want to say, even given the circumstances. Just taking my own life, right? He responded. Yeah, I guess I'd agree. I suppose it all started with me. I began, now at a sudden loss for words. I tried recomposing myself. Freaking out wasn't going to get me anywhere. What do you mean when you said that turning into monsters wasn't his worst trick? I asked. I meant what I said. He goes by trial and error. Turns into the things he thinks will evoke the most fear out of us. Horror movie villains, monsters from folklore, those are good options. The simplest ones as well. But that won't work on everybody. It didn't work on me. I raised an eyebrow in the darkness. What? When he can't scare you by using such direct tactics, he tries harder, digs deeper into the recesses of your mind. What would petrify you the most? Things that would drive you to the darkest corner of your own soul. You'll start to feel mad, just short of being catatonic, cognizant enough to carry out his orders, but too constrained by visceral fear to do anything else. You'll feel nothing but emptiness, a cold void where your heart once was, hopes, desires, any kind of positive emotion, completely gone. You'll feel blank. He paused again. I'm not the strongest, but I don't think even the strongest could cope with that. It took me a minute to think about what he just said. If he was right, then, well, that was bad news. My anger suddenly took a back seat to apprehension. He's chasing you right now, isn't he? Colin asked. Mr. Blank will probably kill me once he catches up. He is no use for me anymore after all. He paused again, lighting a cigarette this time. It was frightening how devoid of emotion his tone was. But I can't say that I would mind that. He took a long drag. I'm truly sorry for any grief I may have caused you. But there's nothing I can do anymore. Nothing we can do. I didn't want to accept it. We can't find a way to beat him somehow? Can't we find a way to get those missing people back? He took another drag. Unfortunately. What in the hell are you doing hiding in a cave? He was cut off by a familiar southern accent. I turned around, seeing Jimmy and Sven standing at the mouth of the cave. Sven told me to follow these witch drawings, and they led me to a yellow-bellied coward. The hell you running away from the fight for? Jimmy said, clearly upset that I'd gone ahead without him. I also noticed that his shotgun was over his shoulder, and not in his hands. What the hell are you doing? I asked. That weird son of a bitch ain't gonna do crap, Jimmy responded. He disappeared some time ago. Lost count of how many times I killed him. How many of my precious bullets I wasted on him. Ah, damn it. Disappeared? I asked, perplexed. Yeah, Sven spoke up. It's been about 8 minutes, unless it's planning a surprise attack. Looks like it's gone for now. Who the hell is that behind you? I turned around, seeing Colin now standing up, which startled me a bit. What do you mean it's gone? He said, sounding shocked at the prospect. The hell do you think we mean? It up and disappeared, vamoosed. Maybe it got tired from being slaughtered. Who on God's green earth knows? Colin stepped forward, moving more into the daylight. As expected, he looked like hell. Smelled like it too. I could see Jimmy and Sven physically react to his appearance. However, his eyes were different than I could have imagined. Not so hopeless, like his words. In fact, they were brimming with determination. He grinned at me, if only slightly. We have a chance here, but we have to move quick. It's happened before. What has? I was having a hard time keeping up with Colin as he ran. For a guy that looked like the product of an apocalypse, he sure as hell was fast on his feet. Sven and Jimmy followed behind, shouting after him. Him disappearing. The southerner is right. When he bleeds over into our world, he tires himself out, especially if he keeps taking on different forms. What? How the hell do you know this? He suddenly stopped running, causing me to nearly crash into his back. He began before taking a deep breath. It's a long story. I'll have to explain quickly. And as much as it scares for me to admit, his story sounded eerily similar to mine. It all started with the incident years prior, the last time Mr. Blank had made an appearance. When Sven's fiancée had disappeared, Colin's brother had disappeared along with her. He was living halfway across the country when it happened, though. When he'd heard about his missing sibling and the obscure details that went along with it, he booked the first flight over and attempted to figure things out for himself. It went as you'd expect, devoid of any trustworthy leads, lack of any real direction. It took him an entire week of relentless and dangerous searching to learn the name Mr. Blank, and that's where it all started going downhill for him. But even then, he didn't stop. Colin started getting visits from him, the same way that I had. Just like he'd done with me, Mr. Blank's psychological torments started off fairly surface level. 80s horror movie villains, ghosts in the closet, creatures standing outside his window, etc. While they certainly took a toll on him at first, he endured, continuing his search in spite of it all. He even tried attacking Mr. Blank directly, just as I had. Wouldn't work out so well, as he went on to learn. Maybe he was just lying about it all, I don't know. But I could feel my anger towards him gradually fading as he relayed his story to me. He hadn't really done anything different than I had. Well, I guess he had. He did everything completely alone. I had Mike and Rose with me. After Colin had trudged through Mr. Blank's initial onslaught, the latter started pushing harder, trying to break him completely. This is where Colin's story truly began diverging from my own. Mr. Blank began using more abstract, scare tactics. For example, Colin came home once to find his father standing in the corner of his bedroom. His father had died some years prior. He didn't do anything, though. He just stood there with a blank expression like a mannequin, day and night, for nearly 2 weeks. On top of that, he'd get more and more frail by the hour, as if he were rapidly losing weight. By the end, he was essentially a skeleton. That resulted in the first bona fide mental breakdown of Colin's life. And of course, it wasn't even close to ending there. The psychological stress and torment he experienced sounded like enough to make anybody lose it completely. He'd see faces of pure malice and hatred staring at him in the mirror. He'd see a bottomless pit in the middle of his living room, while hellish screams constantly emanated from within it. Every time he'd opened up a toilet, the face of his sister, drowned to death, would be staring up at him, gasping for air. He couldn't bring himself to describe the worst of it, though. Just that his deepest, most visceral fears were manifesting in front of his very eyes, and it was breaking him minute by minute. It did reach a point where he attempted suicide. He walked onto his balcony in the middle of the night and looked over the railings from the 14th floor. He stared down at the ground with his mind running a mile a minute. But before he closed his eyes and took the plunge, he saw a figure with a blank face staring at him from below. He said that he froze in that moment. While they stared at each other, he said that he was coming to an understanding, an implied agreement. Do what I want, and I'll end this hell for you. He felt a transitory comfort, combined with a sensation of overwhelming coercion. In other words, he didn't have a choice in the matter. It's not like I can explain it, he said. He was messing with my head. It felt like I'd face something worse than death if I didn't play by his rules. If I didn't do what he said, go ahead and think what you want about me, but you weren't there. You couldn't have understood. Right, I said, trying to digest what I'd just been told. Do you still hate me? I sighed to myself. I don't know. Did I? Depends, I finally said. You said that we had a chance. What do you mean by that? He nodded. Yeah, we do. I can help you get her back. Everything just has to go right. My ears perked up. All right. Go on then. We can defeat him. Kill him. All we have to do is capture him on tape. I raised an eyebrow. That's it? Are you kidding me? No, it's not what you think. What's been chasing you up until this point hasn't been Mr. Blank. Not his real form, anyway. That's what we need to capture. Don't ask me how it works, but he can't exist in two mediums, or digital spaces at once. His real weakness. The film that was shown when everybody went missing? That's the first one. Get him on tape with your own camera, and that'll be the second one. Well, how the hell are we supposed to see his true form? That's the hard part. He only sends out puppets when he crosses over into our world. In order to see him as he truly is, we have to enter his. Is that where? I began asking. He nodded. Yes, that's where your girlfriend is. How do we get there? Colin reached into his backpack and pulled out a film reel. Watching the film almost acts like a passageway between his world and ours. A more involved explanation really wasn't necessary. In fact, the whole situation began making a lot more sense. I used to ask myself why Mr. Blank chose our town, why the hell he just had to come here. Well, the theater that it happened at was an older one, a classic place, so to speak. It was one of the few places that still used projectors. What's it like in there? Colin shook his head. I couldn't tell you, but from what I've learned, the people trapped in his world are essentially being used as fuel. Mr. Blank feeds on inherent negative human emotions. Anguish, uncertainty, despair, fear. He doesn't kill them. He just keeps them there for himself. Keeps them in a constant state of terror. Most go catatonic after a few years in real time, but it hardly feels like a week for them while they're in there. That's why he keeps coming back here for more. He'll never stop. Even if every theater stops using the film, I'm sure that he'll find a way. He sighed. I'm not proud of what I've done, but if I'm going to do anything good with my life, it's stopping this monster forever. If that was true, then Lacey was essentially in hell. She'd been in hell for weeks, but I suppose it only felt like a few hours to her. How long do we have until he comes back and tries to kill us again? I can't give you an exact amount of time. How long do we have until he comes back and tries to kill us again? I can't give you an exact amount of time, he said, but I doubt that we have more than a few hours. I took a deep breath as we reached the edge of the forest. Sven and Jimmy were close behind, catching up to us soon after. What in the hell were you two yammering on about? Jimmy asked. I turned and looked at him. Jimmy, we might need your help for a bit. Then I turned to Sven and grinned. Let's bury this bastard. My hands shook as I held the film reel in my hands. This is the source of it all, I thought. The reason Lacey went missing. The reason any of this crap had happened at all. As determined as I was to see this operation through, a lingering feeling of fear and hesitance never left my side. What's the film like exactly? I asked, my voice shaking just a tad. Colin shook his head. I don't know. Not like I ever watched it. Can't really prepare you for much there. Sorry. That was more or less the response I was expecting. Colin sighed, started to look anxious. We don't have time, though. He could come back at any moment. He looked at Jimmy. You still got ammo? Jimmy tapped his belt proudly. Silly question. No monster's getting the jump on me. The haphazard plan that we'd formulated went as follows. We'd rush over to the theater where everything had started, since that was the only place where we'd actually be able to play the film. Since it was still likely being monitored by the police, we'd have to rely on Sven's FBI badge to dissolve that suspicion. According to Colin, if Mr. Blank's projection hadn't come back to attack us before we managed to enter the theater, it sure as hell was going to be there once we did. And, of course, it was going to be aggressive. That's where Jimmy comes in. He was going to keep it distracted while Colin set up the film. Once he did, Sven and I would be the ones to watch it. He wanted to save his wife. I wanted to save Lacey. Neither of us were backing down. Colin also gave us some very much needed details regarding the film itself, even though a lot of it was just speculation on his part. Supposedly, the film does something strange to the viewer's state of mind. The film exists in one plane of existence, Mr. Blank's. We existed in our own. So how does somebody traverse this gap and move from one to the other? Well, we could really only theorize there. Colin claimed it was about emotions. The range of human emotions are a spectrum, obviously, but not a two-dimensional one, with happiness and sadness, distress and calm, pain and pleasure at their respective extremes. Nearly every feeling, spurred on by activities in our daily lives, are different. Some are more similar to each other than others, but no two distinct feelings are truly identical. Even the same emotion that you perceive experiencing thousands of times over the course of your life is actually an entirely new experience each and every time. I'm getting off track here. Look, emotions are complicated, and according to Colin's theory, they also acted as a catalyst that could move conscious thoughts between different realities. If some kind of impulse evoked a strong and specific enough emotion, that could act as said catalyst. But if it were only their thoughts that had been moved, then what the hell had happened to their bodies? That mystery remained. However, Colin was quite certain that the people who'd been transported were all still alive. Can't feed off a dead person's emotions after all. There's something else that you'd probably like to know, Colin said. Something really interesting. My ears perked up. I did know a few people that crossed over into Mr. Blank's realm that managed to make it back out. They all told me that they felt themselves crossing over a certain threshold of fear before they left our own world. However, they were still somewhat cognizant of what had happened. They knew that they were still in the theater, that this wasn't the world that they belonged to. They weren't petrified to the point where they lost all sense of their past reality. Because of this, they always kept themselves grounded, convincing themselves that none of it was real, despite what Mr. Blank threw at them. Eventually, they got back using the sheer will of their mind alone. I breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, there was nothing I needed to hear more. But you should also know that they all committed suicide within the next 3 months. You could have just left that part out, I said. This is not going to be easy, but now that you know this going in, you'll have an advantage. Try and be ready for anything, 'cause nothing's off the table here. With our asses on the clock, we began making our way to the theater. When we arrived, there was a single bored-looking cop sitting in his vehicle near the entrance. He didn't ask any questions when Sven flashed his badge. In fact, he looked pretty eager to leave. We didn't waste any time once we got in. Colin began setting up the film while we waited anxiously in the theater. We offered to help with the process, but he told us that we'd just slow him down. I wasn't going to argue with him there. I sat down in one of the seats, burying my hands into my face. I was nervous. There was no second-guessing that. There was no second-guessing that fact. Can I even do this? I thought to myself. Hell, I have to do this. I felt somebody put a hand on my lap. At first, I thought it was Sven trying to comfort me, but then I realized that didn't seem like something he'd really do. Well, I'll be, Jimmy spoke up. The varmin's back. Against my better judgment, I snapped my head to the side, staring at what appeared to be a mask composed of a variety of segmented human faces. Don't move, kid, Jimmy's voice boomed from across the theater. Before I knew it, the ghoulish face was blown to the side, blood exploding from the other side of its temple. My ears were ringing from the shot as I looked towards Jimmy, who was holding some kind of oversized pistol. You're welcome, he smiled at me. Jeez, I muttered, still trying to regain my bearings. A few seconds later, I heard Sven curse. I looked over, watching as a feral beast-looking creature grabbed him by the neck. Once again, Jimmy blasted it away. My brain rang some more. It looked like Mr. Black had regained his stamina, and I sure as hell wasn't excited about it. Damn monster! This time, Jimmy was the one cursing. Mr. Blank, now in the form of an oversized zombie wearing brass knuckles, had gotten the jump on him, forcing him to resort to a fistfight. But he was holding up surprisingly well, dodging, parrying, and countering each of the zombie strikes. Jimmy ended up pummeling it within a minute. How the hell? Where did you? I began asking, dumbfounded at his apparently vast array of combat skills. I fought in the evisceration matches on a planet you wouldn't dare step foot on, partner. I know stuff, he said, grinning, as if I were supposed to understand remotely what the hell he was talking about. I didn't have time to ask, though. I could hear something breathing down my neck once again. Come on, Colin, I thought to myself. Hurry the hell up. And then it happened. The projector suddenly flicked on and the breathing stopped. I scanned the theater, but Mr. Blank was nowhere to be seen. I locked eyes with Sven for a moment. This was it. This was the culmination of everything we'd been through. Well, Jimmy spoke up. Looks like this is it. I bid good luck to you both. The lights began to dim. I laughed to myself. Was this really necessary? The reaction was more of a coping mechanism than anything else. I was utterly frozen in terror. Sven and I were silent as we took our seats. For the first few seconds, I closed my eyes, afraid to open them even a little bit. But I knew that eventually I had to. And so I did. And I cannot begin to describe what I saw in front of me. Before I divulge what I saw in that theater, let's do a quick mental exercise. Hell. What does that word mean to you? More specifically, what do you visualize when you hear it? Put yourself in that environment right now. Are you walking through scorching flames while demons scream at you? A dark forest with thousands of beady eyes following your every move. Trapped underneath ice with something gnawing at your feet. Each one of us has an idea of what our own personal hell would look like. I found out what mine looked like in that theater. The film opened on a shot of a plain, abandoned city washed in dark blue. It was hard to tell what time of day it was, but the whole place just looked depressing. After a few seconds, a figure came stumbling into the frame, a man wearing plain clothes with distorted facial features. His movements were desperate, stumbling through the empty streets in an ostensible attempt to evade something. I found out what he was running from only a few seconds later. It was another man, naked this time, with black, oozing sores covering his entire body. There was also a bloody, dirty bag tied around his head. His limbs twitched and contorted as he ran after the faceless man, letting out an unearthly, croaking scream as he moved. The faceless man was screaming as well, although his voice sounded all too human. He sounded terrified. I'm not quite sure how long this sequence lasted, not sure how long I was watching for, but it felt like hours. At this point, I even gave up on the objective at hand. I wanted to turn away from the screen so bad. I wanted to turn away from the screen so badly. However, I couldn't. My eyes stayed glued on the horrific scene in front of me. I couldn't move. I started wondering how Sven was holding up, watching something like this. It was only until later I realized that we weren't even watching the same thing after all. Personal hells. Everybody's different. At a point I started feeling strange, as if I couldn't distinguish real life from what was happening on the screen. My attention was fixated on the faceless man, almost like I was seeing things through his perspective. Damn it, I thought, before my mind drifted too far off the deep end. I realized something extremely important at the very last moment. It's just a movie. A really disturbing movie. The revelation came at the optimal time. I was already being sucked into Mr. Blank's reality. I could feel it. My physical self dissolving into an obscure void. Yet, I was cognizant of this fact, and while I was certainly scared, I was also determined. My vision went black for an unknown duration. When I opened them back up, my world was washed in a dark blue. I could feel goosebumps popping up on my skin. I was freezing, despite wearing a hoodie and jeans. There was also something behind me. I turned around, seeing the man with the bag over his head staggering towards me. It didn't take a genius to discern what had happened. I was now in the movie. Not knowing exactly what to do and fueled by sheer impulse, I began running through the empty streets. How the hell was this not real? The cold wind bit at my face. My joints ached against the concrete below. I was even beginning to run out of breath. It felt real as hell. My mind started becoming frenetic. How the hell was this possible? Where the hell was I? We never feel physical sensations in our dreams. So what was this? I turned around again, noticing that the bag-headed man was getting closer, his inhuman shriek sending shivers down my spine. I was starting to lose it, starting to lose my own sense of reality. The streets ahead of me were endless and unchanging. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. I could hear myself beginning to whimper. Utter terror overwhelmed my senses, forcing me to abandon any of my previous thoughts, any connections that I had to the world I belonged in. Was this the world I belonged in? How long had I been here? Maybe this was all I knew. It was an unnerving realization, and one that caused my eyes to begin watering. I was in hell. This was my existence. Cold tears began streaming down my face as I continued to run from the monstrosity behind me. I was beginning to forget where I'd even come from, and I was getting tired. I closed my eyes, preparing to give up entirely. Doing so hurt as my tears began freezing up. But wait, that didn't make any sense. I remember reading about this once, about how tears would only freeze at below 40. And it sure as hell was that cold. It was an utterly random fact, and one that I had no reason to keep stored in my brain. But remembering it in that moment helped me more than I could ever know. If that part didn't make any sense, then what else was off about this situation? What was I doing here? I opened my eyes again and stared up at the sky. It was empty. No sun, no stars, no moon, no clouds. That wasn't right either. The buildings that surrounded me. I've never seen a place like this before. I didn't belong here. This wasn't my world. This was Mr. Blank's world. And why had I come here? To save Lacey. None of this was real. I stopped in my tracks, catching my breath. I turned around, watching as the man behind me got slower and slower, before stopping only a few feet away from me. He looked confused, as if he couldn't understand why I wasn't running. Why had I stopped? Because none of this was real. Why would I fear something that wasn't real? "Hey, dickhead," I spoke up. "Where the hell is Lacey?" The man took a step back. "Don't you think about running," I said. "Where the hell is she?" He started backing up faster. My grin grew wider. "I'm gonna tear you apart with my bare hands if you don't tell me." Suddenly I wasn't so cold anymore. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Where the hell is she? My own voice was growing primal. My impulses fueled by a culmination of all the fear and frustration I'd been feeling up until that point. I caught up to the bagged man relatively quickly, tackling him and then wrestling him down to the ground. I could feel his sores oozing all over me, which was quite the disgusting sensation, but forced myself to ignore it. "Where is she?" I screamed as I began strangling him. However, instead of gasping for air, the man simply began laughing. Of course he would. This was all a farce. "What the hell?" I screamed. I grabbed the bag and ripped it off his face. What I found was a blank face staring back at me. "You think I'm scared of you?" A booming voice resonated throughout the space, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Suddenly, the man began dissolving. Well, dissolving wasn't exactly the right word. He was morphing into thousands and thousands of insects. Horrified, I jumped back. I watched as the insects began crawling on top of each other, forming what appeared to be a humanoid torso on top of spider-like legs. And of course, there was a giant, blank face at the very top of the abomination. "Run, boy," the voice boomed again. Apparently things weren't going to be so easy. How the hell was I supposed to win? I could feel the fear rushing back into my system. Mr. Blank had just been screwing with me the entire time. With no other options in sight, I did what he said and began running from the insect monstrosity. I looked over my shoulder every now and then, watching as the grotesque entity crawled towards me, knocking down buildings as it did so. Surely this thing was faster than me, I thought. Wait, of course it was. He never wanted to catch me. He just wanted to keep me running. Every trick he threw at me was an attempt to push me into a corner of fear I wouldn't be able to get out from. Screw that. I was going to hit back. As scared as I might have been, I was going to have to force myself not to be. I skidded to a stop. I spotted a piece of wood off the street and picked it up, before turning around and chucking it at the creature. I missed, but the message was sent. The insect creature, aka Mr. Blank himself, stopped in its tracks as well, seemingly confused as to what to do next. I wasn't scared, and Mr. Blank couldn't understand why. What is fear, anyways? There's a dictionary definition, of course, but what evokes fear in one person won't necessarily evoke it out of the next. At this point, Mr. Blank was trying too hard. He transformed again into an even bigger monster, resembling an amalgamation of black sludge, rotting corpses, and writhing tendrils. Was it scary? Maybe to a 14-year-old. After everything that I'd seen, this only made me laugh. Laughing, joy, mockery. Every emotion that contrasted fear and despair. That was the ultimate weapon against him. Suddenly, I remembered the plan. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, getting the camera ready. Unfortunately, Mr. Blank disappeared before I could start recording. Nevertheless, the tables had turned. Who was scared now? I wasn't exactly sure where to go, so I just picked a random direction and began running. But something unexpected happened. The environment around me began to change. No more buildings, no longer washed in dark blue. I suddenly found myself standing in an endless field of yellow flowers with a cloudless sky above. For a moment, I was absolutely jarred. What the hell had happened? I thought. Where had I ended up now? That answer soon became apparent when I looked down at the flowers. They weren't right, to say the least. They were blinking back at me. Some had mouths lined with razor-like teeth, vigorously chomping away at the air. Some had their petals replaced with writhing fingers ending in claws. This was somebody else's hell, a rather interesting one at that. Guess I better start running again, I thought. Trying to be as careful as I could, I began stepping over the ghastly flowers. After a few minutes, the environment changed again. This time it was night, and I was standing in front of a precious-looking rope bridge hanging over a deep crater. I was beginning to understand what was going on. I supposed that I'd broken the system, in a sense. My own hell was no longer scary to me, so I was free to roam through everybody else's. Everybody who'd been trapped by Mr. Blank. Light bulbs began going off in my head. I remembered a conversation I once had with Lacey, right after we'd gone through a haunted house one Halloween. It was a conversation about fear, what we were most afraid of. What am I most afraid of? I remember her telling me. This is a weird one, but mazes. Yeah. Imagine randomly being trapped in a maze and never being able to find your way out. Mazes. I knew what I had to look for now. I couldn't tell you how many different hells I ended up traversing. Probably upwards of 30, maybe close to 40. They were all unique, all utterly horrifying in their own sense. But what was even more interesting were the people I met along the way. Out of all the hells I found myself in, I came across 14 people who were trapped in them. 9 were already catatonic. 2 were hysterical and impossible to reason with. As for the other 3, well, I don't want to give myself too much credit here, but I think I saved them. Not that it was easy. They weren't so willing to let things go. They truly thought they were in hell, destined to live that way forever. They'd long forgotten about their past lives, who they were before, the time that they'd spent in the theater before being transported into Mr. Blank's world. Trying to convince them otherwise was nothing short of a task, especially given the environment around us. But I wasn't scared. I had to prove it to them. Nothing was going to kill us. Nothing was going to hurt us if we didn't let it. By the time I'd finally found Lacey's hell, I had a grateful group of 3 by my side. Dash, a 21-year-old college kid, Nicole, 25-year-old computer programmer, and Roman, a 27-year-old soldier. We sure as hell had been through a lot together at that point. It started feeling like days had passed since I was in the theater, but my resolve never slipped. I was finding her, no matter what. I nearly dropped to my knees in relief when I found myself standing inside the labyrinth. It had all paid off in the end. The walls were about 15 feet high, covered in cracks and coated in moss. The ground was also comprised of cracked stone. There were torches set up every few feet or so, illuminating the place, but just barely. So I guess splitting up's probably not the best idea, Dash said to me. I wouldn't be scared if we do, though, Roman said, grinning at me. I'm not scared of a fake place like this. I smiled back. When I met him, he'd been petrified, as if he'd given up on any kind of hope. But here he was now, ready to help me take down Mr. Blank and find Lacey. You're right, I responded. Nothing scary about this place, but Dash is also right. Better we stick together. Everybody nodded, and we began searching. About every 10 turns, we'd come across some kind of creature wandering through. They ranged from eyeless little girls to ghoul-looking things. But that wasn't a problem. We'd seen more frightening things than that. Once it was obvious that we weren't taking the fear bait, the creatures pretty much ignored us. I can't keep track of how many turns we took. Over 100 at least. It was pretty obvious why Lacey wasn't exactly a fan of these. But eventually, we came across something different. A set of stairs leading down into darkness. Unlike the creatures, this posed a more uncertain threat. It evoked a fear of the unknown, making it exponentially more frightening than any of the corny monsters we'd encountered before. I could see hesitation rising amongst our group. But that was to be expected. That's exactly what Mr. Blank wanted. For that reason, I didn't even think about it before descending the stairs, using my phone's flashlight to guide me along. It didn't matter if nobody followed. All that mattered was that I didn't let the fear stop me. To my surprise, I heard 3 sets of footsteps following behind me. I smiled to myself. This was it. The final stretch of all the madness I'd experienced so far. I'm not sure how far we walked. Not that it mattered. I'm sure everything in this world was nothing more than an illusion. Even time. I had to tell myself that, in order to deal with what we came across next. The stairs ended, leading to what appeared to be a bottomless void. Sounds emanated from below. They were obscure ones. Things that I'd never heard before, leading to chills involuntarily crawling down my spine. Mr. Blank had certainly stepped up his game. No cheap scares here. What was presented in front of me petrified me to the bone. Once again, I could see hesitation amongst our group. "What do you think's down there?" Nicole asked. I paused for a moment, considering the question. Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't let another thought cross my mind before jumping down. For the longest time, it felt like I was floating. If you asked me how long exactly, there's no way I could have told you. There was nothing around me, no sensation at all. I was in the void. Soon enough, I felt solid ground beneath my feet. I picked the direction I was already facing and began walking. Again, I had no sense of time. My mind began drifting with every step I took, but I never let it get away from me completely. An indiscernible amount of time later, I found myself standing in front of a stone clearing, with everybody else behind me. We were at the edge of the maze, and I found what I was looking for. I let out a deep exhale, probably the deepest one of my life. Lacey. She was right in front of me, curled into a ball with her back against the stone wall. She was wearing what she typically did, blue jeans and green flannel. Upon hearing my voice, she looked up at me, her eyes long red from what had to be a constant stream of tears. She didn't look happy to see me, but I didn't expect her to be. She'd probably been given too much false hope in a place like this. "You're not real," she whimpered, before beginning to cry once again. Leave me alone." I approached her slowly. "Lace." She looked back up. I was one of the few people who called her that. "I'm one of the only real things in this entire place," I said. I grabbed her hand. She pulled back at first, but I didn't let her go. I didn't force it either. "We shouldn't be here," I told her. "Let's get back to where we belong." Her skin was warm. So was mine. I saw a spark of understanding in her eyes. But before I could smile, a familiar presence made an appearance. A large shadow cast itself in the light of the torches. I looked up, seeing a tall, skeletal figure with a blank face leering down at us. Lacey flinched, but I just gripped her hand tighter. I looked up at Mr. Blank and shot him a self-satisfied grin. "There's nothing left for you to do here." A moment of silence followed as he continued leering. "Do you consider this a victory?" he asked. "No," I began to respond. "Not really. But you didn't win either." The whole time my hand had been slowly reaching into my pocket for my phone. I grabbed it and opened the video camera, but it was too late. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. I grinned to myself. He was scared. I'd frightened the boogeyman. I looked back down at Lacey, who looked equally confused and terrified. But a sense of reality had returned to her expression. Before, it seemed as if she were in a trance, in the process of forgetting where she'd come from. Seth? Wait, she shook her head. How are you? Looks like she's back, Nicole said from behind me. You're pretty good at this, aren't you? I suppose I was. Who are? Lacey began before trailing off. There's a lot I have to explain, but not here. Right, Roman said. So how are we getting back? I'm not sure how the answer to that question came to me. It was kind of just something I figured out along the way. What do you mean? I responded. We've been back the whole time. We never went anywhere, don't you remember? It took a second, but Roman began smiling. We never left the theater, did we? I nodded. The other two soon followed suit. This is some Dorothy-type shit, isn't it? Dash said, grinning as well. No damn place like home. I looked back at Lacey. We were never here. Don't you remember? It took a moment, but she nodded. Yeah, she said, her lips curling into a slight grin. I think I'm starting to. Pretty soon after, I remembered my vision going black. Well, I'd be lying if I said that I remember what happened at all. I just remember waking up back in the theater, with the time I spent in Mr. Blank's world still fresh in my mind. It didn't feel like a dream, and it wasn't one. I sat up rapidly, feeling a hand on my shoulder as I did so. I turned around, seeing Sven smiling at me. You're finally back. Took you a while, he said. Sven, did you? I found her, he said, nodding. She's back. I looked around the room, but the only other people there were Colin, Jimmy, and a few bewildered-looking police officers. Then where is she? I looked around some more. Wait, where's Lacey? My heart dropped for a moment. If you will, one of the cops spoke up. We might be able to shed some light on that. Apparently, the police had found the people who had gone missing in the theater, in an abandoned warehouse 3 towns over. When they were first discovered, they were still unconscious, albeit alive. However, while they were being transported to the nearest hospital, 2 of them woke up. 2 university students, a male and a female whose names hadn't been released. Apparently, a dazed woman had also been found wandering through the woods in a different state as well. I had a good feeling who they all might be. So did Sven. And I was right. I hauled ass to the hospital immediately. The cops tried to stop me, but Sven flashed his badge again and got them off my case. He really was a good asset to have around. I looked through the window of the room the recovered students were staying in. I don't think my smile's ever been wider than when I saw Lacey sitting up in her bed, alive and playing with her hands, as she usually did. She looked a bit frail, but there was no doubt about it. She was smiling. She remembered everything. I left without saying anything to her. All that I needed to know was that she was safe. Our reunion would come later. For now, she needed to rest. On the way back, I'd learn how she ended up in a warehouse so far away to begin with. Apparently, Mr. Blank's influence was severe and far-reaching. He had a whole legion of fear-induced slaves doing his bidding in our world. Since he needed his victims to remain alive and undisturbed, he'd ordered people he'd petrified into obeying him in the past, like Colin, to storm the theaters, quickly drag the bodies out, and then drive them off to a far, remote location. Once there, they'd keep the physical bodies alive, while their frightened minds remained trapped in Mr. Blank's world. This time they even took it up a notch. They replaced the video surveillance with looped footage taken when the theater was empty, in order to confuse investigators even more. It sure as hell worked. A foolproof system, right? Not really. 7 arrests were made that day. It'll be an interesting trial for sure. Nevertheless, I can't say that I hate those people. I can't hate Colin either. There's only one person I can direct my anger towards. He's still alive out there, and I feel a lingering responsibility to rectify that. We'll see where this goes. I got a call from Jimmy a few hours ago. I told him about what I saw in the other dimension, about how I wanted to get rid of Mr. Blank once and for all. Got something you might be interested in, he told me. You see, this varmint's apparently got a bounty on his head out there in the cosmos. We could make a real killing if we reel him in. I got another buddy who's interested as well. Name's Dex. Oh, but he's got a weird arm, so don't forget when you meet him. A freaky weird arm. All right. I'll talk to you about the details later. Bye for now. Looks like the hunt might be back on.